Hey everyone, we'll kick this off in a couple of minutes. Just waiting for all the panelists to join. Ian just woke up as well. Kyle, Nelson, Stephen, how are you guys?
Doing great, Mario. Doing great. This is I didn't expect this. Another drop, right?
Yeah, man, the job started. I thought we'd have more time for this. Ian literally said, "Mario, I'm gonna get some sleep and then wake me up when it drops." And then, 30 minutes later it dropped. So he just, I don't know if he even had time to rest a bit before I forced him to wake up.
It's crazy.
How was your space, man? You did a space for 9 hours yesterday. It was insane.
Man, it's the first time, and man, I mean, Mario, man, what you guys are doing here on Twitter, I don't know how you do it, my brother,
It's crazy, isn't it, man?
but
It's crazy.
it's inspiring. It's inspiring for sure.
How do you get that like how do you survive for 9 hours? You were there the whole time because you were hosting it.
Yeah, I mean, it's at some point you want to end the room, and then somebody else comes in the room, and
Yeah,
boom, drop
it's
something
insane.
heavy. It just keeps going and going, So 100%.
The FTX days when we're covering the FTX collapse, we had um, our space lasted over 20 hours that first space, and the other one over I think 10 to 15 hours. Can't remember.
Jesus Christ. God.
It was it was it was a weird feeling, man. Like I wouldn't wish this on anybody. All right, so just for the audience, if you want to request to speak, check the DMs. Otherwise, we'll give it another minute or so, waiting for all the panelists to join. Let me see who's in. Okay, let me see. All right, we've got Fidgetal. How are you, man?
I'm good. I just realized that Gary Vee's not as smart as I thought he was.
Gary V's what? I thought you said Gary V's in the space or something.
No,
What is he doing here?
he's hosting a space, and I'm just realizing
Oh,
that he's not quite as smart as I thought he was.
no. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Um. All right, let's see where Ian is at. Sent an invite to him, and then we'll kick it off. If you can, if someone could just pin Matt Taibbi's thread above, that would be great before we can kick it off.
Yeah, done deal. Just did it.
Perfect, man. And let me get.
So Mario, have you looked at any of these yet, or we're gonna just read them live?
No, I'll read them live in a bit, just giving it another minute or so because I think everyone's recovering from the last panel we did. So I'm just giving it another minute or two before they join, and then we can kick it off.
Fair enough.
How many? Is he dropping them quickly or slowly?
There's 28 that I see right now, so it's pretty well.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
I think
Yeah, I think he's
It's
dropped it. He's
fast.
dropped it all. Dropped it all at
yeah,
once.
he did a bunch of threads and just kind of strung them out.
Yeah, I think Matt Taibbi did that last time as well. And what's the main? Has anyone read it yet? Like, what's the theme about before I kick it off?
Yeah, so you could tell just from the opening is that the Twitter files is going to be how Twitter itself let the intelligence community in and get behind the curtain. I think I told you last time that the thing that I found so interesting was that they went from what is normally an adversarial reaction for most companies. They don't really want the feds, muddling in their business. And the fact that there was this open channel back and forth and sort of this cooperation, it's not all that common without legal process. So it looks like it's going to be the backstory on how that happened, starting in like 2016, 2017.
Perfect. All right, man. All right. Let me just send last message to my group, the panelists that we all know. Cool. All right, here we go. We got another thread to go through, another topic to cover. I hope you all enjoyed the space we did earlier about the we're talking about COVID vaccine and the concerns there. It was a very balanced panel. It was a great discussion, one of my favorites so far. So see how this one goes. I'm going to open up the thread and kick it off. I think it's linked above. Let me get Alex up. We've got everyone joining a bit late. Aaron is here as well, and bring Aaron up. Who else do we have? Let me make sure my team is checking the DMs, and then we'll kick it off. All right. How are you, Alex?
Good. How are you? I'm just catching up myself on the thread, honestly.
Yeah, we're gonna read it out now. I'm gonna kick it off since Ian is still opening his eyes. Jim is here. Let me get Jim up, and then we can kick it off. Ed, how are you, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, man. You ready for this? Have you started reading the thread?
I just started right now.
All right, I'm gonna kick it off for the audience. So the audience, you can start reading it yourself before I do it, and then we can start discussing it. All right, let's open it up. While Ian comes in, I'll kick it off. There you go. The drop started 10 minutes ago. This one's about Matt Taibbi again. The Twitter files, how Twitter let the intelligence community in. And I'm glad we have, where are you? Well, glad we have Kyle here. I think, Kyle, you'll be able to bring a lot of context to this. So I'm glad you're here. And I'm going to co-host you, Kyle, so you can bring people in and stuff while I wait for Ian to join. So I think he sent you through a course invite because I think you'll play a pretty key role in this. So if you can accept it, that'll be great. And we've got Jim as well in the house. All right, let's read it, guys. You know the drill. Jim, good to have you. Make sure the audio's good, everyone. Put your hand up whenever you want to speak, or just jump in or interrupt. We're pretty chill as long as it doesn't get too crowded. All right, let's kick it off. Number one, in August 2017, when Facebook decided to suspend 300 accounts with, quote, suspected Russian origin, end quote, Twitter wasn't worried. Its leaders were sure they did not have a Russian problem. Quote, we did not see a big correlation. Another quote, no large patterns. Facebook may take action on hundreds of accounts, and we may take action on 25. And you can see the screenshots there. So now we're starting to talk about Facebook's suspension of 300 accounts. Back to the whole Russian origin story. And then we go to number 4. Quote, keep the focus on Facebook. Twitter was so sure they had no Russia problem. Executives agreed the best PR strategy was to say nothing on record and quietly hurl reporters at Facebook. Kyle, you want to comment on what we've read so far before I continue reading
Well,
through?
that's kind of what you'd expect. I mean, that's what I would expect from a private company not trying to get involved. I mean, nobody wants the feds in their business. That's the standard line. So the idea that somebody got themselves in the crosshairs, in this case, Facebook, and Twitter doesn't want to weigh in, that makes perfect sense. That's what I would expect someone to do. Like I said, my experience has been that the proactive cooperation is not the standard when it comes to most companies.
And we saw that in the early days of Twitter. I'm not sure who just unmuted, but let you jump in right after. We saw that in the early days of Twitter. I think they were resisting cooperation with the FBI and I think the CIA. Correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle. And then over time, that started changing, and they're starting to better cooperate. Are you on the same page there,
Yeah,
Kyle?
that's what it looked like. So, and it seemed like the intelligence community was making some concerted efforts to bring them into the fold, whether it was offering clearances or giving them specialized portals. I mean, it's the way you do any kind of recruitment is that you give them a reason to join you. You play to the motivations of the individuals involved. You make people feel special for whatever reason that may be, or you go to whatever their needs or their wants are. So these are, I mean, basic. Whether it doesn't matter whether you're doing selling a Xerox machine or you're out there trying to recruit a source. You're using the same sort of techniques. You're doing a needs analysis. You're looking at the person. You find out what motivates them, and then you get them on board. So that's what we saw. Like I said, original resistance, the stuff that Taibbi had done earlier, or some of the other drops that showed that they kind of just, moved them along in that recruitment process, and then they sort of became what he called like another wing of the government, which I'm not 100% sure is accurate, but they definitely were playing along in a way that we wouldn't expect.
Jim?
Yeah, and I might add to that, keep in mind the narrative at this time in September of 2017 was strongly Russian interference, and Facebook, was in the crosshairs at that time too. I mean, the whole narrative in social media platforms was the so-called problem of Russian interference, and the fact that they were pushing back a little is interesting, while publicly saying something different.
We'll go to number 6. In September 2017, after a cursory review, I think we're up to number 6 or 5. So number 5, Twitter. Yeah, Twitter is not the focus of inquiry into Russian election meddling right now. The spotlight is on Facebook, wrote Public Policy VP Colin Corwell. And then there's the email there by Colin Corwell. Who was that email to? Does anyone know? Carl, do you know?
I don't recognize any of those names, so I'm not sure.
We'll go to number 6. In September 2017, after a cursory review, Twitter informed the Senate it suspended 22 possible Russian accounts and 179 others with, quote, possible links to those accounts, amid a larger set of roughly 2,700 suspects manually examined. Receiving these meager results, a furious Senator Mark Warner of Virginia, ranking Democrat on the intelligence community, held an immediate press conference to denounce Twitter report as frankly inadequate on every level. So what we're seeing now is pressure from the Senate, and we're talking about Senator Mark Warner here, to do more in response to quote unquote Russian meddling. But what Twitter is saying, and I think other social platforms will echo the same message, is that they did not share that concern. Jim.
Yeah, I was going to say, keep in mind as Mark Warner's doing this, you've got Ro Khanna over in the House. I used to work for Thomas Massie, his chief of staff. They're good friends, but Ro Khanna, again, he was pushing back against that narrative and concerns about free speech as well. Yet you have, people like Warner doing what he's doing here, just as perspective.
Well, let me just bring Tara up. Tara, I've just sent you through an invite. Should work before I continue reading.
Mario,
All right, let's go to number 7.
Also worth noting,
yeah, go ahead, man.
If you look at the number of rough suspects that they said they manually examined 2,700, and then they only ended up suspending like 1%, with some possible links on another close to less than 10%. So that probably is the scope of the real problem. I think they probably did a decent job back then. It makes sense. So it's just interesting that wasn't enough for them, that they wanted more overt action. And that kind of lines up with pushing a narrative versus looking at facts. It's just kind of a dangerous way to operate.
Well, and they didn't say that all those 179 were for sure. They were just possible. That's significant as well, less than 1%.
Well, a lot of times there's not a smoking gun on anything. Especially if they're doing this kind of examination, they're going to have to hit X number of metrics that's going to move them into that. So suspending 1%, yeah, that sounds about right. And then a couple of people that are on your flag list that you watch for later, sure. That's the way a lot of investigations go. You get a huge funnel of reports, and then you get a small number of actual credible subjects that you can move forward with.
Okay, and do these numbers surprise you, the small percentage?
Not necessarily. I mean, this was, there was a big outcry about something, and if people think that, I don't know, I just have a hard time believing that in 2015, 2016, as that election was going on, that so many opinions were changed by Facebook or by anybody else. Honestly, our country was already pretty divided the way that it is today. We just didn't have as strong evidence of it, and so I don't know. I don't know how many people, we had the October surprise of the Hillary Clinton emails, and that kind of thing, and the Jim Comey speech, and people always said that moved the needle one way or another. But I think it just cut people right down to the side that they were going to be on. It moved them stronger to the places that they already believed. It pushed people into the camps that they were on. So I don't know. It seems reasonable that.
So it's over time, before Ed jumps in. So essentially, Kyle, over time, censorship became more and more politicized.
Well,
correct?
I just don't think that we saw. Yeah, I mean, what you're looking at right there is a pretty reasonable look. It's like they identified 22 targets that they suspended. So be it. If that's the number they saw, we don't have access to their data, so we have to assume that there was minimal meddling at that point. And if they had suggested some other things, as we see the warmer relationship with the intelligence community, then you start getting this sort of push by other people, and that's when you start having other hands on the button. I don't know. It doesn't look surprising to see that there were only a couple of fully functional Russian accounts on Twitter at that point.
But by the way, I might throw in here, and Kyle, you may have some insight. This whole narrative of Russia collusion into the 2016 election, which was still really hot at this time. It always felt to me, and I don't have any insight in terms of the intelligence community, but it always felt to me that that was just merely a narrative. Go back and harken back to the meeting that we now know happened in the Obama White House days before the inauguration in 2017, where they were literally planners. John Brennan, Obama, and Biden was in there, and Susan Rice was in there. They were all in there apparently conspiring to cause problems for the Trump administration, or so that seems and feels. I just think, do you know of any talk in the intelligence community that this Russian meddling thing was any more than just a few bots that were doing this or that?
Well, I think that the thing that we've always found is that the skills or the techniques that are being used to undermine anything, whether it be public sentiment or elections or anything else, they're always in advance, and the techniques to detect them are always going to be a little bit in arrears. So we should be pretty fair. The Russians have no problem trying to mess around with our elections. That's the nature of being a free society that we are, the free speech that we have. So people are always going to try to screw around with the things and manipulate opinions that are favorable to themselves. So the Russians have been playing that game forever, and I think the Chinese do their own version of it, and I think that other countries do as well. So that's not. I don't think that's a real question in the intelligence community whether or not there is an attempt to manipulate things to their favor. The question is how much of an impact did it make? And I don't remember hearing that people were that concerned. And I sat on the same floor where they did the Russia investigations. Like the floor I sat on had China and Russia counterintelligence. But it doesn't mean that it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think it had much of an impact. I think people were already in their boxes. They already knew who they were voting for. And I don't think listening to somebody on Twitter who you don't know claim something or say something or push you in one direction is really going to affect you too much. Maybe a handful of people, but I don't think enough to actually change the vote.
Well, and I connect in all my political work on, I connect in a lot with the whole pro-Trump side, and you get some of these irrational discussions related to voters stuff in 2020 and, different things. And it gets kind of crazy. There is some of that. But, I think most Americans, they roughly recognize a bot. They may not at first, but then they start hearing it and it starts to sound strange and they change their mind. That's always been my experience. I mean, I don't even, again, there are always psyops. We do psyops, of course. So going the other way. But I think, when you look at that's why I think this is really important in context, because I think the intelligence community has always known that these things take place. There are attempts like this, but now they're utilizing previous knowledge, real knowledge, and potentially turning it into something far bigger than it really was. I mean, you might let companies know there are certain things happening, but to get down this deep and to do this much work to try to shut it down in this manner, to me is, I think, a big red flag.
All right, I'm going to get back to the to number 9 now. So keep producing material. After meeting with congressional leaders, Crowell wrote, Warner has political incentive to keep this issue at top of the news, maintain pressure on us and rest of the industry to keep producing material for them. So we're seeing, and there's an email there from Colin Cornwall to Jack Dorsey, echoing that concern. And I won't read it all. We're up to number 9, so you can click on the thread above and go through it. I'm just having a quick look through it if it's worth reading, but I think the tweet summarizes it pretty well. So we're seeing, again, an increasing pressure and the topic and the censorship getting more and more politicized, as we discussed earlier. Number 10, taking the cues from Hillary Clinton. That's in quotes. Crowell added, Dems were taking cues from Hillary Clinton, who that week said, quote, it's time for Twitter to stop dragging its heels and live up to the fact that its platform is being used as a tool for cyber warfare. So Kyle and other panelists, like, do you think, and I'm just trying to ask as objectively as possible, do you think there were the Democrats in this case, because this is obviously the Democrats putting pressure on Twitter in this case, and in most cases, really, as we've discussed in the early days of the Twitter files, are they legitimately worried about misinformation and meddling from Russia in the elections, or is that just an effort to advance their agenda?
I mean, I think it was legitimate, but I don't think it really changed much. I think they were concerned that Russia might be meddling, and you want all the help you can get. And if the other side's getting help from Russians, you're going to want to stop that as much as possible, no matter what country it is. If it's China, if it's Russia, if it's Saudi Arabia, you're going to want to get as much advantage
But
as
we
you
didn't.
possibly can.
Well, I'll be curious to see what facts they have, because Twitter is telling them in this case that, hey guys, there isn't that. We don't have that concern. We don't share that concern. They shared that same view with the FBI. Yet they keep facing that pressure. I'll be curious to see if there's any evidence to back those claims. We'll go to Nelson, then Stephen.
Mario, the latter. I mean, it's quite obvious now what the Democratic agenda is, right? We've seen it, right? We've seen it with the earlier Twitter files when it came to the 2020 election with the Hunter Biden situation. I mean, guys, Twitter banned 20-something accounts. I mean, we just read it in the Twitter files. Are you telling me 20-something accounts are going to impact an election? Come on, man. It's Ed, I
When
love
it's
you,
the
brother,
president, yes.
No, I agree with you. I don't think it was what it impacted the election, but I don't think Democrats knew how many accounts there were, and Twitter obviously found 20. Were there more? Probably. Did Twitter miss some? Probably. Were there as many as the FBI said? Probably not.
I think that's fair. I think you got to look down the line that there is in fact a cyber warfare campaign. That's a real thing. It's often referred to as 5GW or fifth generation warfare, which is all psyop information, and we've been doing it since forever. I mean, that's just it's sowing misinformation and sowing discord in your enemy is what you always want to do. So people do that against us, we do it against them. That's normal. Is Twitter probably a tool for that? Yes, it's a free and open platform. It's available to a lot of Americans. So all those things, they all line up. But as Ed just said, I think the impact of it is probably, at least at this point, it's pretty minimal. And when you're thinking about how stratified the political parties and people's leans were in 2015 and 2016, it's kind of hard to remember that far back because we've gotten even more tight on those lines, I think. But it was clearly that people were in pretty strong camps. I saw Stephen had his hand.
Yeah, before I go to Stephen, I just want to kind of echo another concern that we've all agreed on both sides of the political spectrum. We've agreed that too much centralization of power in those social platforms is a concern. And then once you see influence from the FBI, the CIA, and now senators, it just shows that the power that these social media platforms are having is now being shifted to governmental institutions. So for me, that's the major concern: is the ability for those governmental bodies or private companies to advance their agenda through the influence they have by censoring their users. Stephen?
Well, first, I think, seeing on the revelation that top Democrats freaked out about Twitter at the time not being full of enough Russian hysteria is a hilarious dynamic. And it's easy to forget when we look back at 2017, the narrative still very much from the Democratic Party was that Russian interference and its collusion with the Trump administration is the sole reason why he won. By their own standards, they would be considered election deniers. So I think that's also notable. And lastly, what this Twitter files drop has already showed us is that despite the meager results, Mark Warner specifically doubled down and said, hey, we've still got to make a mountain out of a molehill here just to stay on narrative.
Before I continue, just Fidget or Aaron, I'll give you the mic right after I read the next couple. Barbara, feel free to jump in anytime. Put your hand up. Suffer no fool as well. Sam, yes, first time on your panel. Feel free to jump in or put your hand up as well. We'll go to number 10. Actually, that's the taking the accuse from Hillary Clinton. That kind of echoes a lot of the concerns that conservatives have had over the years. Number 11, in growing anxiety over its PR problem, Twitter formed a Russian task force to proactively self-investigate. And I'll read the email that Carlos sent to, I'm guessing, Twitter employees. Thanks for being drafted to the Russia task force. That's being sent by Carlos from the Twitter executive team to, I'm guessing, another Twitter employee. For the next month, this team will be focused on 1, conducting a more fulsome retro of the 2016 election. Number 2, preparing for open congressional hearings at the end of the month. Number 3, telling Twitter's story publicly, including robust outreach to outside researchers, reporters, and members of Congress. Number 4, evaluating whether policy changes are needed. So we're seeing Twitter take action based on that pressure. And they, from a PR perspective, they've got big concerns, especially considering Twitter's employees are vast majority is left leaning. I will reach out to teams to set up initial scoping meetings in the next couple of days. In the meantime, I'm sharing access to a working folder that includes some of the big questions we are trying to answer, as well as a full team roster. Before I continue reading, would love your thoughts on this email. Fidgetal and Aaron, you want to jump in first?
Yeah, so what my concern is the lead up. This looks like it's the lead up to, what is to come. And so my question is, why weren't these portals open up prior to this by the FBI and the collusion with Twitter?
Fidgetal, I'll let you go before I bring in Ian and Tom. Go ahead, Fidgetal.
Thanks. I was going to start by saying thank you for letting me speak before Ian comes in, so I could actually finish the sentence. So I think one of the most interesting parts of all of this is it's kind of like the Bill Barr situation. We're getting fed this information for a reason, right? So everybody understands that we are being spoon-fed information, albeit wholly hellfire. Like none of this should have happened. It's horrific. But I'm really, really, really excited to see the full spectrum of information. We all know that politics is political warfare, right? So we have to assume that everybody is trying to do everything at any point, and if you're not, you're behind, right? So I'm really interested to see what the right, the middle, the left, the purple, the yellow, whatever the fuck you call it. I want to see the whole spectrum of attempts to influence information. And at the core, we're just talking about marketing, right? And we're talking about the effectiveness of marketing. It looks like the liberals, the left, my people, we're able to effectively impact social media and conversation. I'm super interested in the entire spectrum of information because the fact is there's no goddamn chance that the Republicans, the right, the libertarians, everybody, and for anybody, I'll end with this. For anybody who thinks there wasn't Russian disinformation, you're kidding yourself. There absolutely was. The question is what swayed or didn't sway, or what are the impacts, and what is the mud underneath?
Ian, good to have you, man.
How's it going?
I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to sleep. We're up to number 11.
11, eh? Okay, I shall read it.
Yeah. Have you read them? Have you read up to date or not yet?
Sort of skimmed it. I saw that Russia was mentioned quite a bit.
Yeah, I'll let Kyle. Kyle has been doing a good job in covering it with me. Kyle, do you want to give a quick overview for Ian and the audience, anyone that just joined, on what we've covered so far before Ian takes it over from number 11?
Yeah, sure. So the premise is that this is going to show how Twitter allowed the intelligence community to begin their manipulation inside of Twitter. We started off, we're back in time now, 2016, 2017. They're doing some analysis, and essentially we're trying to make sure that when Facebook got targeted in the news media as being potentially victims of Russian interference and Russian misinformation and so on, that the first plan was stay out of this and let Facebook take all the lumps, which is a smart move. They kind of believed that the problem was much smaller on Twitter. That turned out to be something that when they did their evaluation in September of 2017, they only found a small number of accounts. We've talked about 22 that were suspended and maybe another close to 200 that were possible, but not confirmed. This was upsetting to people like Mark Warner, and they talked about taking cues from Hillary Clinton's sort of take. And then we've sort of gotten to the point where we're now moving into them creating a task force to get proactive. And for me, the reason they have this proactive task force, if you look at this email from Carlos, number 2, preparing for open congressional hearings. So the threat of congressional hearings is never a real good thing to be facing down as a company. It's scrutiny that these platforms, I think, wanted to stay away from. They wanted to maintain Section 230 and not be held accountable for any kind of conversations that were happening on there. So that's kind of what we're looking at, and that's where we've ended up.
Okay. So so far what I've read, and I'll read 11 shortly. It feels like the Democrats in particular were intent on producing a narrative to back up Hillary Clinton's claims that Trump was, essentially manipulated into becoming the president, right? I mean, by the Russians, right? Like that is the narrative that they wanted to promote. And like they kind of did the Soviet thing where they you find me the man, I'll find you the crime. Like that is what they were doing. They were just trying to turn the Russians into a boogeyman in this case. That's not to say that any state organization, I'm sure like there's like a million of them, are constantly trying to manipulate everybody else for sure. But in this case, it feels like they manufactured the Russians as the bad guys here, right? In order to produce to sort of collaborate with that narrative that the Democrat narrative that Trump is like a Russian asset.
And before you continue reading them, Ian, a question asked the panelists earlier is: do you think that was intentional to advance their agenda, or did they have legitimate concerns, or a mix of both?
I think it was intentional to advance their agenda. I don't think there were any legitimate concerns. I think that maybe some congressmen were duped by this, for sure, because to be a member of Congress, you don't have to be really smart. You look at the people in charge right now; they're dumb. So no, I think the intelligence community, especially the ones who I would argue are on the same page as Hillary Clinton, they wanted her to win. They didn't like Trump being in charge because it means that they didn't get to do what they wanted. I think that they definitely manipulated the whole situation to produce this, to get Congress to act on a boogeyman. I think that's what they did.
All right, man. I'll let you continue from number 11.
Right, so in growing anxiety over its PR problems, Twitter formed a Russia task force to proactively self-investigate. And I'll read the email. This is by...
We did that. So that one, I read that email. Yes, we're up to number 12.
Okay,
yeah, my
number
bad.
12.
Up to
All
12.
Right, so the Russia task force started mainly with data shared from counterparts at Facebook, centered around accounts supposedly tied to Russia's Internet Research Agency. Now, if you're not familiar with the IRA, it's a supposedly something that's run by a Russian businessman. God, I can't remember his name. Like, it's such a PR, and he's like the guy who owns Wagner. That's the claim, right? I don't know if there's any like actual evidence for that. I just understand what I've read. It says here, but the search for Russian perfidy was a dud. And this is the email, or rather the memo that was sent on Wednesday, October 11th, 2017. So the TLDR, and thankfully they even put a TLDR here. It says, we have initial lists of suspicious advertising content. A lot of it is benign content. Need to further investigate before we can draw a conclusion. So that's the TLDR. They don't really have any evidence that the Russians are manipulating anything. The executive status updates says, and this is an ads investigation, so they're investigating advertisements. The TLDR, another TLDR here, is models built that produce lists of tweets around, found 8,000 around election content and a further 700 accounts with potential lists of accounts with Russian links. Deeper analysis required before determining if connection between lists and Russia. A group will do manual reviews with legal and comms around next phase to align on approach and narrow down lists to confirm connections and quantify. So like a preliminary assessment didn't really turn up anything. It was just more like they maybe suspected that some people were, possibly Russian or whatever. And then number 13, October 13, 2017, no evidence of a coordinated approach. All of the accounts found seem to be lone wolf type activity, different timings, spend, targeting, less than $10,000 in ad spend. So it didn't look like it came from any sort of state agency. This is literally individuals who may or may not have been Russian in origin, but no ties to like actual state activity, right? So no actual evidence that they were participating in some sort of disinformation campaign. For all they know, it's just a shit poster or just like a legitimate business. We don't know. So here's the TLDR on Friday, October the 13th, 2017. TLDR says, we found suspicious accounts which demonstrate our investigation strategy is working. However, we see no evidence of a coordinated approach. All of the accounts found seem to be lone wolf type activity, different timings, spend targeting, less than $10,000 in ad spend. The executive status updates for the ads investigation reads, manual review has begun with 6 accounts identified with some signal to Russia, mostly login driven, and have been identified with election activity. 2 out of 6 RT accounts already identified. Deeper analysis required, but at first pass, it would suggest that these are low spend and isolated actors rather than anything significant. Please do not share beyond the group, and link to top level summary. There's no actual link here. This is the screenshot. Number 14, October 18, 2017, first round of RU investigations, Russia. 15 high-risk accounts, 3 of which have connections with Russia, and 2 are RT. RT is Russia Today. And this is Wednesday, October 18th. There's no TLDR updates, but the executive status updates on the ads investigation shows. First round of RU investigation shared with legal comms and PP yesterday. The results suggest 15 high-risk accounts, 3 of which have connections to Russia, and although 2 are RT. Feedback was positive on methodology and approach. Key next steps are to document in detail the methodology, along with agreeing on the specific data points to share with legal and outside counsel. Okay. October 20, 2017. This is number 15. There's another email here. Built new version of the model that is lower precision but higher recall, which allows to catch more items. We aren't seeing substantially more suspicious accounts. We expect to find around 20 with a small amount to spend. And this is the status updates, literally just what I just read. So he just like copied and pasted that. Number 16, October 23, 2017. This is just 10 days after the initial thing. The quote is, finished with investigation. 2,500 full manual account reviews. So they investigated 2,500 accounts. And we think this is exhaustive, right? 32 suspicious accounts, with only 17 of those are connected with Russia. And only 2 of those 17 are those that have significant spend, one of which is Russia Today. So that's literally RT_.com, right? Like that's literally their own account. So it's like being quite direct there. Remaining spent less than $10,000, and so this is the memo. Monday, October 23rd, day 14. So it is day 14 of the investigation. The TLDR is finished with investigation. We have draft of 2 plans, which we'll review at 11 a.m. to many a decision about a path forward. Working to finalize the blog post for a Plan B approach. The optimal launch window would be between Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday. Not really sure what Plan B is. I don't think they've gone through that yet. Executive status updates on the Edge investigation says exactly what I said before, but I'll read it anyway. Completed 2,500 full manual account reviews. We think this is exhaustive analysis. Out of this, we have identified 32 suspicious accounts, and only 17 of those are connected with Russia, meaning that they have like Russian IP addresses. And only 2 of those accounts have significant spend, one of which is Russia Today. And the remaining are less than $10,000 in spend. So barely anything. Number 17. Twitter search, finding only 2 significant accounts, one of which is RT, was based on the same data that later inspired panic in headlines like Russian influence reached 126 million through Facebook alone. That's literally RT's account. It's going to have a lot of followers, a lot of people in, either North America, Europe, Asia, India. They read RT. It's a legitimate publication. I've published in it, by the way, full disclosure. So, number 18. The failure of the Russia task force to produce material, and this is in quotes, worsened the company's PR crisis. In the weeks after Warner's presser, a torrent of stories sourced to the Intel committee poured into the news. An example being Politico's October 13. Twitter deleted data potentially crucial to Russia probes. That was a headline that Politico reported. Number 20. Quote, were Twitter a contractor for the FSB, they could not have built a more effective disinformation platform, end quote, said Johns Hopkins professor and Intel committee expert. It's another expert, Thomas Ridd, told Politico. So they kind of got the, they handpicked a guy who would basically feed them a narrative, right? This is what they did. That's what Politico did. Good, shitty publication. Number 21, as Congress threatened costly legislation and Twitter began to subject to more bad press fueled by the committees, the company changed its tune about the smallness of its Russia problem. Oh, interesting. So a Russian task force was put in place. Wait, that's somebody else replying to him. Number 22, quote, hi guys, just passing along for awareness to the write-up here from the Washington Post today on a potential legislation on new FEC regulations that may or may not affect our political advertising, wrote Kroll. And it's this by Colin Kroll. He did an FYI email to a bunch of people at Twitter, including Sean Edgett and Carlos Monge and about 7 more people. So you can't really see their names. He said, hi guys, just passing along for awareness to write up from the Washington Post today on a potential legislation or new FEC regulations that may affect our political advertising. So they were talking here about the bottom line. Essentially, they were worried that Congress, or rather the Democrats and the Republicans, would stop spending money on Twitter if it had this reputation of being a platform for, Russian disinformation or whatever, right? So they had to do something. They had to manufacture an enemy to show that they were taking action against it. This is where the money comes in, right? They're literally pushed to doing it because if they didn't, they would lose all of their advertising. Kind of a big deal for them. So he continues, he says, this echoes the comments in our Senate Intel Prep Q&A doc. So they were preparing for it to talk to the Senate. And our need to show a willingness to make some moves here ourselves. We will engage as necessary on this in Washington, D.C. as proposals are developed. And any new FEC regulations or legislation will likely take some time to effectuate, but I wanted you guys to have the context of how Facebook's recent announcements are ginning things up here in town. And this is a quote from the article. This is a screenshot that he attached to the email. And after this, I think we should talk about all the stuff I've read so far. This is the article. It says Facebook, Google, and Twitter face proposed bill targeting shadowy political ads. So it's clearly a political hit here. And the article, the excerpt reads, Democratic lawmakers are pushing for new legislation that would require greater disclosure of political ads that run on internet platforms, despite a pledge by Facebook chief Mark Zuckerberg that the company would voluntarily pull back the curtain on political advertising on the social network. Okay, so we're at 22 so far. So before I read more, what do you guys think of all of this?
Well, hey, here's the thing, Ian. Like, this is always the way the government affects whatever it's trying to accomplish. It doesn't matter what side of the political aisle it is. If you look at things, basically, it's a saber rattling threat of legislation that's going to create some sort of difficult to handle regulation, and so it moves industries to self-regulate. And I even remember when I was a kid, like they always talk about the way that the Motion Picture Association went out and created a rating system for all the pictures that you could see, and they defined what rated R was and PG-13, and obviously that's all changed. They regulate themselves, and that's preferable in many ways because at least they still have their hand on the lever. But this is what these guys are doing. They're out here. They're pushing, like you say, a narrative for action. The action we can debate whether it's good or bad, but they're looking for some action, and then the industry of big tech is responding by taking those actions internally, creating these sort of preparatory and investigatory teams inside.
Yeah, makes sense, right, guys? I mean, like, so I'll go first, and whoever else can weigh in if you want to. But yeah, it feels like they were creating a boogeyman. I mean, they literally openly talk about creating a task force to effectuate this narrative, right? Because if they don't have a Russian boogeyman, someone they can go after and take action against, because I mean, for all intents and purposes, RT was just serving as any other advertiser would, right? Which is to broadcast its platform, its news, and so on. That was all it was doing, was buying ads. And that's not disinformation. It literally tells you it's Russia Today and it's funded by the Russian government, right? So they went after that, and they went after anyone connected to it so that they could, effectuate that narrative to show Congress that, hey, look, we're doing something. Please don't regulate us. We're going to self-regulate. We're good at this, right? So that is my take on it. What do you guys think?
The interesting thing, Ian, is, do you remember the missile that hit Poland?
Yep.
And it was blamed on Russia immediately. I would say that was Ukrainian disinformation at this point, because it was their missile. It was a Ukraine missile, come to find out, but immediately it was being spread around and treated like Russia had done it. So it's pretty interesting now that we're allowed to actually, speak out loud about these things, how it sort of plays in favor of one side, but then when it's the other side doing it, it's kind of like, no, hush, hush, hush. It's just, I don't know, very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I find the difficulty here is because I definitely think there are instances where, I mean, and I think it's more than a thought, it's provable, is that Russia does try to spread, disinformation and things like that. They have bot farms. So that sort of thing happens. So there's a sense of like, okay, countries have our
so
sort
does
of
America.
almost, Sure. But like,
sorry,
no, but let me just finish that thought. It's like, okay, so on the one hand, a country should be sort of allowed to defend itself from that in a way, because if it's just specifically disinformation and propaganda, it's a type of psychological warfare. But at the same time, being able to discern that from something that's just somebody's opinion or information, that becomes really muddy. And so then how do we know that what's being, censored or controlled in the narrative is actually, disinformation versus, and specifically propaganda from another country versus an opinion, and that's where it becomes very, very difficult and to deal with.
I think it's also important to try and figure out what a connection to Russia entails. What is Twitter actually looking for? Because most likely if you are Russian, if you have these accounts on Twitter, you're using a proxy or anonymous proxy, a VPN, and other ways to hide where you're actually coming from. So by connection, is it just like followers that are linked to Russia? Like, I'd like
That's
to
a good
know.
question.
how they came up
Maybe they're
with what
shitposting Russian
they
memes.
said was a connection to Russia.
Right. It's like it's so nebulous, right? I mean, anyone can look at like a pro-Russian account. Like there's, like for instance, Russians' attitude. It's, to my knowledge, they're not even based in Russia. I think they're based in Germany, and they happen to be Russian people who are pro-Russia. They're, I would say somewhat critical to Putin, although they're mostly pro-Putin, but they're very critical compared to what you expect from Russians, I suppose. But like they're promoting what some would say is anti-Ukrainian disinformation, but really they're just talking about the war, right? They're talking about the conflict, the special military operation, whatever you want to call it, wherever you stand on this issue. They're just talking about it, and yet they were like, very recently when the conflict began earlier last year, they were briefly suspended for like a month, right? Because they happen to be pro-Russia, and I mean, don't they have a right to be? I mean, they're Russians, right? So, and doesn't anybody, for that matter? I mean, they were suspending people left and
Well,
right.
I just had a whole debate about this with pro-Ukrainians, even though I'm pro-Ukraine, but specifically we were talking about, they were discussing even imprisoning people, which there are some laws in Germany where if you support, say you display a Z on your car or something like that, you should be imprisoned. Now, like I personally don't believe that, even though I have a different point of view than maybe some people in the room on this particular war. But the idea that your speech, your opinion gets you into prison is a very, very dangerous one, and this is where this kind of stuff can lead to, and that's concerning.
It is, yeah, and more into Russia. You mentioned bot farms. Here's the thing: they didn't find evidence of bot farms, of Russian bot farms, or even of like large scale Russian disinformation. The only Russian account.
Didn't they have like people like literally confess, and there's videos? Like I've
not
seen
on Twitter,
videos
at least.
of...
I don't know about Facebook, because I know that there are like articles about there being like some Russian bot farm that was affecting Facebook. I'm not sure if they're even Russian, because I know like.
Wait, so Ian, there wasn't Russian disinformation? Like that would be negligence by a country to not try to influence the outcome of global politics.
I was gonna say, like, I
You
was
could
gonna ask that
influence
same
with the
question.
truth. It doesn't have to be disinformation.
Yeah, it could just be.
But I think disinformation.
They could be pro whatever cause, right? I mean, for instance, Russia, as we know. I mean, if you look at them now and you look at what information they're putting out there,
Ian,
it's not even disinformation.
I asked you a direct question.
What do you mean?
I'm just asking a question.
What is the question?
Isn't it the responsibility of any country to promote its best interests, both financially and socially, and therefore do everything it can to promote its interests, whether it be through social media? Like let's just be honest. Everybody keeps on saying we do it.
I mean, no, it's not.
Every country does it.
Including lying and saying I'm
every
neutral.
country.
But how do we know they're lying, though? I mean, if you're let's just say you're armed with the truth, right? Let's say you're America, and I'm not talking about America today, which is like super woke and stupid, but like say Ronald Reagan's America, and you're promoting democracy worldwide. What is your best ad for yourself? It's not going to be how communism is evil. It's going to be how liberalism is good. It's about how freedom is good. It's about how being American is fucking awesome, and you have Rambo, and everybody is freedom. Everybody is fucking Kentucky Fried Chicken and McDonald's, right? That is the best ad that America has, right? In the 1980s, that was the best ad that America had. That's the reason why so many South American countries rejected communism. Asia rejected communism because they were like, hey, why don't we embrace capitalism? It's fucking amazing, right? And that's what they did, and it worked. They sold America by being honest about what America is, and
As somebody whose family is from the USSR and who was born there, I will vouch for that, because the propaganda, whatever you want to call it, propaganda, whatever was coming from the US and the radio, that teenagers in Russia were in the USSR were listening to. They loved the music, the pop music that was coming from the US. They liked the freedom, the movies. That's what was kind of appealing. That's what made them curious about the West. Yep. It was not this like anti-Russia kind of sentiment.
Exactly.
Hey, by the way, don't forget, in the middle of the Iraq War is when Al Jazeera came over to the United States, and we were able to endure this sort of thing. Like Russia today, you listen to a lot of their reporting in the time that they had any kind of a following around here. A lot of it was just neutral news gathering, and every once in a while it was pro-Russia, but it didn't. I mean, you could tell what it was, and you could judge by it, but I mean, Al Jazeera gave information from what was going on in the Middle East, and there were people on the right that were in an uproar about it. I mean, we can withstand those kinds of things because people aren't dumb. I mean, this idea that no one can look through all that and wonder what's really happening and what people's motivations are is just absurd.
Your audio, just before they continue, your audio is just really bad, Jim. I know you're outside walking. Ian, I've just sent you through the co-host invite, just FYI. Before I go to Tom, I want to ask you that question again, Ian. Like, do you like? I wouldn't be surprised if almost every government leverages misinformation as a cyber weapon. And that includes Russia, among others. Like, you can obviously you can use the truth as a weapon.
I think Russia,
but
mostly
misinformation could be
a
more
weapon
powerful
versus China. You know, if you actually look at the modus operandi, look at what RT puts out, right? Like, you can go to RT.com if you have, if you're not in Europe, you can actually still see it. If you're in America, you can see it. I think, unless you're on like certain ISPs which literally block it, which is funny that they block it. And also, I mean, I'll get back to that point, but like talking about RT, I mean, you go there and you look at the news and look at the sourcing. A lot of it is sourced to like Reuters or AP, or they have like actual reporters on the ground that are reporting the same stuff that anyone who's reporting on the truth is reporting on, right? There's like, it's very hard for you to actually find something that's like a lie on RT. Like, I've never personally, I mean, I read it and I don't see anything that's just like straight up bullshit or even partially bullshit.
Aren't they government funded?
They are,
Aren't
yeah,
they
but so is Radio Free Europe. And Radio Free Europe, like, again, in my experience as a journalist, they tell the truth. That's what makes RFE or RFERL, that's what it's called, right? Radio Free Europe. It's basically a CIA-funded operation, by the way. The reason they're so like believable is because they tell the truth. Compare them to like a propagandist operation, like I don't know, the fucking Independent, for instance, which is owned by like billionaire oligarchs, like Middle Eastern billionaire oligarchs. You can't trust the Independent. They lie, right? You can't trust Politico. They lie because they have a Democrat agenda, for instance. You can't trust.
Yeah, but I mean, they have
also
like,
doesn't
interest
RT.
at
RT
heart.
obviously
They work for
has
the
an
Russian
agenda
government.
as well. Like, of course, RT is an agenda. You can't.
They
say
have an
that,
agenda,
like,
yeah, and yet,
sure.
by telling the truth, I mean, they get out that information anyway. So like, they don't need to lie about it. Like, that's.
But they still have a slant. I don't know
They
if
got a
they lie,
slant.
but
They got a bias,
yeah,
for sure. Like, there's no
yeah.
denying.
But Russia does.
Sorry, just everyone was
Based on
talking
what
at the
you're
same
saying
time. Yeah.
from the Twitter files, Ian, I'm just curious, would you say a Russian bot farm like they claimed,
no.
Is that non-existent? Okay, so because I'm finding articles that because people are sending me articles about massive anti-Russia bot farms that actually were discovered.
Plenty of those. There's pro-Ukrainian bot farms. There's even like there was an article, like I think from last year, like the middle of last year, where they said that the feds, the CIA, or maybe the DHS ran a U.S. bot farm that was targeting, that was putting out anti-Russian disinformation. Right, that's funny stuff, right? I mean, like just to cite an example.
And I will say that there is both, right? Because Russia certainly has put out, I mean, I personally, with my eyes, have seen Russian disinformation videos circulating specifically around the Ukraine.
That is mostly individuals.
That's what I just asked Ian. Based on the Twitter files, it sounds like there isn't both.
There isn't. The issue is the Twitter files, based on this, is what they found.
Well, that's wrong.
Well, no. You don't understand it. Like, people put out disinformation, like individuals, actors, like people who are pro-Russia. Absolutely put out fucking disinformation. There's plenty of
but do you think maybe those farms are so good that we think that the people in Twitter could not spot them being linked because they're so advanced, but they could still be really advanced farms?
The thing that was claimed, and this is something that they actually found with Iran, for instance, they did actually find like a bot farm that was literally like buying ads, right? Maybe not in the Twitter files, but like for Facebook, yes. Like, there was an instance where they were buying, tens of thousands of dollars worth of advertising to promote certain disinformation narratives, right? Like, that is a thing that China does quite often, in fact. But with Russia, it's mostly fucking users themselves who might put out disinformation. Like, I mean, how many times have we seen disinformation just like in the past week on any given subject? I mean, even on yesterday, people were talking about the athlete collapsing, right? Like, there's like, people are literally just pumping out disinformation on their own behest, but it's not on behalf of anybody else, right? Like, no one's actually.
I've actually seen in the official government statements put out that were disinformation, incorrect in Russian, that I've read in Russian because they can read it and speak it. So I don't think that's necessarily accurate.
I'll go to, if you don't mind, Ian, I'm going to go to Kyle, then I'll go to Tom and Nelson. But Kyle, I'd love your thoughts on this particular point about, like, I'd be
I think
surprised.
Libby, really quick, Mario, I think Libby was trying to chime in on that conversation as well.
Sure, Libby, do you want to jump in before Kyle?
I just don't think that it's reasonable to say that it's hard to believe that you can counter the fact that the U.S. spreads all kinds of propaganda by saying that the Russian government doesn't. Like, just because one group of government thugs or whatever are lying doesn't mean that the other group is telling the truth. So just want to be wary of that.
I think that's well articulated. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I just think that was really well articulated. It doesn't have to be binary, one or the other.
Could the Twitter files be disinformation?
I was about to say, I think the Twitter files is going to be 2022's biggest misinformation shit across the board.
Oh man!
Oh no!
I'll go
fired.
Yeah, he's like April Fools. I'll go into depression for a year. Kyle, what are your thoughts on this point? It's a very touchy subject.
Well, it's obvious that all governments are advocating for themselves. I think that point is fair, and hopefully it's universally accepted. Like that's what federal governments do across this world. They're out there trying to weigh in on other circumstances. They're trying to advance that. Some of it's state
through misinformation or facts.
It can be all of those things. Like that, as long as they're operating, like some of them don't have to operate within the laws of those countries. And if you can get away with not operating within the law, then you're going to push the envelope. If you're not cheating, you're not trying, is what they always say in special operations. And a lot of these kind of things are run by psyops type people. So that's fine. The issue, I think, specifically in this country is that we have a couple of laws, and they're not very many, and they err on the side of free speech, and they err on the side that the public and the electorate has to make their own decisions. And if they're deceived by Russian bot farms or anybody else, it's their own damn problem. Like, it's your vote, you're responsible for it. You get what you paid for. If you didn't put anything into it, then you get nothing out of it. So be it. So we do have a couple of things that, if particularly like if state actors want to come out and move their message forward, they usually have to ascribe to it. That's the nature of what FARA is and some of the other sort of legislation out here. So there are mechanisms that are in place that the U.S. government has to use, but the default position is more free speech, and that it should be a very heavy burden to go and censor someone that is, that the federal government's going to come in and weigh down on that person to not have speech, because you should have to have a really, really high burden of proof that that person is in fact operating not on friends and family members who live in Russia and therefore they are sympathetic to Russia, but rather that Russia is paying them or directly influencing them. It's really a dangerous game to play that. And so I would side down on the side of freedom, and sometimes we're going to get bad information. This whole mis and different information game, that's all new. I mean, if you guys remember, like, nobody said that 5 years ago. Like, that's all that they put that into your lexicon to start talking about. We usually just call it lies. Like, that was kind of thing. Trump called it, fake news, but there's always been kind of an editorial bias or a narrative that's pushed by certain people that are trying to project some idea. So I don't know. I'd love it if we could get away from those terms, only because I think they're garbage. I don't think they say anything. They just sound nice, and they're not really a real thing in most people's lives.
It's like the term conspiracy theory, right? They use it to shut down actual discourse. I mean, like our previous space, when Tom Fitton said a bunch of stuff, and by the way, he's got his hands up, so he should probably speak next. When he just mentioned, asked questions like, what did one of those guys do? It immediately shot him down with claims that he was spreading conspiracy theory and FUD. It's like, no, he wasn't. He was just asking a question, and you prescribed like a million things to him that he didn't even say. And Tom should probably weigh in on this one.
Tom, you're muted. Nelson, do you want to jump in onto the Tom?
Yeah, the jails, the irony is the Justice Department and, these same people are trying to weave a conspiracy theory to put people in jail based on January 6th. I mean, the jails are full of people put there based on conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories are real in the sense that legally it's two people with the, I don't know the technical definition, but two people with a plan. Right,
a common goal to commit an illegal act.
And to use it as a smear in the context of discussions about government activity. It's designed to suppress criticism of government activity and corrupt government officials. That's typically what it's used for. But taking a look at these files, Mario, Yeah, remember, Matt, Senator Warner is on the Intelligence Committee. It was controlled by Republicans at the time. And Richard Burr had outsourced chairmanship, practically speaking, of the Intelligence Committee, the Republican, to Warner. And Warner was kind of leading the committee, in effect, by pushing this anti-Trump Russia narrative. And what we see in these documents, and I've read through them, and we're going through them one at a time, I understand, is gangster government. We have government officials demanding evidence or the manufacturing of evidence to justify their Trump-Russia collusion theory that they knew at the time was false. And so that obviously is a scandal. The other big takeaway from what we're seeing here today is that this is a devastating blow to the Russia-Trump collusion scandal. Because one of the pillars of that is that there was this massive effort by Russia to influence on the elections, and it did work. And what we're seeing from Twitter is that not only was Russia not a significant presence, but obviously it wasn't. When you're not a significant presence, there's no way you're able to influence. And I think we're going to find that also in Facebook if there's an honest analysis there, because the numbers they throw around on Facebook seem big out of context. But in terms of the actual number of impressions that places like Facebook and Twitter have, they're minuscule. So we had an immaterial activity by foreign actors allegedly to influence our elections. But, when you look at it even more closely, you'll see that the pre-election activity was in many ways, some of it went against Trump. And to the degree it went against Hillary, it could be argued that the Russians thought Hillary was going to win and they were trying not to undermine the elections, but to undermine Hillary Clinton's new administration at the time. So, there's a lot of big lies that are being exposed here. And what we're seeing, again, gangster government pushing this for information and the manufacturing of evidence. And it led to the suppression of U.S. political content, because what followed from that was Twitter refusing to let people who wanted to advertise about public policy advertise, and then Facebook clamping down on such activity and then mislabeling it and making it controversial. I know when Judicial Watch advertises on Facebook, our content is deemed political. And it's not political. It's public policy content about what we're finding from the government. We don't talk about, we have to go after Democrats because they're Democrats or liberals because they're Democrats. It's not political advertising. So you've got this suppression that emerged from this desperate effort to protect Hillary and to justify, again, we're talking January 6th again these days, disputing the 2016 election and the legitimacy of the Trump presidency.
Tom, I've just got a quick question for you before I let quickly Fidgetal reply, and then I'll give the mic to Nelson, who's been waiting really patiently. The point that we were discussing earlier, I think your stance from previous panels, your stance was that Russia's probably engaging in misinformation. Correct me if I'm wrong. Would love to get your stance again on this.
Well, I don't know what the Russians were doing. I don't think we've
I'm not referring to this particular case. I'm just using it as a general.
The thing is, I don't know what the Russians are doing. I'm not confident that we've had a competent analysis of or a level of certainty about so-called Russia front accounts. Other than RT, all these other accounts are the basis of allegations that I don't know what the basis of it is for. And given the operations running against Trump, I don't know if they're even the ones that we presume are Russian connected aren't. The question is,
I'll give you the mic in a bit.
Let me just finish the point.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Let me just finish the point here. In terms of the law here, I don't know if the Russia accounts were violating federal laws. I don't know necessarily if that's the case. Potentially, there was a violation of the terms of service of some of these providers in terms of having these bot accounts. But as we learned from the last Twitter drop or the drop before, that the United States had similar accounts and Twitter looked the other way.
Fidget, I'll let you respond before giving the mic to Nelson.
Okay. Guys, what I'm trying to just engage in is an objective conversation. And every time when I engage in these conversations, if you ran a country and your entire country, right, there's only a finite amount of humans in the world. There's a finite amount of money in the world. There's a finite amount of power in the world. Your job as the leader of a country is to grab as much power, as much money, and as much people to fight a global cabal, a global game, right? So let's just stop with the allegation conversation, and I mean this constructively. Every single country wants to do what Russia did, wants to do what the US does, wants to do what every country that is able to make an impact, China the most effectively. So let's not say allegations. They did what is in their duty to their country to do. My question is, if we're having honest and fair conversations here, is wouldn't it have been in their incredible interest to try to sway a presidential candidate, every presidential candidate, to do their bidding or to affect their outcome? I just think these are conversations we're not having when we're sitting here saying they did this, we didn't do that. We all do it.
Well, I'll go to Nelson. Nelson, you've been waiting
There's
patiently.
really
man.
not
I'll let you
evidence
jump in.
of them actually doing anything, though. I mean, just because it makes sense for them to have to do that doesn't prove that they did anything.
No, Ian, I said if you were the leader of the country, what would you do?
I mean, what would you do? I mean, like, we all do different things, right?
Exactly what Putin does.
What does he do?
He tries to make as much money for him, his oligarchs, his country, control his borders, expand his borders, become as rich as possible. This is not
but
like
how does he
to
do
imply
it?
that
How
he
does
wouldn't
do
do it.
Like, I mean, where's the evidence that they ran
Every
massive bot
every
farms?
way he can. You don't think he ran massive bot
No.
farms? You don't think he currently stole 140 million private IRS stocks that are encrypted?
No, where's the
And
evidence
the
for that?
US, so I know for a fact, the founder of Bitrex currently is running a quantum computing war with Russia before Russia can release the 140 million IRS stocks they stole that they can't decode right now, but they're creating quantum computing so they can decode. And we're racing to create quantum computing.
Of exaggerating these numbers and pushing it like that to the public, right? The results are, as of today, people still think Trump is a puppet for the Russians. And that's as a result of what happened in 2016, right? The Democrats painted a narrative which influenced millions of people across the US to think the Russians meddled in our elections. That's the problem. That's the issue, right? I mean, listen, these Twitter files, as of right now, from what we've read, they highlight a successful marketing campaign by the left to push their agenda. So Fidgetal and Ed, again, I love you, liberal loonies, but you're wrong, just like you're always wrong, right? And if not for Elon,
Okay,
we wouldn't know how wrong you are. Let's talk about it.
Let's get back to what Tom said about the collusion. There was collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russians.
No, there wasn't. That's a lie. Ask Tom. There wasn't any collusion.
There wasn't a goddamn dose of collusion, Ed.
So are you saying that Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort didn't give polling data to a Russian asset?
Was hired by the
Oh my
FBI?
God! What is polling data going to do?
Kalimnik and admit it, and Kalimnik handed
Wasn't
it
the
to
guy
Russian
hired
spies.
literally by the FBI?
I have to go do some business, but this is hilarious. I'll see you guys in a minute. I love you guys.
No. Listen, are you saying that didn't happen?
Mueller found that no American knowingly colluded with the Russians.
Okay. So Mueller found that so Manafort handed data to a Russian asset, but he didn't. But he claims he didn't know he was working for Russia.
Mueller found that no one. So
that's
so
not what he found. He found there was no evidence to say for sure that he did. There was no proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Manafort knew he was handing this data.
No, there was no evidence. There was no evidence any American knowingly colluded with the Russians.
Right, so I'll let Tom reply.
That's not what it says, though.
Yeah, it is what it says, and that's the fact. And you can pretend, look, to say that you have evidence that someone knowingly colluded with the Russian government just by saying, well, there's this guy who some consider to be a Russian operative that he was in business with and he was sharing inside info with that was about a poll, somehow obviates the conclusion that there was no knowing collusion with the Russian government by the Trump campaign or anyone associated with it. In fact, it goes broader than that. No American knowingly colluded with the Russians.
There's no proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Manafort
that isn't the standard. That wasn't the standard.
That is what.
That wasn't the standard in the report.
No
evidence.
Ian, I'll go to Ian just to continue with the. I think that we could go on with this debate for a while.
Yeah.
But I'll let you continue. I've got people commenting. I'm just going through the comments. By the way, just the audience, bottom right corner, you can comment. We'll read your comments, questions, etc. Can you continue? How many more points is in the thread?
I'm not sure. What number was I on? I had to.
It was 20 something. Does anyone remember?
Yeah, 22.
22. Thank you.
22.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'm just scrolling down to it and have to refresh the page.
But while you're doing that, Kyle, you're relatively objective on most points. Do you want to give me quickly your take on the debate between Tom and Ed until Ian gets to the point we're up to?
I mean, the whole point about Russian collusion and whether or not it was there and something that could be moved forward. Nobody went to. Nobody was accused of that. There's no crime in collusion. That's the other thing. It's like that's not a real crime.
That's what I'm trying to say.
We can have a whole bunch of things. So I had investigations opened into Americans who were what we call contact cases, and that's when you have contact with a foreign asset, whether they be an intelligence officer, or whether they be someone co-opted by that country to try to peddle their information. So contact cases are a real thing, but they're not crimes. They're just information only. And so it's like we are looking for a threat. If a threat arises, if classified material is exchanged, or if defense information, some sort of convictable action goes on, then fine. But the idea that you would deal with another country and deal with them if you're running for the top office, I don't know. Like, I'm not crazy about it. I'm not like a 100% MAGA kind of guy. That's not where I live. But I think that looking at the two options, like I was more pro-Trump after he had a term than before. So I wasn't even involved in this election when it came out. I got hired in 2016. I walked into the doors, and what I saw was, a fairly politically active movement on the FBI over these years. And so what we've also seen is that they were actively moving to get themselves involved in these tech companies. I think that's the story. So whether or not any of the stuff that was going on the outside, I mean, if we think about what this drop is about, they're trying to tell us that this is how the federal government in multiple different instances, and the FBI ran point. In fact, one of the previous drops mentioned the FBI as the belly button, the umbilicus, right, the connection point that got the intelligence community into these big tech outlets. I think that's the real story. And for all those who are, concerned that we're getting a curated story, of course we are. But that's what an investigation looks like. And some of you all may know that. You've got a million pieces of information. Only about 75 or 100 of them are going to actually construct the actual elements of what we're looking to say. And so you find them. There's always going to be some that are going to be a little bit, that are going to mitigate, and some that are going to aggravate the situation. So I think that it's clear that the people that are dropping this information are trying to come at it from a fair point, because they will be absolutely excoriated if they come in from a huge political lean. That's just one guy's take on it. Like I said, I'm sitting on the outside, but it's not a crime to engage with people who have connections to foreign governments, not in any way, shape, or form. So I think it's really important to recognize that.
The irony is the most serious Russia involvement in the election was through the Clinton operation.
That's right.
Where we have strong evidence that not only was the Clinton operation working, obviously a alleged Russian agent helped write the dossier, but that Russian agent that the FBI knew was likely a Russian agent, the FBI was running as well. So the collusion was between the Obama FBI and then the deep state FBI under Trump to try to take out Trump, working ironically with Russians and other foreign nationals to do it. Including, looks like, folks operating on behalf of Ukraine. Interesting stuff.
Hey, by the way, to build off what Nelson said, there are two sets of lies from that whole period that we are looking at. And one we're looking at very closely, and the other one not. The one set of lies is whatever it is that Russia Today or any other Russian bot said. And then the set of lies that said Donald Trump was a Russian agent and Russia got him elected. Now, no one remembers a dang thing that anyone at Russia Today ever said pro-Russia at all. There's no one even probably on this thing that could say that. But everybody knows exactly what these Twitter files show was being done to shut down information, and then the whole narrative that Donald Trump is some sort of Russia agent. And that's really critical, I think, when we're thinking about this.
Yep.
I'll let just before you go, Ian, I'll let Catherine or Ed just kind of respond to kind of balance it out before we continue.
Catherine, you want to go?
Sure. I mean, I think just to that last point about Russia Today, I will say, just because they weren't effective, they've been doing this for many years. And just because they were not effective at that particular point doesn't mean they weren't effective in gradually building a very particular narrative. Russia Today doesn't exist. It wouldn't exist if there wasn't an intention behind it. There's a lot of money that goes behind it, and it is facing the West for a reason. It's in English, and they hire high-profile people. So that's something I want people to consider.
I'll kind of end it with just Ian's the discussion we had earlier. Bias is not misinformation. Bias could become misinformation, but it's important to draw the line. But yeah, Ian, I'll let you continue the thread. There's not many left, so we can kind of finish it off. By the way, is this the only drop tonight, or there's another one afterwards?
Another one afterwards, I believe.
All right, get your coffee ready, everyone. Ian, I'll let you continue with the thread.
Yep, let's get through this one. Number 23. In Washington, weeks after the first briefing, Twitter leaders were told by Senate staff that Senator Warner feels like the tech industry was in denial for months. That's a quote, right? Senator Warner feels like tech industry was in denial for months. Added an Intel staffer who said, quote, a big interest in political article about deleted accounts. So, and this is the God, I wish he didn't quote them like this, but his email, one reads here, friendly meeting with the COS, I guess Chief of Staff, said that Senator Warner most focused on finding answers and doesn't have anything against the tech industry generally or Twitter in particular. Says that Warner feels that the tech industry was in denial for months and now feels that they understand the seriousness of what happened last year. So, Senator Warner, he's got an agenda, and his agenda is to create a Russian boogeyman so that they can go after it. And he was, I guess, upset that the tech industry didn't take it as a big deal because they found no evidence of there being a large-scale operation by the Russians to, promote disinformation. They could literally find like one account. It wasn't disinformation. It's literally RT publishing its own articles, right? Like that was the big thing. So these, this is the memo from the staffer. It says here, the Intel staffer mentioned a few things. Quote, big interest in political article about deleted accounts and Twitter, and said that the Intel staff may seek clarification writing from us, and they need to know what data they could seek from us, or whether certain information is gone. By gone, you know what I mean, like deleted or whatever. So number 24, Twitter pledged to work with them on the desire to legislate. So Twitter basically was having its feet held to the fire by Senator Warner, right? They were being threatened along with Facebook and Google and so on. They're being threatened to basically, hey, come up with your goddamn evidence or we're going to take action against you, right?
Which is a bit of a shift from the earlier narrative when we first started going through the Twitter files, that Twitter was intentionally acting. You know, we know the bias is there, but they were resisting a lot of those requests.
But now we get to a fuller picture, right? Now we know why they were not resisting quite as hard towards the later part, right? Because in 2017, they were being pressured, right, by Congress to act.
I like how the drops are like structured in a way that is essentially like a movie. Yeah, it's like a movie. Like you believe one thing exactly. Like they show you one thing, and then there's a little twist in the middle, and then another twist later on.
This is entertaining.
I
gotta like personally thank Elon Musk for this. This is so fucking entertaining. You know, it's like literally watching a really good movie. It's great, and it's like hours long and days long even. It's awesome. New season.
It's like a series, yeah, exactly. Game of Thrones.
New season just dropped. Okay, so quote, this is an email. I outlined our work streams and they seemed content and looked forward to having us come and preview our testimony at the end of the next week with the Intel staff. We also pledged to work with them on their desire to legislate in the area of political ads. They indicated that the general model is, and it cuts off there. That's number 24. I'll read number 25 now. Quote, knowing that our ads policy and product changes are an effort to anticipate congressional oversight, I wanted to share some relevant highlights of the legislation that Senators Warner, Klobuchar, and McCain will be introducing, wrote Policy Director Carlos Monge soon after. And this is this email to the about ads legislation to a bunch of Twitter employees, I guess his coworkers. He said, knowing that our ads policy and product changes are an effort to anticipate congressional oversight, so they were anticipating legislation here, right? I wanted to share some relevant highlights of the legislation Senators Warner, Klobuchar, and McCain will be introducing tomorrow. The Honest Act. Honest is in all caps. It's like the Patriot Act, right? It's nothing honest about it, but let's go. Point number 1, extends to paid digital advertisements the FEC requirements that apply to broadcast, radio, and print ads. And number 2, adds political matters of public importance, including national legislative issues of public importance, to the list of issues for which the FEC would require enhanced political disclosure, in addition to ads that mention the candidates directly. Now, if you're not familiar with what this is, so essentially, and you might have noticed this if you're like in business and you're buying ads on, say, Facebook, for instance. Facebook is probably a pretty good example of this. In the lead up to the election, about 2 weeks before November 4 last year, if you wanted to buy an ad, and if it was political in nature, you couldn't buy one after a certain period. There was a 2-week period where you couldn't buy any political sort of ads, right? So didn't allow any PAC or super PAC or anything like that, or even political candidates to run advertisements after that date, because they didn't want to influence the election. And even before that date, if you want to run political ads, say in North America or in Canada or United States, actually particularly in the United States, because anywhere else they don't really care about this stuff, but in the US, if you want to run political ads or ads that are relating to social or political issues, you're not allowed to. You have to have a specific like permission to do so. And this means political disclosures. If you're not an American, you cannot do it, right? Like, for instance, if you're in the UK, you cannot buy political ads in the US. They just literally will not let you do it on any social issue. So you can't buy this is to prevent, say, some rich billionaire leftist from funding Black Lives Matter in the U.S. And that's a friendly example, right? But likewise, they would allow some far right French crypto mogul to fund pro-Trump ads, for instance.
Or Russian.
Or Russian, yeah. So I mean, it makes sense, right? It's legislation that kind of makes sense, right? I'm not opposed to that. I think this is fair. This basically prevents political actors from outside of the United States from being able to do these things. However, I will say that if you're in the U.S. and you are a PAC or super PAC or something, you can totally 100% do that. You can spend as much money as you want, which is exactly what they do, right? So there is a certain monopoly on who gets to spend. It's the Koch brothers. The Koch brothers get to split their libertarian bullshit all the time, and they spend a lot of money on these ads on Facebook. Just look at it. Right. Likewise, the Sunrise Movement does the same thing on the left. Sunrise Movement is tied to George Soros. He does the same thing. Open Societies Foundation and all of its offshoots. So Koch Foundation, David Brock, like all these guys, they're 100% doing that every single day. So like we talk about disinformation a lot in here, and yet these people are openly doing it to all of us, not just through like Americans, but to the whole world. We're seeing political disinformation ads every single day, and it's being put out by activist groups. It's mostly 100% activist groups, whether it's the Koch brothers on the libertarian right, or it's going to be, Sunrise Movement on the left, or it's George Soros, for instance. So anyway, number 26. The committees appear to have leaked, and even as Twitter prepared to change its ads policy and remove RT and Sputnik to placate Washington, Congress turned the heat up even more, apparently leaking the larger base list of 2,700 accounts. So basically, somebody in Congress, leaked that list to journalists to basically say, hey, look, there's 2,700 suspected Russian accounts that are taking over Twitter or Facebook or whatever, right? Like that. This is to basically pressure them into acting. This is an email from Carlos Monge again to a bunch of Twitter people, including Colin Crowell. And the subject of the email is Wall Street Journal inquiry, Twitter disclosure of Russian accounts. And the email reads as follows. Will do on House Intel. The committees appear to have leaked the account names based on reporting of experts combing through the list and revealing new info like on Brexit. So that is the email there. And it also CCs Sean Edgett. So number 27, reporters from all over started to call Twitter. They call them up, like they asked them for comment about the Russia links. BuzzFeed in particular, working with the University of Sheffield, that is a British university, claimed to, quote, find new network on Twitter that had close connections to Russian-linked bot accounts. And so this is an email from Nick Pickles. What a funny name that guy has. He says, hi, team. We've had the below request from BuzzFeed in the UK. Can we run an analysis on the accounts ASAP? Thanks, Nick. And this is the forward. It says here, this is in BuzzFeed. It says here, we've been working with some researchers at the University of Sheffield, UK, to look at some of the tweets from the list of accounts submitted by Twitter to the US Congress in connection with its Russian electoral interference probe. And number 28, quote, it will only embolden them, end quote. Twitter internally did not want to endorse the BuzzFeed or Sheffield findings. And this is an email written by Yoel Roth. He wrote to the people in the email, which their names are blanked out. He says, these are definitely bad accounts, and based on their phone carriers, they have signs of being connected to Russia. Once we've settled on a press strategy, we can and should suspend them all. They were going to ban these guys. But they almost all were principally active in German, and a while before that, some were active in English around Brexit. Rather than related to the US election, there is no especially clear sign that they're even necessarily linked to the IRA. The IRA is, again, the Internet Research Agency, is supposedly a Russian bot farm, right? But none of them appear to be. They're just typing in German. So who knows? And he says, I think we need to get at their questions by emphasizing the limited scope of the 2,700 accounts we specifically identified to Congress in context of IRA accounts involved in the US election. We also reported to Congress on thousands more Russia-linked accounts, which we couldn't deterministically say were IRA-linked, and therefore, in the interest of protecting the privacy of users until we're very confident they're IRA-linked bad actors, we didn't disclose all the handles we found as part of our review. So essentially, you have a bunch of suspicious accounts, right, or what they deem to be suspicious, but for all Yoel knows, and he even admits in this email, they could just have been people, right? Not linked to anything at all, but just to normal people. And he didn't want to jeopardize their privacy because, by putting them on a fucking list, for instance, you're essentially saying that this random person could be Russia linked. But for all you know, it's just a grandma who, likes Russia or something. So he continues, he says, I'd prefer not to ask the reporters at BuzzFeed for their methodology. It will only embolden them, and it indirectly undermines the credibility and authority of our own approach. Furthermore, they will chart the correspondence in their follow-up. For example, and he makes like a quote here of something they would say. They will say, well, Twitter asked for a methodology, which has resulted in more suspensions. This calls into question the effectiveness of their own tools. Like he was predicting what the media would say. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. This is exactly what the media does, right? They basically try to bait Twitter into this. And so he says, agreed. Another outlet or reporter I might feel differently, but they, as in BuzzFeed, have been fairly adversarial and gotcha on this, and I'd rather have it as light a touch as possible with them. So he didn't trust BuzzFeed to be fair to its reporting on Twitter. It's clearly they've shown a anti-Twitter bias. I mean, this is evident in their own reporting, right? And he's not wrong. Ewell is actually defending the company here. Good for him. Number 29, quote, Senate Intel Committee is asking, possible to whip something together? And that's the end quote. Still, when the BuzzFeed piece came out, the Senate asked for a write-up on what happened. Twitter was soon apologizing for the same accounts they'd initially told the Senate were not a problem. This is the email sent by Ewell Roth. He says, yep, we'll work on something now and share with the group for feedback shortly. And then Carlos Monge is also in the same thread. He says, Senate Intel Committee is asking for a write-up of what happened with these accounts from our perspective. Possible to whip something up together? Okay, so number 30, quote, reporters now know this is a model that works, end quote. The cycle, and this is Matt Taibbi saying, the cycle, threatened legislation, with it to scare headlines pushed by congressional and intel sources, followed by Twitter caving to moderation asks, would later be formalized in partnerships with federal law enforcement. So this is where we get to the meat of this drop. This is where they were like, they started to get super fucking tight with the FBI, with the DHS, with the CIA, because they were basically brute forced into it, right? They were like, they were strong armed into it. They didn't want to play along at first. At first, they were, interested in protecting their users. They're like Ewell Roth, to his credit, was actually trying to defend Twitter's users, but at some point they kind of realized they lost control, right? And this is when they lost control. This is the email that that someone wrote. That he doesn't mention who, but it says here, hi, everyone. Given we've now all suspended all accounts, we will take the hit in the press that moves from BuzzFeed to more establishment publications. We'll work to contain it. Relatedly, we can expect more investigation of accounts that are tangentially associated with the IRA handover to the U.S. committees, buoyed by academic brand names. Reporters now know that this is a model that works. Basically, they're being bullied by the journalists. The journalists were essentially, right, and this is very crucial that we point this out, they were acting on behalf of the Intel committees, and the Intel committee at the time, as mentioned by Tom earlier, although it was chaired by a Republican, he basically gave the chair to a Democrat to do as he would, to promote a very anti-Trump agenda. And this is what they did. The journalists were working hand in glove with these Intel committees. They were being leaked information, which they would then use to write articles. They would bully social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook and YouTube and so on, and Google, into doing what the Intel committees wanted them to do, which would be to promote this little narrative. So number 31. Twitter.
Oh, hold on, guys. He has a second drop as well. So just
we're up
FYI.
to so we're up to there's
31.
up to 40 now.
Yeah, I'm up to 31 now, so I'm going to read 31. Yeah. Twitter soon settled on its future posture. In public, it removed at our sole discretion. Privately, they would offboard anything identified by the U.S. Intelligence community as a state-sponsored entity conducting cyber operations. So, like, they basically found a way to brand this, right? And so this is the memo that they sent out on the external offboarding policy. Your use of Twitter services are subject to Twitter's ads policies available at twitter.com/ads-policy, the Twitter rules available at twitter.com/rules, Twitter terms of service available at twitter.com/TOS, and other agreements you have with Twitter and our legal obligations. If we suspect that an ad is in violation of our rights, agreements, or policies, we may stop the ad from running, and in some cases, including but not limited to multiple or severe violations of our rights and policies, or if you engage or are suspected to be engaging in any unlawful activity on our service, as we determine in our sole discretion, we will suspend or terminate your account. And the internal guidance reads, any user identified by the U.S. Intelligence Committee community as a state-sponsored entity cyber operations against targets associated with the U.S. or other elections, or an entity associated with such operations shall not be allowed to advertise on Twitter. So they had two separate messages here. 32.
Yeah, we should also notice, though, it doesn't say what the standard is that the United States intelligence community is going to be identifying these accounts with, and what's the burden of proof that they have to have, and what sort of disclosures were they doing? Because a lot of this information, if they were able to actually conclusively tie it, is absolutely going to be classified at a pretty high level. It's going to, at the minimum, be secret, no foreign. Some of them may be top secret because of the sources and methods used to identify them. So they're not going to put this stuff out there. So at some point, with this sort of internal guidance, you're looking at something really dangerous where, once again, you're going to have to just take our word for it. And that was part of what we see, I think, later on or we've seen previously, but was later on in time, was them getting them to kind of come along by the nose by giving them some special privileges and reading them into certain programs and so on. And that gets buy-in. So, I mean, these two messages I think are pretty interesting on that, but the bottom concerns me.
Yeah, it's like they would literally be handed an Excel sheet of 5,000 accounts, and they would just ban everybody, no question, not even an investigation, right? Because at first they would have done investigations, but at that point they were like, okay, let's just do it. They were strong.
Well, and also, like, what was the club that was wielded? It was the threat of legislation, which everyone should just be aware of. Like, the legislation costs money. It costs money internally because regulations require litigious people to follow it and to make sure that they are in compliance. So your compliance is expensive. It always is going to have some sort of associated cost. It's way easier for them to work within, terms of service that they have created themselves or operational guidelines that they're running within the company. So all these things are under threat of you're going to spend a lot more money and potentially lose money from some of the groups that are affiliated with these political entities that are out there, whether it's going to be DNC, RNC, so on and so forth.
That's right. Yep. So we're almost done here on this drop. Number 32, Twitter let the USIC into its moderation process. It would not leave. Wrote Crowell in an email to the company's leaders, quote, "We will not be reverting to the status quo." And I'll read the whole email. It's pretty short. It says, "Overall, my sense is that the political terrain has shifted in Washington in the run-up to these hearings. The tech industry is going to get a lot more scrutiny and questioning, and we will not be reverting to the status quo ante in DC soon." So the status quo is essentially they're free to do what they want. They're free to self-legislate. They're free to say no to these intel committees. They're free to say no to government. That they're going to defend the rights of people's privacy. Like honestly, what Elon Musk is doing right now is the status quo. It used to be the status quo before Congress took over the company, right? That is what's going on. So that's the end of that Twitter drop. And he said check out Barry Weiss, Schellenberger, Ellich Fang, and David Zweig. And then there was another thread. So as some of you mentioned, he has dropped a second thread. Yes, that's right, he has. So I shall start reading that. If you guys are ready, unless you want to reflect over what we just learned.
Well, I think we'll get Jim. I see you on mute as well. Let's just get a few opinions on what was discussed so far. Your thoughts, just for the audience to better understand and get the different perspectives before we go through the second thread.
Yeah,
Ian, you can prep a quick coffee in the meantime. Ian, you need it.
Yeah, really.
Totally do that.
I think in summary, what this thread ended up doing, it seems to me, and someone contradict me if I'm missing this, is that we just were given the point at which this became an official government operation. They got overwhelmed, they got pushed on, they got directed. And let's not underestimate the possibility, although I'm not making the specific claim because I don't know, but the possibility they sticked BuzzFeed on them. And so that they get that extra pressure because they saw the door being able to close, and now it's an official government operation. And that's what's really scary. And even if I'm not precisely accurate about that, it's close enough to it that we are seeing at this moment that the federal government has been significantly influencing the discourse in this country. And don't forget, they were having this conversation with Mark Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg didn't dump it all on the floor when he did the Joe Rogan interview, but this is in effect substantively what he was referring to when he was talking about they had come to them and said there could be drops of this or that thing that seemed to allude, and I didn't think as clearly as some others, but seemed to allude to the Hunter Biden laptop thing. So that's, I think, what we just learned today. And it's a scary prospect. And it just makes me more glad that Elon has endured this to get to this point, because we'd never know any of this if it weren't for that.
Kyla, yeah, exactly. I see you on mute. Perfect.
Yeah, you know what? So I think Jim's overplaying that hand just a little bit, brother. I think you're moving a little bit too far with.
Someone muted everyone by accident. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, fair enough. So what we have done, though, is we've seen a company sensitized to actual recruitment. So I don't think we've crossed through the door that you're saying, where it becomes a government activity or that that's so obvious. But what we have seen is that there's been, it would be in your interest. It's coercive. You might as well comply with us because you've got this heavy threat above you, which is going to be expensive and it's going to be a pain in the ass to maintain. And so that is that is not exactly quite the same thing as saying that they have been fully recruited, but I do think that we have seen the setup for it. So I just don't think we're as far. This is still like we just saw the prequel, and they're explaining how we ended up in the later files. But I think it would be overstating what we just saw to say that they were fully recruited by this point, because we even saw later on that some of these guys were still resisting and pushing back until the much later, aspects, until even recently in this last midterm election, where they were just kind of gung ho and they were on team intelligence community. So I think it's a nuanced discussion, but I think we should try to be as accurate and precise as possible. The second half, I agreed with what you said.
Yeah, and that's why I solicited any correction. But I think in effect, even if it is of the nature that you described, in effect, that's functionally what we're seeing happening as of this, in my opinion. I mean, I would still maintain at least that aspect of it. If they're willing participants and not truly being run by them, I'll accept that distinction because I think it's a fair one. But right now, you can just see in this drop, it seems to me at least, that they're giving in. I mean, they've now coerced them to some level of participation, where now they can roughly pull the trigger at key times, even if they can't pull it every single time.
Really quick, Mario, I wanted to let you know I invited Reeve to the space. I think he's listening. Reeve, if you leave and rejoin through the link I sent you, it'll allow you to come up. He hasn't been on spaces before, but he is a retired U.S. attorney, federal prosecutor, and I think he would be able to contribute to what we're discussing. Kyle recommended him come in. So if you can, Reeve, just leave and rejoin through that link. Hopefully there's a spot up here.
In terms of the question about the issue of whether Twitter is operating as a government actor here, people will draw their own conclusions. But when a senator tells you, I need you to find some scalps, and you come back, well, we have these, and the senator says, that's not enough, and you come back, well, how about these? That's there's no distinction, in my view, between the government actor, the government official and the private actor here.
Well, Tom,
and so Twitter was acting at the behest of senators, at the behest of congressional officials. They were going and investigating users. The presumption can't be they were all Russian bots. You have to presume they were Americans, and they were being punished. So it was because of Senator Warner acting at the behest of Hillary. And Twitter knew that what it was all about. It wasn't like Twitter was oblivious to this. They knew they were being pressured, and yet they were willing to act at the behest of these government officials to release this pressure from them, to relieve this pressure. And we do know that it became rather explicit. They literally gave them backdoor entries into their system for further censorship. But remember, in terms of the history of the censorship on big tech, it began with this partisan lie that the Russians were coordinating with Trump, and one of the ways that they were pushing to help Trump was on these platforms, and it was a substantial, massive effort. And it was based on that lie that got the big tech companies into the game of content moderation, much more aggressive than they've been in previously, that led to the kind of overwhelming censorship in a run up to the 2020 election. So this is how we lost our First Amendment freedoms online. These are the origin documents in some respects.
I agree with most of what you just said. I think it's worth noting, too, that we're talking about sensitizing someone and getting them sort of in basic tasking. I mean, this is pretty typical for source recruitment. You start tasking people. You see if they show up with what you want. It's that, go give me some scalps, as you mentioned. They come back up and it's not enough. And so now they're working to try to please you and all these kind of things. So there's a lot of human psychology that plays into those things.
Well, this is a Democrat. This is a senator doing it. I mean,
I agree.
These aren't FBI officials. I mean, these are goombas in the senators.
For sure. And
acting like gangsters.
It's the entire apparatus that's working. And as you know, I think as people knew, the acting director Andy McCabe was taking money from the Hillary Clinton campaign, or his wife was for her campaign. So there are ties that kind of make a lot of these things much more suspicious. And since they haven't been adjudicated anyway, I'll just leave it out there for people to read and know. But I agree with you. They're sensitizing them to follow. It doesn't matter whether it's a senator doing it or an FBI agent who's recruiting the source. They're recruiting an actor on their behalf, and that's what we're seeing. I still think we're kind of in we're seeing the shadow of Vader behind Anakin sort of thing. We haven't seen Anakin start taking swings on his own and doing his own deal just for all the Star Wars types. It's that's where we're at. Like, and this is all the preface, and I think we'll see some of the stuff because Taibbi has referred to the FBI.
Come on, Kyle. You think this? I mean, you use the word sensitizing.
Yep.
I mean, that's being. Don't you think that's being charitable? I mean, you had partisan Democrat senators pushing and Congress pushing these folks to remove people from the platforms. That's not sensitizing.
Well, what we're seeing here is they didn't, like I say, if unless we can tie a direct line to the senators and BuzzFeed saying, hey, look at these accounts, what we're seeing is people being prepared to act, looking and they're looking to see where's the weak points. They're testing all the apparatus. And then I think they eventually did. I mean, like I said, when we see a full Excel spreadsheet with, thousands of names on it, then that's compelling action. There's no question in my mind about that. That's the government weighing down on it. I'm saying specifically at this time that we're looking at. So I'm making the nuanced argument that what we just saw today is, and the argument that Taibbi has sort of laid out for us, is essentially that this is what primed them to let him in. I think he proved that case, or at least he makes a strong suggestion that that's the case. And I think when we get into the belly button thing, he's referred to the FBI as belly button to me before. I think that's kind of it's kind of gross. They have a hideous photo or whatever you call it, like animation that goes along with this thread. But we didn't see them cross over from one to the other. I think he proved the point that that's how they got in the door. And so I think that's kind of what I'm saying.
I'm not quite sure I understand what he means by the belly button metaphor. What? Forgive me for being thick. What does he mean?
We're going to find out when it rolls out. But Kyle, what's really valuable about what you're saying, Kyle, is that you are coming from a perspective that I think everyone on this call needs to understand. What's the nuts and bolts of how this rolls? But what Mark Warner is doing here is, it seems to me at least, is very similar to, and not nearly as severe as, but similar to what you see sometimes in some movie where you've got some politician who has a lot of power and influence pulling the strings behind someone's operation. I mean, that's really what this looks like. Now, I'm not saying it's as extreme as some of the real dramatic examples that are on television, but it feels sort of like that. I mean, this is pretty.
I mean, it looks a lot like a protection racket, right? It'd be a real shame if something happened to that company you've got there. We'd really hate to have to go do some regulation. You should probably jump in.
Exactly.
That's what
Which
like
by the way, that's how government works. Listen, I spent 8 years in DC. Tom's around this as well. He sees it every day, longer than I have. I'm just telling you, this kind of effort to make people feel uncomfortable to get done what you want, by the way, is why we're having this thing play out today in the House. You've only got 20 people voting against, or not voting for McCarthy here, but you got a whole bunch of other people who are threatened by losing their committee assignments and losing some power base, and they're not voting the opposite way of McCarthy, and McCarthy's not budging the other way. I mean, that's another example of this kind of influence game that really lays out threats that are given in a way that doesn't seem as directly threatening as they are indirectly. I mean, that's the way it's playing, and this is the dirty part of politics that Americans hate.
I do want to quickly update Ian. Ian, before you take over, did you see the message by Nick in the group?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, the fire. Yeah.
Yeah, worth mentioning, but I think people are going to go crazy with different theories around that. I'm just trying to verify it, but he's like just in case the story wasn't polarizing enough.
Yep.
Just going to make it a bit harder.
So fired was
but yeah, just so the news, where Damar Hamlin is recovering and hopefully recovering. He's in critical condition. But I'm just seeing the news. I can't find anything on
I
it.
think it's so new.
Let me
It's
verify.
so new that it just happened.
Yeah. That's insane. Yeah, just a few minutes ago. Oh, hold on, he sent a video as well.
There's a video. Whoa, no.
Yeah. Did you watch it? Is there fire? No, there's a fire
There's
alarm.
a fire alarm.
Not
So
fire.
somebody pulled the fire alarm. Yeah. I mean, they got to treat it like a real fire, so they're definitely going to evacuate the hospital. Yeah.
Well, that's awful.
Yeah. I don't know if there's an actual fire. I mean, it remains to be seen. That's up to the fire investigators. Okay, so
I'll let you continue
Can
with
we
the
get
job.
Nick? Can we get Nick back up here? He's there currently.
well, I mean,
Oh,
this
shit.
Twitter block. I mean, Twitter drop. So I don't know. Yeah, we should.
Hey Nick, John, I'll let Nick give us a quick update, Ian, and
Yeah,
then we'll
yeah.
continue with the job. Nick,
for it.
just a quick update, man. Is there a fire alarm or is there a fire at the hospital?
No, there's a fire at the hospital, and the sub base. They just kicked me out. So.
Oh wow.
So that's.
But it's confirmed. It's confirmed to be a fire.
Yes, but I mean, it's in the sub basement of the hospital. It's not, you
I
know,
was
sub basement. They're not putting Damar Hamlin in the sub basement. So not too much to worry about. Hospital's not burning down, at least not yet. But they did kick me out of the hospital just now. So.
Okay, let me just mute Tom. Tom, you just got. Okay, I've just muted Tom.
Are they
All right, man, so-
evacuating Nick? Are they evacuating everyone or just?
No, they evacuated the first floor just because the like I said, the sub basement's on fire. They're not evacuating anybody above that floor just because that happens to be the floor it's technically 2 floors above that, but that's protocol. So
At the sub, did you say the sub basement?
yeah, the sub basement. Yeah, so it's technically 2 floors above the sub basement.
What's two? Hold on. What's 2 floors above the sub basement?
The sub basement is technically below the basement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay, and this is very far from where
it's
Damar is
very
located.
far where he's from. So that's what I'm saying. It's not I sent it to the group chat because it's like, okay, yeah, this is kind of funny, just because it's all part of the day, I guess. But yeah, so I mean, there's no imminent threat to anybody that's actually.
But is it a small fire?
It seems to be. It's probably a mechanical fire, just something like an HVAC system or, well, probably not an HVAC system, like a boiler or something that caught on fire. So we don't know that yet, but there's a lot of fire trucks and stuff here. But like I said, not an imminent threat to the hospital or any of the patients as of now. But they just out of precaution. That's why I was able to send a video of the fire alarm going off while we were in there because they didn't immediately rush anybody out. So they clearly weren't that concerned with it. So.
All right, cool, man. Well, I appreciate it. I'm still surprised you haven't gone to sleep and you're still there, man.
No, well, they're doing
they're
about to do a candlelight vigil here in 2.5 hours, so I'm here to cover that.
Oh, okay. All right, man. You're clinically insane.
I
Nick, really appreciate it, man.
Good man. Good man.
All right, man. So for anyone that missed the panel that we did, me, Nick, and other panelists, Ian was there too. It was incredible. It was a very balanced debate. Really enjoyed it. And Nick, you played a key role to make that happen. So appreciate it. Ian will continue with the
It
drops.
felt like an episode of House MD. So if you haven't listened to it, go listen to it. After this, obviously. Okay, so Matt Taibbi, he actually gave an outline of what the second Twitter Files drop today is about. He said new hashtag Twitter Files thread includes Adam Schiff seeking a ban of journalist Paul Sperry. OGA warnings. OGA, as we know, is the CIA. It's a term that they use. Warnings about former Ukraine prosecutor Viktor Shokin's book and how the FBI acted as the belly button for the U.S. government. So I shall begin. Thread, the Twitter Files, Twitter and the FBI belly button. This is the episode. So that was number one. Number two, by 2020, Twitter was struggling with the problem of public and private agencies bypassing them and going straight to the media with lists of suspected accounts. Man. Number three, in February of 2020, as COVID broke out, the Global Engagement Center, a fledgling analytic intelligence arms of the State Department, went to the media with a report called, and this is a quote, the name of the report, it's called Russian Disinformation Apparatus Taking Advantage of Coronavirus Concerns. And it reads as follows. This is the attached document. It is an unclassified document. It reads, it's by the GAC. This is a State Department thing. The report goes, the Global Engagement Center, GEC, through coordination with a trusted partner, not named here, track the global activity of Russian state-linked false personas and proxies, which often push disinformation and propaganda. Coronavirus has been a top subject of these accounts since 24 January. The coronavirus as a topic is being propagated by these Russia-linked accounts in English, Spanish, Italian, German, and French, indicating that this disinformation campaign is intended for a global audience. These same Russia-linked accounts have previously been tracked by the GEC because of their involvement in the Chilean protests, the Yellow Jacket protests in France, and the conflict in Syria and other geopolitical events. And there's an infographic here. It says Russia-linked accounts, and it's got a bunch of dates here. It's up to roughly, I would say, maybe about 1,000 accounts or so. And this date is between the 21st of January to the 11th of February. That's when the timeline is. Number 4. The GEC flagged accounts as Russian personas or proxies based on criteria. This is their criteria, okay? Describing the coronavirus as an engineered bioweapon, blaming, quote unquote, research conducted at the Wuhan Institute, end quote. Funny, right? Because that's exactly where it was conducted. And, quote, attributing the appearance of the virus to the CIA. And so the document attached reads as follows. Now, the number one of the first criteria includes speculation about the origin of the virus. So you merely speculate about the origin of the virus, and they're going to flag you in here. It said attributing the development of the virus to a global bat community research conducted at the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China, in naming the scientists involved as the, quote, man behind the global coronavirus pandemic. And there's a link to it, but he doesn't link, it's obviously a document. Number 2, exacerbation of general concerns related to the coronavirus by, and point number 1, amplification of a video originally posted by the China Global Television Network, that's CGTN, is a Chinese state company, reporting that a second hospital in Wuhan has been expanded to accommodate additional beds, and using catchy headlines to cause panic, such as breaking, Japan and Germany confirm coronavirus cases in individuals who never traveled to Wuhan, China, and breaking, Japan confirms coronavirus case in individual who never traveled to Wuhan, China. And number 3, blaming Bill Gates for running a simulation test 6 weeks prior to the outbreak in China. Now, I remember a lot of conservatives even talking about this, so there's a small chance that you were flagged as a Russian disinformation operative if you even posted about this. Number 4, describing the coronavirus as an engineered bioweapon. And number 5, attributing the appearance of the virus in China to the CIA. And there's this a screenshot within the article that reads, with China rising to eclipse the economic power of the West and the Trump's war against China failing, what better means than a virus cooked in the CIA's labs to inject an unstoppable lethality there? Anyone who knows the CIA history knows this is possible. And there's a little picture there. So this is what they claimed to be Russian disinformation, part of their apparatus, supposedly. Number 5, this is back to Matt Taibbi. He writes, State also flagged accounts that retweeted news that Twitter banned popular U.S. Site Zero Hedge, claiming the episode, quote, led to another flurry of disinformation narratives, end quote. Zero Hedge had done reports speculating that the virus had a lab origin. Now, as we now all know, it did, right? There's a very good chance it did, a 99% chance that it did. I just pulled that number out of my butt. But where else did it come from? Did it come from bat soup? No, it did not. So the GEC writes,
maybe it
it
did.
didn't, though.
Hey,
maybe
Ian, one of the things that you mentioned in the opening of this document of this Intel product is that we were looking at 1,000, a peak of 1,000 accounts. It's actually only 1,000 posts. That's post volume. So we're talking about like the tweet volume of like some of y'all's accounts that are actually out there sending things out all day long.
Yeah, like literally account for like half of it. Yeah,
this could just be a couple of accounts. It doesn't have to be 1,000 accounts, which would be a much bigger, active. I think it's worth.
That's a good point. Yeah, so not 1,000 accounts is promoting. It's literally could be dozens of accounts that are tweeting about this, and many of us were. I think people in this chat were. I was certainly talking about the lab origin. Does that mean I'm a disinformation agent? No, because that is exactly what happened. The GEC writes in this little document here that on 3rd February, the narrative shifted to reports of xenophobia circulating online, as demonstrated in the below tweet. And this is some article, a Twitter account called Real News. It's at blue.2018. Not sure what this account is. The person tweeted, it's essential to realize that the common flu kills 60 times more people than the coronavirus. Misinformation is widespread and is being greatly fueled by an already existing xenophobia. Outbreaks of racism pose a great threat to society than any virus. This was the tweet from February 3rd, 2020. This was cited as an example of reports of xenophobia circulating online. The report continues. It says, finally, the suspension of Zero Hedge Twitter account led to another flurry of disinformation narratives. It's funny they call them disinformation narratives, and it's literally what happened, right? So they weaponized the term. Zero Hedge's most recent post received high engagement, 10,999 retweets and 14,300 likes, and focused supposedly on organic matter burning in Wuhan as judged by increased levels of sulfur dioxide. Now, if any of you remember back then, there was some assumptions or speculation that China was perhaps burning organic material, meaning dead bodies or possibly rubber, because they would have to use they would have to dispose of PPEs. So that was a consideration that a lot of people were making. A lot of people thought that maybe China was covering up the dead numbers. I think there was a lot of anti-China stuff that was actually even coming out at this point. Unclear as to who was responsible for that. There's a lot of anti-Chinese actors in the West, and I'm not saying it's the U.S. government. I'm literally just calling them anti-China because they're anti-CCP. So it would be in their interest to shame the Chinese government, right? That does happen. And one example for this tweet was somebody named Citizen Halo, hashtag hands off Iran. And this person's Twitter account is @HaloEffecti. And this person tweeted, Zero Hedge banned from Twitter, and BuzzFeed accuses it of coronavirus conspiracy, quote, doxing a Chinese scientist, and it links to RT. Because RT actually wrote about how Twitter had banned Zero Hedge, because, it is news. It says here, Zero Hedge should join a Russian social media site, VK, as there's no NATO propaganda arm Atlantic Council acting as Orwellian Ministry of Truth. Now, there's a chance this was a Russian account, but we have no idea, right? But they claimed it was.
Can we yeah, Ian, can we dig into something too that's really funny? I think the fact that we have a mention of Orwellian Ministry of Truth. Yep. In the meantime, like this intelligence product is using the word disinformation. Mm-hmm. And that's specific, not misinformation. Misinformation means that it's a mistake. Disinformation means that there's a concerted effort, that it is intentionally wrong and trying to mislead people. So the irony of this is quite funny to me. And the second thing is, and I think we've talked about this previously, but when you start bringing in intelligence people and they start operating in this space, it doesn't matter if they're at State Department or if they're at the CIA or if they're at the FBI or anywhere else, DHS and so on. Intel people tend to be very educated. They tend to be sort of indoor dogs. They're kind of they're working in a space that's very different than operational. So that's why Jack Ryan is so amusing as a silly thing, because he's supposed to be an analyst and he's not supposed to be in the field. So when you're looking at these people, a lot of them have advanced degrees and so on. Like they tend to have a more academic focus on things, which tends to lead towards a more liberal bias, in my experience. And I think that's borne out over most people. They cherry picked two, like, who in the heck are these accounts?
Right.
Like what influence are they having on anybody? No one's ever heard of them here.
Just like random accounts.
So nothing against what they're out there sharing, but they're sharing things that nobody saw, essentially. Like, maybe a couple hundred people may have seen. And then they're over here hawking Zero Hedge, which I know a lot of people that follow, and it's got some really interesting reporting on there, and probably some stuff that's not true, but I don't think it's disinformation by its nature. If it's wrong, then it's mistaken reporting or it's editorial, so be it. But it's just really funny that they're gonna try to call out someone for being like putting out the Ministry of Truth piece, when in fact they are actually adjudicating themselves the same way.
Yeah, they are acting as the Ministry of Truth. They're acting as the Disinformation Governance Board, if you will, right? It's very Orwellian, and they're essentially
they did put what out.
Put what out?
They did start a literal board, right?
They actually did start one afterwards, like in 2021. They started one until Jack Posobiec exposed them and sort of forced them to shut their doors. So they're back to being in the shadows again, which is hilarious because the woman responsible for the Disinformation Governance Board literally got a job afterwards working for the British government, doing the same thing. Wow. Whoa.
But that's the interesting part, is like a lot of people, there's a difference of opinion here, because there's a lot of people who think that should exist, right? That people should be protected from disinformation, and there's or even misinformation, because there's one thing is like, okay, somebody's putting out intentional narrative. We're tracing down things to like literal bot farms and things like that, and that's I might lean towards maybe we should, not maybe, I actually do think we should shut that down if we can literally prove that. But in terms of other things, it's like there are definitely people who think that even that should be shut down. And so, you've got two very different viewpoints battling with each other. I guess an ideological battle or a philosophical battle, whatnot, where people want to protect other people from
bad
opinions,
information, right?
essentially.
Bad information they claim.
Bad
Yeah,
But
information.
yet it's all based
Yeah.
on opinions.
But
It's all subjective, right?
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to side on the side of more information and freedom in this country. I mean, I just think that's
Like
we,
this
we
space
can't
would
Yeah,
not be
no,
allowed,
I
right?
mean,
They,
I
they
think
would
there's
literally
always a
call
line.
this space
Somebody's always going to
disinformation
say
because
this is too far and this is not far enough. And I think it's where that line is drawn that we have to say, okay, what's the best spot? Is this the best spot to draw that line? And I don't think we'll ever get agreement
I think
on
that
that
was the
between
problem, right? Because
all.
early on, they literally banned Zero Hedge from, promoting the speculation that the virus came from a lab, and that later turned out to be true, right? I mean, if not necessarily true, I mean, not 100% provably true, very likely true, and something that scientists and
I
epidemiologists
wouldn't say
agree
very
with.
likely. I think it's still up in the air.
I would say
I think
even just plausible is enough to make it a story that shouldn't be censored. It doesn't have to be very likely to be true.
Plausible, and Tom Cotton brought it up because it was brought up to him by the intelligence community, right? It was told to him in a top secret meeting, and he went out and he said, "Hey, this is what's happening. Very likely this is happening. This is what the information told me." Right? The intelligence community.
To Ed's point, I think people are not going to agree to where that line is going to have to be drawn. So at the same time, how do you resolve
Err on the
that?
side of freedom. Err on the side of
Right.
conversation and
So
opinions.
so we really have to either err on the side of freedom or the other, right?
Yep.
So there is no real compromise ultimately.
Because the problem with limiting this information, quote unquote, limiting disinformation, is that if you have a certain narrative bias and you so strongly believe in it, what you're going to do is you're going to end up suppressing anyone who disagrees with you. Like, for instance, with the efficacy of masks or the 5 feet rule, which again, both things got admitted later on that they were just bullshit, a way to nudge people into accepting this social control that they have over us, right? They admitted it. They literally flat out and said, "Yeah, we made up the 5 feet rule because it made people feel good and it made them easier to control." Right? Like, that is literally why it was invented.
That's the first I hear of that. Who admitted it? How?
It was God. I can't remember the guy's name. Like, he Scott fucking God. Like, his name is, sorry for cursing. He works at Pfizer now. He's on the board, but he used to work for the Trump administration. He used to work.
Scott Atlas.
Yeah. I think he's one of them, and there's the other guy also. Like, they basically admitted on I think CBS on 60 Minutes. They said something like that they made up the 5 feet rule because it just sounded good, and it seemed like it would work. And realistically, if you wanted to actually limit the spread of any sort of airborne virus, it would have to be 15 feet. But then they kind of realized that having 15 feet would basically mean shutting down all society, no grocery shopping, nothing. Right? That's impossible to do. So they kind of settle on just a random number, something that wasn't 1 foot, but it was like somewhere in between 1 feet and 15 feet, essentially. So they just settled on 5 feet. But there's no scientific basis behind it. There's no data supporting the claim that 5 feet is actually enough to mitigate the spread of the virus. It just sort of makes assumptions.
I mean, I'm sure 5 feet's better than 4 feet, and 4 feet's better than 3 feet, and 3 feet.
Guys, I think also, like Ian, you mentioned that and they believed it could work, but how much did they believe, etc., which is a pretty good debate to have. But I do want to mention one quick thing. Twitter Safety tweeted. Did you mention it, Ian? Because I dropped out for a bit. Twitter Safety's tweet about 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago.
I didn't catch that. What did it say?
I'll read it out to you. Nothing too major, but definitely interesting considering what we're discussing now. We believe that cause-based advertising can facilitate public conversation around important topics. Today, we're relaxing our ads policy for cause-based ads in the US.
Whoa!
We also plan to expand the political advertising we permit in the coming weeks. Moving forward, we'll align our advertising policy with that of TV and other media outlets. As with all policy changes, we will first ensure that our approach to reviewing and approving content protects people on Twitter. We'll share more details as this work progresses.
That's incredible. That's huge.
Yeah, well, that's what I was complaining about earlier, that they, groups like Judicial Watch, a major transparency group, couldn't run significant ads on Twitter to educate.
So Tom, what you're saying is political bias. By the way, Sebastian, I've just sent you an invite to come up. And I think I sent Laverne. I've also sent you an invite there, Miss Spicer. If you want to jump up, I'm not sure if it's glitching. Just DM me if it is. But what you're saying, Tom, is that political bias prevented a lot of organizations from advertising. And got your thoughts on this, and we'll go to Alex.
I mean, the goal was the left doesn't need to advertise the way conservative entities do to increase to gain public support and education, because they got all these other vehicles. So they're happy to suppress a few leftist groups in these advertising suppression campaigns because they think that anything on the right is disinformation and misinformation. And so, no one should speak in order to keep the wrong people from speaking. It's totalitarian in outlook, and I'm glad Musk is retreating from it.
That's good.
Alex?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly note that Twitter restored Paul Sperry's Twitter account after the revelations that just came out with Adam Schiff.
He's been banned
plotting
forever.
to censor him.
Yeah, he's a journalist.
Yeah,
He
I
works for the
know.
New York
So
Times.
he was just reinstated.
Yeah.
Hey, if I might, and by the way, let's keep in mind, I've said this before, but there might be people who haven't heard it because I think it's a really important point. The one area of the First Amendment, one of the things the First Amendment does so specifically is absolutely protect misinformation and disinformation. And there's one significant space where they do it, and that's in political communication. Obviously, there are moral issues with misinformation and disinformation. If you merely make a mistake, that is a moral failing because you didn't look things up well enough. Disinformation is malignant and not benign, and that's a problem. But that kind of communication happens in every political campaign. And then, and by the way, it's a subjective criteria in many, even on the margins anyway, because your disinformation is, to me, information or whatever, and people think about it in different ways. So, but that's absolutely protected speech. And that's why Tom Fitton's organization getting shut out, that was purely political and anti free speech in terms of its purpose, because that is information, a transparency organization, which does find out information that is very valuable for Americans to know about. That's why you have to wade through misinformation and disinformation, if you want to call it that, to try to get to the truth, because you'll never get to it otherwise. Otherwise, you just get real information gets shut out.
I'll go to, before going to Sebastian. So go ahead, Catherine. Catherine, you're muted now. Or did I drop out?
No, you're
Ian,
here.
am I there?
You're
Or
here.
is, oh, okay.
You're there.
Scared the shit out of me, Catherine. All right, Ken, I'll let you just jump in on this point before going to Sebastian, getting his thoughts on the drop so far, and then continuing the drop with Ian. Go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah, I just actually wanted to thank you all for the invite to discuss this with you. I'm going to go take my kids out to dinner. And if you want to add name redacted 247, he's ahead.
Oh, yeah, of course. Of course. I'll send him an invite now, man. 100%.
Yeah, I'll drop out and leave somebody else in the spot.
I'll get name redacted in. It'll be great to have him here. And let me bring him
Thank you,
in.
Kyle. And hopefully we'll get Reeve back up here and able to speak at some
point.
point.
Reeve, please request to speak. I'll try to send you through the invite as well via DM.
Yeah, Kat, you had something to say?
Do that now.
You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, she's. I'll go to Sebastian. How are you?
I'm good. I'm catching up. I just left my studio and I'm just having so much fun listening to the Krassensteins lecture us about what effective social distancing is. The great medical experts that are the Krassensteins. I had a question left over from the last time we spoke to you guys, really, because I was very disturbed when Elon hinted that we're almost at the end of the drops, given what Mike Pence and others have revealed, the enormity of censorship. It looks like we're not near the end yet. Looks like it may be going on further. So curious what other people thought when they heard Elon say that.
When did he say that?
One of the previous spaces, I heard him say that.
I don't recall him saying that, but I know there's still a lot of Fauci stuff that hasn't been released yet.
That's what I was thinking. That's why I was like, oh, hang on, come on, we're tip of the iceberg.
He might have been talking about the end of the COVID stuff, but I think I remember him saying that, Sebastian. I think you're right.
That sucks. The movie, every show has, it comes to an end at some stage. But yeah, well, Sebastian, it's a pleasure to have you. I'm not sure how long these drops will be on for. We'll ask him and we'll get an idea. But yeah, otherwise, Ian, I'll let you continue the drop. What have I did drop out for a bit. Like for anyone that just joined as well, a 30-second summary of what the new drop includes before we continue, if you don't mind, Ian.
Yeah, sure. Where was I? I'm just re-adding Catherine.
Yeah, she's on already. So yeah, yeah. Before you continue, yeah, just 30 seconds. What did we discuss? What did the drop reveal so far?
Do you want to talk about the previous drop or just this one so far?
No, this one, this particular one. The previous one, I got it all.
This one so far, basically a State Department linked entity, something akin to the Disinformation Governance Board, produced an intelligence document which identified accounts that tweeted up to about 1,000 times a day, and this is in totality. So like, I tweet about maybe 200 times a day. So that could literally be 5 accounts, right? Tweeting about the origins of the coronavirus essentially painted you, according to this organization, as a Russian disinformation producer, right? And such examples would be talking about how the coronavirus originated in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. If you mention that, then they would flag you as these are individuals manually flagging people as possible Russian disinformation account.
Yeah, and I did a tweet when I started looking into this theory. Like, I'm guilty of dismissing a lot of theories as I'll just kind of use the term conspiracy theory just for lack of a better term. Don't mean any offense, but just like a theory not worth considering or too far away from reality. And that was one of them. I didn't even bother researching it.
Yeah.
And then when I ended up researching it, just because it became a topic of discussion in recent weeks, I just realized that it just like it doesn't matter what side of the fence you're in politically or whether you believe what the government says or not, or how critical you are of the government. The theory just makes logical sense, and like the dots do align. And I'm not talking about random, how we had a guy once, Ian, that came on the panel, just started connecting when it came on the Andrew Tate panel, started connecting random things that had nothing to do with each other. No, it's just it just genuine, logical.
Yeah, this one makes sense. This is what
The account that brought up the bioweapons information was suspended immediately. They had gained around 25,000 followers overnight, and they were suspended immediately.
Yep.
It was pretty wild darkness because it was going to that account to see what information they were sharing, and it was logical and it did make sense based on the map, locations, everything that they were stating. And now we're finding out that a lot of it was actually true, but the account was suspended by old Twitter. And that was during the height of the Ukraine Russia stuff.
Yep.
Sorry, Matt, go for it.
And what's ironic though, you have to either be extremely unintelligent or a sheep to believe that of all the people Russia would try to blame for this, they would pick China, the one, I guess you could say, partner of sorts with some of their more mischievous dealings. It just doesn't make any sense. If Russia wanted to do a disinformation campaign, they would literally say the United States started COVID. They would not say China. So the idea that anyone who actually has any amount of intelligence believed that is so far from the truth. It's clear they just wanted to defend China for whatever reason. They wanted to make sure that no one could question the narrative. They wanted to make sure that people who were saying things against masks or vaccines didn't have any leg to stand on whatsoever when it came to studies. They didn't want a single thing to be able to get through that fence. And I have to imagine anyone at the top there who had any level of intelligence, which doesn't sound like that many people perhaps, would have known that this was complete BS and still continued with it anyway, which is why it's so good Elon Musk is exposing it.
Yeah, I'll just for the audience, what I mentioned earlier, brother Matt just makes it a good point. And that point first is, yeah, like it could be. I still don't think it's a Russian misinformation campaign based on what we're seeing now. But like one way of looking at it is like Russia's trying to cause friction between China and the US. Like Russia and China do have their allies, but they do have.
The funny thing is,
yeah, true.
Because Trump was so anti-China at that point that they didn't need to do anything.
But you put oil on the fire, so like, why not? If he's already anti-China, let's just make it even, make him even more anti-China and make the population despise China as well. But like, again, this is just I'm just thinking of theories here because I agree with Matt and Tara and Ian and others. It just doesn't look, and the files as well, just doesn't look like a Russian misinformation campaign.
Yeah, it doesn't add up.
And about
China and Russia have the best relationship with each other now than they've had in a very long time.
Yeah,
True,
it's all
true,
thanks
yeah.
to America for fucking up the economy. So
Yeah, so
Biden
before
very
digress,
successful.
okay, before we digress, another thing just about the lab leak theory. So as I said, guys, it's just or for the audience, it's a theory worth exploring, worth discussing. True or not, we don't have the facts to obviously make a
We can
conclusion. There,
probably
it's
talk
just
about it in a
what
future one. We can go into detail about
yeah,
it.
exactly. All I want to say is what I meant by it is it's a theory worth discussing and far from a theory that's worth censoring. At least that's based on my research. Reason.
And the added irony is that the documents Judicial Watch uncovered showed the Fauci gang was desperately trying to track down that theory because they were worried their gain of function funded research there in Wuhan may have led to the virus. That was their immediate concern.
Which
and
is
they were
the
trying to
that, I
censor
guess,
people for asking the
Now we
same
know.
question.
And now we know.
yeah. So just for we may know just for the audience, like we're gonna organize a debate on this point because this is a
It's
very
such a big topic. It's like its
very
own
interesting
space,
discussion.
right?
It
It's
is.
like just to touch on
It
it
is.
on
It
my
is.
own part. I will say that the gain of function research was exactly what led to it. That's the reason why EcoHealth Alliance, which by the way, it was performing this research at the Wuhan Institute of Virology in China, they were the ones who came up with this, and it probably leaked. I don't think it was on purpose. This is my opinion, right? It could have been done on purpose, maliciously, but it was a bioweapon because it has, like, as Elon Musk himself said, calling it gain of function is just a nicer thing weaponizing, because it's just there's no other purpose for it besides to kill people, right? Like, why else would you do this? So yeah, it's a bioweapon. It's 100% bioweapon, and we know this now. And they didn't want word getting out, and that's the reason why they work so hard, so diligently to cover it up, and then they blame the Russians for it, for spreading it, for the information.
I do
Mr.
find
Health
the
Alliance, he
Even
shut down Bhattacharya.
what they do is they
Sorry, guys. I see everyone's
Everybody's
talking at
talking
the
at the
same
same
time.
time.
So yeah, Matt. Yeah, Matt. I'll let you jump in, then Jim. Then we'll just move on because I know we're gonna, this becomes a really long, deep debate with different people with different theories. So Matt, I'll let you comment on this before Jim, and then we'll continue with the thread if you don't mind, Ian.
Yeah.
Cool. And so, yeah, what I was going to say is that even on that point, if they did want to cause division between the U.S. and China, it would be a much better strategic move to blame the U.S. for it and cause that same division while also painting the U.S. as a bad guy, whereas you're moving strategically closer to someone who you already have better relationships with on a trade level at the very least in China, which we're clearly seeing now based on the situation with Ukraine. They're moving closer to China. So I would have to imagine, like, even on that note, you still couldn't really make the argument that Russia would be making that decision.
I think someone's just jumping in right after. I'll let you jump in. It was you, Jim, and then we'll continue with the thread with Ian.
I think Kat has
Yeah,
something
sorry.
to say after Jim. Yeah, so let's go first.
Yeah, sure. Okay, sure.
Sorry for jumping over you, Matt. I didn't hear you. But anyway, I was going to say, just keep in mind, Victor Dazik, who runs EcoHealth Alliance, was the one who pushed to squash the Barrington Declaration, Dr. Bhattacharya's letter as well, which at least made implication in this direction also. So that was a big part of this scam, in my opinion.
That's right, yeah. And Peter Dazik was responsible for EcoHealth Alliance. He worked at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and he was tied to Fauci. Fauci funded him.
Whereas Ed, I know you're kind of give you your thoughts there just to balance it out because I know you're. I think we discussed it, the lab leak theory, and you were pretty critical of it, but you did agree that it's just it's a point worth discussing and not worth censoring. Any thoughts on this, Ed, before we continue? No, he's not there. All right, Ian, let's continue with the thread. But yeah, so just for the audience, we will do a panel on this about the lab leak theory as we've been covering COVID,
Probably
and we'll
when
have,
they
as
release the
always,
COVID files, because they are releasing that.
exactly with the Fauci files, and as always, we'll have a panel that's is a split covering both sides to have a good debate going as we always do. But yeah, Ian, I'll let you continue.
Okay, number 6, the GEC still led directly to news stories like the AFP's headline. Quote, Russia linked to disinformation campaign led to coronavirus alarm, U.S. says. And a political story about how Russian, Chinese, Iranian disinformation narratives echo one another. So essentially the intelligence community linked to articles that were friendly to its own narrative. Gee, I wonder who fed them this information. Yeah, could it be that an intel source from the State Department gave this information to the AFP and to Politico? Yes, actually, yes, because they even say in the articles that the sources are from the U.S. government. So that's interesting. And so, one of the articles, I'm not going to read the article. You can literally read it up yourself. It is Russia-linked disinformation campaign, fueling coronavirus alarm, U.S. says. That's on the AFP. And the other one is a state report. Russian, Chinese, and Iranian disinformation narratives echo one another. That's on Politico. So you can look those up, those articles. They are sourcing U.S. State Department officials talking anonymously. And so what's funny here is that there's something, it's like a little bit masturbatory. Basically, they fed these news organizations all the information that they wanted to be printed, and then they linked back to it using their fucking intelligence report. So they're literally sourcing themselves as the origin of this so-called research. It's so fascinating. Just the gall to do that. Crazy. I mean, man. Anyway, number 7.
All which had the benefit of protecting the Chinese communists.
Yep. Interesting.
I mean, it doesn't matter who runs the State Department. That's their default policy, it seems. So I'm sure Sebastian agrees with me on that.
Yeah. I mean, if Sebastian, you want to add to that?
I'll let you continue, Ian. Yeah, just
You might just be
I don't know if
listening.
it's glitching. They
Might
can't
be
mute.
cooking or something, yeah, and just listening to us.
Nah, or they can't unmute. I'm just checking with Ed as well if maybe he can't unmute.
Okay.
But I'll let you continue, man. How many more points
I
left
have
in
no
the
idea.
thread?
I'm not going to
It's been a
scroll all
long
the way
one.
down, and I'll just keep reading.
I'll check it out for you. Where are we up to?
7.
All right, cool.
Okay. Quote. This is from Taibbi. There's a quote here. You haven't.
It goes down to 40, by the way.
40.
Okay. Cool. We'll go. Let's get a few going. Let's get
I'll
a few
read
done.
up to like 15 or something, and then we can start talking again. 7. You haven't made a Russia attribution in some time. This is in large caps. And then, okay, so when Clemson's, that's a university, Media Forensics Hub complained that Twitter hadn't made a Russia attribution in some time, the Trust and Safety Chief Yolarov said it was, quote, revelatory of their motives. And this is an email where he says he says, just had an intro call of Clemson researchers, and here are a few highlights. Point 1, they continue to dig into Project Sunlight data releases and commended Twitter on its transparency and commitment to making these data sets open to researchers like themselves. And another point, they are working on developing a media literacy tool to help consumers identify when they might be engaging with an inauthentic persona online, using examples from Twitter data as case studies. And this is the part that's highlighted. He says, they did ask about our findings regarding the latest list of accounts they shared with NBC, and I relayed that we did see some inauthentic behaviors, but they were that we are unable to attribute the accounts to the IRA. That's IRA is a Russian bot farm, supposedly. They noted that we haven't made an attribution to Russia in some time, and asked if there's any information they could provide to help us make those links. Wow, see, like they're telling Twitter, they're saying, hey, Twitter, how is it that you haven't pinpointed any Russian activity? Here's some, we can offer you some help to show how they are actually Russian, right? This is what they were saying. This is the the subtext for their offer. So Yul says, I offered that it would be helpful in the future to arrange an analytical exchange ahead of any conclusions they release, and we'd be open to doing so. If SI agrees, I recommended we set up an analytical exchange along the lines of one blank name had with the GEC. These guys are going to continue the work and have put some good research given the access that they have, and obviously are connected with the media. I think relationship is worth continued investment. So yeah, he's like, he's cucking to these guys, right? And there's another email from Yul Roth. He says, thanks, folks. We had several of these calls with them, including this year around the IRA/EBLA disclosures. We heard a lot from them about IR approach. Oh my for their approach, yeah, it sounds like their ire. I thought they're like weird pronouns anyway, and have shared information about how we typically engage with researchers. Well, I'm happy for us to continue support as we did previously when blank name managed this relationship. I want to emphasize that we worked with them a lot already. And when he says a lot, he's like super caps it, and then he says, and then continue to behave this way despite those efforts. You, quote, haven't attributed to Russia in a while, end quote. Comment is particularly revelatory of their motivations, in my opinion. In these sets specifically, we heard their thinking about all of them in detail around the EBLA disclosure when they were disgruntled that we didn't put them out at the same time. There's nothing new we'll learn here analytically, and we're not going to attribute these accounts to Russia. Let's see, absent some solid technical data, which Clemson have not been able to provide. If PP wants someone from the SI to get back on the phone with them to help the relationship, we can. So Yoel is the first email I read was actually not from Yoel Roth. It was from someone who had met with Yoel Roth, and then Yoel Roth replied to it, and he was pissed off. He was like, okay, so these guys are basically trying to strong arm us into claiming that everything is a Russian bot. And he's irritated by this. So he's actually irritated at Clemson for trying to force Twitter into doing that. And he's kind of like admonishing the guy who sent him the email, because that guy is just a fucking rube, right? He's a fucking moron who's, doing the bidding of Clemson. I mean, he's just relaying that information. He's a messenger, sure, but he is very uncritical about, about the request. So, number 8. We're happy to work directly with you on this instead of the NBC. And NBC is, the news channel, right? News publication and so on. So Roth tried in vain to convince outsider researchers like Clemson Lab to check with them before pushing stories about foreign interference to the media. And so an email by Nick Pickles, he wrote, agreed, they have a U.S. government relationship. Happy for the D.C. team to pick up the relationship, but I've spoken with them in the past and similarly share Yoel's frustration that they don't take any sort of guidance on what they found. So, like, they're basically, the people at Clemson, the U.S. government, they're all like claiming, oh, it's Russian bots. And Twitter's like, how is it Russian bots, though? Please provide us with evidence. And they're kind of not doing that. So, Yoel Roth replies, he says, thanks Nick Pickles for the awareness as well. When blank name left, I started interacting directly with the Clemson folks in hopes of getting them to stop going down this path of running to the press with claims of Russian activity. Obviously, I was unsuccessful, as we've been unsuccessful with them for years now. Happy for whoever to manage this, but I do think outreach to them to say something like, hey, we heard from a reporter that you say you found Russians. I'm substituting IRA for Russians is a lot easier. As you said a bunch of times, we're happy to work directly with you on this instead of through NBC. And would be justified. So he wants somebody at Twitter to like reach out to these guys and be like, yo, we can work with you directly. Stop telling, NBC that we are like, bad at catching Russians, because there's literally none. And these guys are just making stupid claims, right? So Twitter's upset. Yeah, Twitter's pretty upset. Yoel's pretty upset about this. Number 9. Twitter was also trying to reduce the number of agencies with access to Roth. Quote, if these folks like the House Homeland Committee and the DHS, once we give them a direct contact with Yoel, they will want to come back to him again and again, said Policy Director Carlos Monge. So they kind of realized that if they gave direct access to Yoel Roth, that these organizations would just lean on him directly and make it a lot easier for them to get what they wanted, right? It has to be a chain of command here, right? Or chain of access, whatever you want to call it.
Before you continue, Ian, just let you know, breaking news 9 minutes ago, Behnan Rezai, Twitter's head of product and engineering and one of the last non-Elon Musk appointed leaders at the company, just resigned. So it was just confirmed 9 minutes ago. Not too major, but just something worth noting. Again,
interesting,
relevant to the conversation.
Yeah, I guess he couldn't take the Elon's work schedule, which is like actually doing work instead of drinking coffee all day. That would be my my guess. And now, and now Elon can hire someone good. He'll just hire from someone in Tesla.
I'll let you continue, Ian. Maybe another couple of points before we go to Matt, name redacted, and Reeve.
Yep. Number 10. When the State Department / GEC, I guess that's what they are, and that's the State Department. Remember, this was in 2020 during the Trump administration, wanted to publicize a list of 5,500 accounts it claimed would, quote, amplify Chinese propaganda and disinformation, end quote, about COVID. Twitter analysts were beside themselves, and he gets into it. So the GEC report appeared to be based on DHS data circulated earlier that week and included accounts that followed 2 or more Chinese diplomatic accounts. So basically, anyone who followed Chinese diplomatic accounts, in which they have a bunch, these are official accounts, you can follow them. I actually follow more than a few of them, right? They have some interesting tweets. They tweet about America sometimes. They tweet about China a lot. But I mean, any journalist would be following them. It'd be kind of dumb not to. So you're listed on a fucking list for doing that. So they reportedly ended up with a list of nearly 250,000 names long, and it included Canadian officials and a CNN account. Yeah, no fucking surprise you'd get journalists on this list. No surprise you'd have government accounts from all over the world following these diplomatic accounts because, my God, why would you want to follow a diplomatic account? Oh my God, crazy, right?
What's the list for? Is there any action from that list or just monitoring?
They're claiming
or do
that
they don't say?
amplified Chinese propaganda and disinformation. That's what they claimed. That is literally insane. So if you are one of 250,000 people on Twitter that follow 2 or more, and this is 2, mind you, right, 2 Chinese official accounts, then you are listed on this list. So you follow that really funny guy, the one who dunks on people, the one who works at China Daily or whatever that site is called. You follow him and you follow some other Chinese account, then you are on this list. You are officially a spy or an asset of the Chinese government. This is how stupid these people are.
Is it just following or retweeting?
Following. Literally following. This is why Twitter was very upset with the State Department here as he goes in. There's an email chain here that I will read. Literally just following, by the way. Yeah. Nick Pickles writes, and he says, I'm assuming that the policy/comms folks on their side haven't reviewed the list line by line. So curious how they would react if I told their analytics colleagues had included the Canadian military and CNN. This is how bad it was, right? The Canadian military obviously is going to follow a bunch of diplomatic accounts because why wouldn't it? It's official. And they were listed on a list of Chinese assets, Chinese propaganda/disinformation assets. Yeah, that's how bad it is. And so the email continues. It says, hi, blank name. I can at least share from the press side that CNN heard that they have nearly 250,000 accounts. There's a quote here. It says, a State Department spokesperson told CNN that the GEC provided Twitter with a small sample of the overall data set that included nearly 250,000 accounts, adding it was, quote, not surprising that there are authentic accounts in any sample, end quote. And so the email continues. It says, here's a roundup of coverage and some notable tweets thus far. I also expect separate and or updated Bloomberg story and possibly a piece from the Associated Press who I spoke with earlier. Overall, pretty straightforward coverage. The pointed headline is to be expected from CNN. Okay. Now there's an email from Stacia Cardill. It's regarding action requested readout state/GEC, so State Department. She says, hi, Nick. This is a transmittal information from the state. So she's relaying the information from the State Department, which reads as follows. It goes, we are providing these 5,500 accounts that display inorganic behavior and follow, not retweet, follow 2 or more of the 36 Chinese diplomatic Twitter accounts that we have identified in the report. Due to the fact that these accounts follow 2 or more of these diplomatic accounts, and a good portion of them are newly created, we believe that they are suspicious. This is shared for your situational awareness and no action is requested. Per our call, we stand by for any communications you'd like to pass related to our special envoy, and are also ready to, should you request an additional call to discuss the report or data. Okay, and then
who was that? Who was that
the
from?
State Department sent it. They sent it to Twitter for Twitter to peruse.
Is that just? Do you think that's just intentional or just incompetence?
I think it's fucking incompetence. These people are morons. They're literally morons. They're like, oh, let's do a thing.
He's so
attack them.
So
I mean, we've all seen these disinformation specialists. It's pretty a low rent area of expertise. And
so essentially,
when you layer the government action, the government side of that, you're scraping the bottom of the barrel in terms of analytical ability.
Mm-hmm. And Elon just called out Adam Schiff, so we're gonna get to that one. He said, "Hey, Adam Schiff, what's this?" And he's quote tweeting one of the later tweets in here. So I'll try to get to it. Number 12. Roth, Yoel Roth, saw the GEC's move as an attempt by the GEC to use intel from other agencies to insert themselves into the content moderation club that included Twitter, Facebook, the FBI, DHS, and others. So the State Department essentially wanted to be in on that club, right? That very exclusive club that the other groups are already a part of. Yoel Roth sent this email, said, thanks all, catching up on an email today. 3 high-level thoughts. 1, the GEC's blitz on these issues is, at least in part, an attempt to insert themselves into the conversations we've had with the DHS, FBI, FBI, ODNI, and others. Per Facebook, they've explicitly requested to participate in those conversations. Obviously, state is a significant voice and one we don't want to neglect. But I do want us to continue to maintain a distinction between the highly trusted, valued relationships we've built over the years with entities with considerable expertise and authority in these domains and other parts of the US government that may engage on these questions from time to time, sometimes in more political ways than others. It's interesting, he even admits it's political. Number 13. The GEC was soon agreeing to be looped into Twitter before going public, but they were using a technique that had boxed in Twitter before. Quote, the delta between when they share material and when they go to the press continues to be problematic, end quote, wrote one communications official. There's somebody at Twitter, and he or she writes, some thoughts here, seeing the GEC piece, our info ops regarding China, and future labeling us interconnected. I think we need to be mindful of the larger picture. Agree with blank name that something a little more detached and direct might be helpful so that they're aware we're going over the data rigorously by our own internal standards and not half-baked to meet their media cycle. The delta between when they share material and when they go to the press continues to be problematic. We've primed the media to be curious and inquisitive of this dynamic too. If we can help further, shout. Number 14. The episode led to a rare public disagreement between Twitter and state officials, and this led to a couple articles, one in CNN Politics, which read, Twitter disputes State Department claims that China coordinated coronavirus disinformation accounts. Yeah, so they actually publicly went against the State Department because they're fucking idiots, right? Like the State Department's stupid. State Department, China working with Russia to spread coronavirus disinformation. Like this is literally put in usnews.com, and it was basically a State Department kind of a press release. And the article claims that Beijing appears to be increasingly adopting Russian tactics to sow discord and disinformation on social media about the origins of COVID-19, the State Department says. Yeah. Number 15. Quote, it makes sense to push back on the GEC participation in this forum, end quote. When the FBI informed Twitter that the GEC wanted to be included in the regular industry call between the companies like Twitter and Facebook and the DHS and the FBI, Twitter leaders balked at first. This is an email that says, I think it makes sense to push back on the GEC participation in the forum. Thanks. Number 16. Facebook, Google, and Twitter executives were united in opposition to the GEC's inclusion. They didn't want the State Department to be a part of this, with ostensible reasons, including, quote, the GEC's mandate for offensive I.O. to promote American interests. So, yeah, they understood that it was like so explicitly, ridiculous, right? Like so explicitly pro-American to the point where they're like, yeah, we can't have these guys running the show because they're assholes. Privileged and confidential. This is the email that Yoel Roth sent to a bunch of people, which presumably included, like any high-level executives at Twitter. He says, hi, team. Wanted to share some news that I received from blank name at Facebook. Man, they should release those emails next time. He says, our partners at the FBI made the decision to add representatives from the State Department GEC to this week's industry/government election security meeting. Facebook pushed back based on our past discussions. Oh, so they are talking to each other. And FBI ultimately removed the GEC. But they've indicated that they will be explicitly advocating for the GEC to join these meetings going forward. Blank name, blank mail, Google and I are aligned in that the GEC's presence in these meetings is problematic for several reasons, including the GEC's mandate for offensive I.O. to promote American interests. But basically, they're not comfortable with becoming an apparatus, right, a tool for the State Department. Another point is the relative lack of discretion and caution from senior GEC leadership in sharing reports and analysis based on shaky methodology, meaning like bullshit reports that go to the press or to Twitter and tell them go ban a bunch of accounts, which turned out to not actually be, Chinese or Russian disinformation accounts, and a limited track record of successful collaboration with the industry. So, especially as the election heats up in the coming months, introducing an actor like the GEC into what has to date been a stable and relatively trusted group of practitioners and experts poses major risks and could undermine a channel of significant importance to our election security efforts. And Stacia, he messages to Stacia, he says, I know that we're investing in building a relationship with the GEC. Any feedback on the basis of these conversations that we should bear in mind? Question mark. Do you think it's possible, and this is another person, blank name, do you think it's possible to see if we can get any more intel on where this is coming from on our contacts at the Bureau? Question mark. Thanks, Yoel.
So before you continue, before you continue, I'll give the mic to Matt. But I think we're just continuing the narrative of continuous pressure from various governmental bodies, and now we're seeing the GEC's pressure to impact the moderation systems that Twitter has in place to advance whatever agenda they have. Matt, I'd love your thoughts on this.
Yeah, and so one of the things that overwhelmingly jumps out to me as a question is just simply why. Like, I understand the idea of someone who is very much emotionally attached to the left or the right, potentially trying to do something that would benefit their own party. But the idea that a lot of this stuff that was considered misinformation is political in any way whatsoever to the United States just seems so far-fetched. This is just simply us trying to get to the truth. Now, if you're talking about specifically the China lab leak and you're saying, okay, maybe in China they would censor that, that's still wrong, but logically it makes sense. So I keep coming to the same question. Why in the world would people in the United States make this a political issue that they decide to censor? And I'm starting to realize, based on all of these revelations, I think it's just they're that petty. I think they started to push this narrative because there were some people who were opposed to them politically that were pushing some of these narratives out there and questioning things. And so, just simply in opposition, because they have to disagree with whatever the other side agrees with, they decide to start saying the opposite thing and trying to dig in on that. It seems like that's the only explanation. I mean, were they getting paid by China? I
No,
don't see any evidence of that. What possible
I can
reason could they
I
have?
can give you a
It just
reason.
has to be that. It has to just be they're that petty. And I think that's unbelievably ridiculous and just shows you, if you parrot the talking points of these media shows and you parrot the talking points, you're going to over and over and over again just come to a conclusion that's not only false, but it's only that conclusion because the other side agrees with something else. And also, you can argue maybe because Trump was in office at the time, they didn't want Trump to have a scapegoat. They wanted him to have to take more of the blame for it. So maybe that could be part of the argument as well. But it's just crazy to me that that was even ever in the United States, which is supposed to stand for freedom, a question of if you're allowed to talk about it or not. And it should have never been made political
I can give
whatsoever.
you a reason for this. Okay, so first you have to understand what the State Department is as an organization, what its mandate is. Its mandate is to promote American interests and to disempower or to villainize the opposition. And the opposition being China and Russia. They're the two number one rivals, or well, number one and number two, to the United States. And meaning, you're going to run information operations against China and Russia. It's in the State Department's mandate to be promoting pro-America propaganda, anti-Russian, anti-Chinese disinformation or propaganda. So that is their purpose. And so these hacks, right, these morons at the State Department, they saw Twitter as an apparatus to further their duty, their calling, right? They're you could argue that they're doing their jobs. I'm actually saying that they're not politicizing this issue, even though it did, lead to the politicization of the coronavirus, and it did, cause Trump a lot of harm. I would argue that these idiots at the State Department, they believed it was their duty to take control of social media platforms, of Google, of YouTube, of Twitter, of Facebook, and all these other companies to further this agenda. And now it's not like pro-American in any sense, right? In any meaningful sense, because it means suppressing free speech of Americans. It means suppressing freedoms. It means suppressing the truth. But they don't care. They want to promote a explicitly pro-U.S. agenda in terms of like foreign policy. That, keep in mind, that's the State Department. They don't care about internal dealings. They don't care about the First Amendment. They only care about pushing America's interests abroad. We're talking Monroe Doctrine. We're talking going abroad and doing regime change. This is what the State Department does. This is what it did in Syria. This is what it did in Libya. This is what it's trying to do in Ukraine, right? And this is something that Victoria Nuland herself had talked about regime change in Ukraine in 2014, for instance. So this is kind of their job, and so they're using, or at least they were trying to use, Twitter as an apparatus to further that goal. Now, it worked against Trump. Clearly, it hurt his administration tremendously, but this was their explicit goal, and that's what they did. So they tried to use Twitter as an agenda, and that's the reason why in Yoel Roth's email, he points out in number one point, the GEC's mandate for offensive information operations to promote American interests. That was the one thing he was opposed to, because it meant that Twitter was going to be used to promote lies and to censor anything that was negative to American foreign policy. That's what the State Department does, right? It furthers American foreign policy. So that.
Well, I looked at the materials here. I don't know if I'm ahead or not, but it strikes me they were nervous that the State Department was a little bit too pro-Trump. But on the other hand, what the State Department was doing was advancing an anti-Trump agenda. Look, any argument, and I don't think it's no coincidence, that Trump was making or could make was subject to censorship by the deep state agencies working in collusion with these companies. And so Trump's blaming China, any information tying China to a lab leak theory would need to be suppressed because that would help Trump's agenda vis-a-vis China. I mean, this is just viciously anti-Trump. And what we're seeing here is an expansion of the censorship apparatus in the federal government around the time of the election to try to undermine Trump. We have the State Department being added into the mix eventually. We previously saw the CIA. We'll see later in the materials the NSA becomes a silent partner here, allegedly, the silent part being alleged. And to be clear here, this is not just Twitter. This is a collusive operation with these other companies. They're acting as one voice. And I'm sure all the antitrust fanatics at the Justice Department will be right on it. Of course, they won't. But this is a dramatic a series of documents that, one of the reasons I believe Republicans are flailing right now and today and kind of are grasping for what to do and what to say is because they've completely oblivious to this. This was going on under their nose. It's being released in recent weeks, and they're completely AWOL on this topic as they engage in whatever they're engaging in on the Hill in a way that probably doesn't get us anywhere, no matter what happens.
I want to go to Ian and Catherine on this point before getting Reeves' thoughts. Like, how much of this is political versus just having the wrong information or advancing the agenda of American security? So, for example, looking at the lab leak theory, I just don't see that as a theory used to harm the Trump administration. Would love your thoughts, Ian and Catherine.
Kat, you want to go first?
Sure. Well, in regards to the lab leak, I'm not sure, honestly, if it's political. I don't see how it would be political, but I also don't understand there was clearly some motivation behind it, because just even from my observation in the early days with the lab leak theory, it was pretty openly talked about. And then I sort of, and in my circles, and which are pretty liberal, and then I suddenly saw that being sort of shut down to the extent that I was suddenly seeing, for example, on Clubhouse, I was seeing entire panels being devoted to medical practitioners and scientists talking specifically about the animal origins of it. So that seemed quite organized. So there was like a particular agenda, it seems to me. I don't see that as political, but there was but political in the sense of American politics, in terms of presidential politics, right? Party politics. But I can see that as politics between China and the U.S. And I see that as something to do with the relationship between China and the U.S.
Yeah,
Ian?
I think when we look at political, there's national politics and international politics, and I think a lot of
so
these.
I see that as international.
I see more of them as international as well. That's where I'm leaning. I'm not sure if Ian, you're on that same boat.
I view it as an international political issue. The State Department, as I mentioned before, is an apparatus for the U.S. foreign policy, and who better than to promote, U.S. foreign policy than these guys? I mean, this is literally their job. This is their one job, their one mandate. And I would argue, and I can't exactly prove this, but I would say that Fauci's experiments, or the experiments that Fauci, the NIAID funded through the EcoHealth Alliance, is done through the State Department. Now, I read that somewhere, but like that's basically. They were covering their own asses, is what I'm saying, right? When the U.S. government, and this is the U.S. government, funded biolaboratories in China and in Ukraine, it was done through the State Department. Victoria Nuland herself admitted to this in a congressional hearing last year when she was asked about biolabs, and she not very cleverly admitted to it. And then, she was distracted away by a congressman who, Marco Rubio. So this is a bipartisan effort, right? It is a U.S. foreign policy thing. So they wanted to cover their tracks, and obviously, if the State Department allows this story about the bioweapons lab or whatever in Wuhan, right, for the news to surface that America funded it, that the U.S. government funded it, well, who looks like a bunch of assholes now? It's not going to be China. It's going to be the U.S. government. So they're blaming Russia for it, because obviously they can't blame China for it, right? If they blame China, people will be like, oh yeah, that's totally correct. China funded it, and it's like, who did China work with? Like, that's the question.
Well, was Russia was not blamed for the virus or anything
No.
like that,
Russia
though.
was blamed for spreading the quote unquote disinformation that the virus came from a lab. So they were trying to shut down the entire conversation by claiming it was Russian disinformation, when clearly it wasn't. It wasn't Russian disinformation. It was Americans trying to stop people from talking about it, period. Because, eventually, and today we have, right, trace the origins of the virus back to the NIAID, and that was done through the State Department. So the State Department acted as a conduit for all this.
I would say potentially very, very, again, a very polarizing point, but
polarizing if you're
one worth
working for the
debating.
U.S. government, maybe. But I think
Well,
everybody here can
actually,
agree.
I
another
really, really,
interesting.
really want to hear what Reeve has to add to the conversation. I know you guys are having this dialogue, but I really would like, I don't know how much time he has.
Yeah, okay, let's let him
I would
speak.
really
Yeah,
appreciate if we could
Reeve,
call on some of the
You
hands.
got your hands up, yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, everybody. Happy to do so.
Hey.
Can
Hi,
you hear
Reeve.
me?
How are you?
Good. Thank
Loud
you so
and clear.
much. This is my first experience. I'm a technology Neanderthal, so it took me a while to figure this out. But this is so important. By way of background, just briefly, I was a federal prosecutor for a long time, mostly in New Mexico for most of my career. Prosecuted everything from violent Mexican cartel cases, lots of other violent crime cases. I was on a detail in DC for a while where I handled some of the Guantanamo cases back when the Obama administration tried to civilianize those cases in the early stages of that. Spent some time in Philadelphia when my career first started out as a state prosecutor in the city, and then went to the feds right after that, after a few years.
It's a pleasure to have you, Reeve. I appreciate it. I think it's your first time on the panel. So yeah, did you?
Yeah, he already said that.
No, I just want to.
And what he brings to the table.
Yeah,
So,
sure. We'd
yeah,
love
that
to know
was
what you bring to the table, and I appreciate you being here, Reeve.
Yeah, thank you so much. So that's just a brief background. So I've been listening carefully to all of you. I'll let you know right off the bat that I think I'm probably, I would not fit in at DOJ anymore, nor would I feel comfortable, because I believe in ancient principles like what the founding documents mean. Free speech. I'm, I guess, a free speech fundamentalist. Some of the discussion has evolved around whether or not anybody, government or otherwise, should be involved, for example, in preventing people from seeing what certain people classify as misinformation and disinformation. And my question is, who the hell defines that? Now, I remember when Facebook admitted that it's fact checkers, or at least I think they admitted this, that it's fact checkers in litigation. They admitted that they're really just their opinions. And so, really, at the end of the day, I mean, this is why I think fact checkers should be banned on Twitter. There's no place for them. These are people that have no skill set beyond articulating whatever agenda and opinion they're hired to articulate and effectively enforce, which has the consequence of suppressing speech. Now, as a former Fed, one of the things that I see in these threads is the very real, well, no longer likelihood, but very real tragedy that the FBI and other government agencies participated in what I consider, what I think is unambiguously a conspiracy to deny American citizens of their right to free speech. That's consequential, not only in the sense that if there are some creative lawyers out there, they have a whole class of victims that could possibly bring action against the United States government for that conspiracy. You can't rely on the FBI, civil rights agents, or the Civil Rights Division of DOJ. They're not going to bring an enforcement action against themselves, I don't think. And in order to get to the bottom of it, if there was any desire to actually clean house and prevent this from ever happening again, because it needs to be prevented from ever happening again, the government has no place in telling an American citizen what he can or cannot say. And there are so few restrictions on free speech, constitutionally speaking, that the reach that they managed to get through their actions with social media companies, obviously not just Twitter, is it's earth shattering. It really does shake me as a lawyer to see what's happened. I mean, I'm very grateful that we got to see what's happened.
Hey, yeah. So, I mean, speaking of what's happened, I'd like to get back to the thread because there's a lot to go through right now. If that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, sure, man. And Riva, I appreciate your
Yeah,
take,
sure.
and would love you.
We
Would
get
love
to
you.
have
Would love you.
dialogues when we want them, but
I
not
certainly have
when people want to hear. Like, go for it. Ian's the boss.
Yep.
Yeah. So, Riva, you were saying something. I'll let you finish off your quick point. What you were just saying now, and then we'll go
I
to
mean,
Ian.
you're sure you were focusing on COVID specifically. So, I mean, one of the things that I've been very upset about is, one, you look at the leak theories and whatever those theories are. I mean, you got Dr. Andrew Huff, who's from right here in New Mexico. He used to work at Sandia Labs, wrote a book about it, and there seems to be a tremendous amount of evidence that this is a man-made virus. And the government that I would want to work for is the government that tells its citizens that we will, leave no stone unturned to find out how this
Agreed.
happened so that it can never happen again, instead of suppressing its citizens and organizations and inquisitive journalists from trying to get to the bottom of
Oh, I
it.
agree, and this is where this is where I branched into number 17, where Yoel Roth expresses the same concerns, where he talks about how certain organizations like the DHS and the FBI are ostensibly apolitical, as Roth puts it, and the GEC, which is the State Department, is political, which in Twitter language appears to be partisan, right? It's a very partisan organization, and he says here, I think they thought the FBI was less Trumpy, is how one former DoD official put it. So he writes an email. Says, thanks all, catching up on an email today. These are 3 high-level thoughts. Number 1, the GEC's blitz on these issues is at least in part an attempt to insert themselves into conversations we've had with the DHS, FBI, ODNI, and others. Per Facebook, they're explicitly requested to participate in those conversations. Obviously, the state is a significant voice, and we don't want to neglect it, but I want for us to continue to maintain a distinction between the highly trusted, valued relationships that we built over the years with entities with considerable expertise and authorities in these domains, and other parts of the U.S. government that may engage these questions from time to time, sometimes in more political ways than one. Number 2, the political angle is really important here. Site Integrity's engagement with the DHS, FBI, etc., has been fruitful precisely because they're generally apolitical, generally, not always, but generally. GEC has a track record of being actively advancing specific ideological agendas. For example, their work with regards to Iran. We should not lose sight of this distinction. And number 3, I have reservations about the GEC's position here. I see the public policy as the strategic drivers of our engagement with the U.S. government, with myself and with the rest of the SI team supporting that strategy with our specific subject matter expertise. If you meet, if you tell us to meet with somebody, we're going to meet with them, and use your power responsibly. Thank you, Yoel. That's what he said. And number 18. We're getting closer to Elon tweet, so I want to get to that very soon. He says here, this is Matt, saying, after spending years rolling over for the Democratic Party requests for action on so-called Russian-linked accounts, Twitter was suddenly playing tough. Why? Because, as Roth put it, it would pose major risks to bring the State Department in, especially as the election heats up. So Twitter was afraid, right, that it would be too closely linked to the Trump administration. That was their impression, right? Maybe not necessarily true, because at the time they didn't realize that the State Department was kind of working against Trump, but this was their assumption. So he goes, "Hi team, wanted to share some news I received from blank at Facebook. Our partners at the FBI made the decision to add representatives from the State Department GEC to this week's industry/government election security meeting. FBI pushed back based on our past discussions and FBI blah, blah, blah. I think I read this one before. This is in June 9, 2020, just so you know. And especially as the election heats up in the coming months, introducing an actor like the GEC into what has been to date a stable and relatively trusted group of practitioners and experts poses major risks that could undermine the channel of significant importance to our election security efforts." Yeah, I think I might have read this one before. Okay, here. Yeah, okay, number 19, because I lost track earlier. When senior lawyer Stacia Cardill tried to argue against the GEC's inclusion to the FBI, the words resonated with, quote, "with Elvis, not Laura," end quote. And he explains with Agent Elvis Chan and not Foreign Influence Task Force Unit Chief Laura Demlow. And this is the email that Stacia Cardill sent. Said, "I spoke to the FBI regarding the upcoming Sunlight disclosures. Our conversation did not deviate from the information contained in the forthcoming Sunlight blog. The FBI raised that on today's monthly involvement in the government industry call, and they are going to raise, including the GEC going forward. I previewed to them that they will find resistance to adding the GEC. I talked through the issues we have encountered and raised that the GEC/State Department is focused outside of the U.S. and that we should deal with U.S. elections separately. That resonated with Elvis, but not Laura. State also flagged that the Google disclosure of the China APT targeting campaigns, we may receive outreach from other U.S. government agencies. We should deflect and saying we are working closely with the FBI on these matters. Thanks, Stacia." So Twitter has started to distance itself from the State Department. And eventually, and this is number 20, eventually the FBI argued first to Facebook for a compromise solution. Other U.S. government agencies could participate in these so-called industry calls, but the FBI and DHS would act as sole conduits. So this is who they were comfortable working with, right? They were comfortable working with Agent Elvis Chan, who was their buddy. He says here, "I just spoke to the, this is Stacia Cardill says, I just spoke to the FBI regarding the upcoming Sunlight disclosures. Our conversation did not, this is the same fucking email. Thanks a lot, Matt. Roth reached out to Elvis Chan, with concerns about letting the press-happy GEC in. Now, just, if you're new here, is a point of interest that the GEC like to leak information to the press to bully them into doing things, so to bully the Twitter into doing things. So expressing this.
And GEC is, just a reminder, this is a State Department
agency. Yeah, this is a State Department
agency.
Conduit. Yep. Or rather apparatus, not conduit, and expressing the hope that they could keep the circle of trust small. So they're basically saying, hey guys, please stop fucking talking to the press. So this is an email to Yoel Roth from Facebook. Somebody at Facebook had sent an email, says, "Just a heads up, we met with the FBI yesterday and Elvis asked about this. They want to have a USG/industry channel that is separate from our industry-only channel. Elvis proposed that the DHS and the FBI would be the conduits in and out from the U.S. government. So any information you want to pass to us will come through them. In typical Elvis fashion, he asked me to approve that for the industry, but I politely declined and said it would be discussed among us all. Elvis said that he has been in contact with you about this." So, Elvis knew who was in charge. It was Facebook. Twitter's just a small player in all this. So, it'd be nice to see the FBI files, the Facebook files. Quote, this is number 22. State, NSA, and CIA. So this is where we get to the NSA parts. So Chan assured him it would be a one-way channel, and the state/GEC, NSA, and the CIA expressed interest in being allowed to listen in, to be in listen mode only. So they're not going to be contributing; they're just going to be listening in. And this is an email to Yoel Roth from Elvis Chan. He writes, "Yoel, thanks for all the efforts from this. You've now made my life easier. I got a call scheduled with CISA tomorrow to discuss this topic. I think the bulk of our talk will now be centered on how the U.S. government can plug in. I'll follow up with you after we have that call. I know some questions will be coming up, so I want to bring them up to you now and other industry partners can start thinking about it. So number one, what U.S. government agencies will be allowed on the channel? I think the easy ones will be the FBI, the DHS, and the ODNI, because they have like a working relationship with them already. And then he says, for your awareness, the State Department / GEC, the NSA, and the CIA have expressed interest in being allowed to be in listen mode only. Welcome your thoughts on this. Number two, how many U.S. government participants will be allowed onto the channel? Will it be only people that the industry already knows? I asked because at the FBI San Francisco Command Center, there will be 3 other supervisors working shifts when I'm not there. I also know that different ITF personnel will be rotating through the command post at the FBI HQ. Number 3, this is question number 3, says, when will the channel be activated and for how long? It appears different organizations will be in enhanced posture for different time periods. Your thoughts on this will help us ensure that we have adequate manpower for manning the channel. Regards, Elvis Chan, special agent. Number 3. This is where it gets interesting, as if it wasn't already. It was, and it gets funnier. It says, this is, quote, belly button. Quote, we can give you everything we're seeing from the FBI and USIC agencies, end quote, Chan explained. But the DHS agency, CISA, quote, will know what's going on in each state, end quote. We went on to ask if industry could, quote, rely on the FBI to be the belly button of the US government. So this is an email from Elvis. And I'll read the whole thing. It's quite lengthy. It goes as follows.
Maybe for this one, do you want to just read the yellow ones for this one, or it's worth reading the whole thing?
I'll just read the yellow parts because that's the only part that's relevant. I'll just read the.
I think so. Yeah,
I'll read that one paragraph, like that one big block in number 1. So it says here.
Agree. Yeah.
So he asks Yolarov if it will only be a one-way communication between the U.S. government to the industry. It seems like it should be at least the FBI and the CIA. All right, sorry, CISA, not CIA, CISA. Quote: This is not part of the quote. This is the yellow part. It says here, we can give you everything we're seeing from the FBI and USIC agencies. CISA will know what is going on in each state through the Homeland Security Information Network. However, how will the industry partners communicate back with the FBI and the CISA? For the FBI, will you use the pre-established channels already in use? For example, will you or blank name will email me directly? If that's the case, that will work for the FBI. It will work for us. I don't know what communications channel you have with CISA, or will the industry partners rely on the FBI to be the belly button of the U.S. government? We can do that as well. We just need to know the industry group's preference. So the FBI is basically saying, hey, you and I, you and us, like all you guys, Google, Twitter, Facebook, you know us, we're your friends, so we can be like the one channel you talk to. You don't talk to these other guys, we'll handle it from here. That's what they wanted. So very interesting stuff. Number 24. They eventually settled on an industry call through Signal. So in an impressive display of operational security, Chan circulated private numbers to each company's chief moderation officer in a Word document marked Signal phone number, subject line, list of numbers.
And Chan, again, just a reminder for the audience, Chan is from the FBI San Francisco.
He's the supervisor at San Francisco. Yeah, he's the supervisory special agent Elvis M. Chan, Squad CY-1, San Francisco Division, Federal Bureau of Investigation. So I don't have to read the email. It's basically just what I said. It's he's paraphrasing. Number 25, Twitter was taking requests from every conceivable government body, beginning with the Senate Intel Committee, the SSCI, which seemed to need reassurance that Twitter was taking the FBI's direction. Executives rushed to tell Team SSCI that they zapped 5 accounts on an FBI tip. Now, this is...
So this is just for communication, just showing them that they've zapped these 5 accounts, I guess.
Don't really
but it just... Yeah, before we continue, we're almost done, everyone. But just before you continue, like, it's just so many governmental organizations, governmental bodies involved, and there's just like I'm starting to like we started criticizing Twitter, and rightly so in the early stages. Now I'm kind of starting to sympathize with them a bit. I'm like, holy shit, they're dealing with all that pressure.
That's why
they've got that bias.
They need to build up.
They've got that bias.
Yeah,
exactly, man. Like, it's ridiculous the amount of pressure they're facing, and then if you add their existing bias, and that's just human nature, and obviously with Twitter it's leaning towards the left, same as other technology platforms. It just shows, it just makes it very, very, very difficult for Twitter to be objective.
Yep. And the second,
where's the coercion? This is an honest question. I'd love to see it. I'm sure there is. I'm sure there's evidence of them saying
it was before.
Do this or
it gets there. It gets good. Elon Musk just tweeted about how the U.S. government pressured Twitter to suspend journalists. So that's the coercion. So we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it.
And also, before we get to it as well, there's the media pressure as well that happened earlier that we were talking about.
That is
So
correct.
it's like,
Yeah, they went to the media and then they basically said, hey, because they're working with certain universities that were giving information provided by the State Department to those organizations, which then gave them to the media, claiming that Twitter was not acting on Russian disinformation. When literally Twitter did check those accounts and were like, yeah, that's not actually Russian disinformation. It's just a bunch of fucking random ass accounts.
Yeah,
Not
so
trying to
and you can't ignore the other Twitter files.
Yep.
The FBI was sending gobs of accounts to censor, and they were being censored.
Mm-hmm.
And the prior drop today, as Taibbi highlighted again, they committed to censoring individuals noted by the quote intelligence community as quote foreign linked with no questioning.
Mm-hmm.
The collusion's been proved time and time again. It's to even ask the question at this point, it's pretty.
So
It's how much proof do we want?
yeah, how much do you want? Like, I mean, you're asking for more and more. It's like we're giving you a mountain of evidence here. There's a mountain of emails showing that there was direct collusion.
Ian, I'm an attorney, so I see things in chunks, right? I see things in causes of action. I see things in causation. I'm not saying that there wasn't. We are being fed information from a singular source that is compiling information and evidence from.
Is. It's providing
No,
you a narrative so you
I
can understand.
agree. I agree.
Okay.
So this is the same question I ask with the Fauci files and stuff like that. Is I just want to hear the answer why. That's it. And so I'm not discrediting. I agree. It's fucking patently evident.
Why?
That
What?
they
Sorry.
were,
Why?
You
What?
mean,
Sorry.
why do they want to control everything? I mean, it's the government. Is there
No.
things?
Why did Twitter agree to it besides for individual people?
Oh, that was already
Were they being
pointed out in the
forced?
previous drop. It was in the previous drop, but this today's previous drop, where they were essentially afraid of losing political political ads. That was explicitly mentioned. So essentially, they were being leaned on by Congress. The idea is, right, and this is explicitly outlined. This was in emails and everything. This is, very explicit. The whole thing was essentially Congress was threatening to take away a very large source of revenue for all these social media companies. We're talking Google, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, right? Threatening them to take away all of their and to basically regulate the shit out of them unless they were able to censor Russian accounts. And now there were no Russian accounts to censor, so Twitter had to more or less make them up, or rather take the the instructions of the FBI and in this particular drop here, the State Department, to start censoring people just to show that they're doing something. Because if they didn't do it, then Congress would call a session and say, hey, you guys, we read this report in the Associated Press that you let 20,000 or 250,000 Russian accounts just run amok on your platform and you didn't do anything about it. So how are we supposed to trust you when you are literally, destroying our election integrity? So, and we're going to take away your sources of funding. So they're terrified of that. And that is where the threat is. That is literally where the threat is. And we're getting to
No,
it.
that makes complete sense. The revocation or the application of publishing protection is probably the strongest and most impactful business thing that could. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, get rid of Section 230, and suddenly, anyone can sue them now. They no longer have freedom. They can't take money anymore. They're going to get sued by the U.S. government for possibly taking Russian money. Because the Russians might buy ads. They might buy $2 worth of ads, and then the U.S. government's going to be like, well, they took money from Russia. We can sue the shit out of them. And that's
do you see that?
Do
you see that as? Do you see that as the strongest congressional move that Republicans could do moving into 2023? I'm going to guess yes.
I'm going to guess
so,
yeah.
Questioning,
get their shit together.
Questioning 230 application and the dissemination of information is a much better way to question the election, quote unquote, fraud than questioning election fraud. That makes a lot of sense.
They could do that, yeah. And I mean, I'm very concerned. Like, I'm actually on the side of big tech on this one because it's like, look, they're just providing a service and the government wants to control it. And Elon Musk is right when he says that the government is just the largest corporation with a monopoly on violence. That's what it is,
Sorry, just 1 second. Isn't that an interesting dichotomy? The interesting dichotomy is we hate censorship, right? But if we take away Section 230, then we lose the free speech platform.
Yep.
So how do we win? And how does anybody win in that
We
regard?
need
I don't
Elon
know.
Musk to win, and we need Apple, and we need Google, and we need Facebook to follow Elon Musk's footsteps. They need to grow a spine. They need to do what Elon just did today while we were on this call. He said, you know what? Fuck all these stupid rules. We're going to take political ads again without all these dumb regulations that were forced upon us. He did that while we were on this call. That was the big move. If you look at Twitter support right now, they're literally allowing for political ads and social ads. So organizations like Tom Fitton's Judicial Watch will be able to buy advertising on Twitter. Like before, they couldn't. Before this drop, they could not do that, and he literally revoked it on the spot. That's what Elon did today. He is providing us with a venue for free speech. He's allowing free political speech once more, like it once used to be. So,
Wouldn't not having any political, like no ads, political ads, would that not be the other way to go with this? Like
no, it
zero
would kill the
getting
site.
from the government
It would literally destroy Facebook as a platform.
because
They wouldn't
there's
be able
not
to
enough
pay.
money.
Yeah, wouldn't have enough money. Yeah, because the political ads are the largest source, the single largest source of advertising for any, during any election cycle, right? Whether it's 2022 or
Holy shit!
2024. So
Holy
the
shit!
money is necessary.
Go, Ian. Go full cycle. If the goal, this is how I see it, from a business, legal, and entrepreneur perspective. My belief is that he opened up Twitter to allow the hundreds of millions of people, to Republicans and other that felt disenchanted and disenfranchised, to come onto the space. He has a payment back system and background to who he is and how he operates. He's talked about them, Twitter specifically, not being financially viable. My guess is that he's turning to a payment system, a WeChat X app. If he can make revenue off of transactions and not have to charge for ads and not have to charge for users to use the product, then this could be the first completely free platform for free speech in conjunction with Section 230.
By the way, on political ads, I don't know the actual numbers, but I would be doubtful that political ads is the biggest source of revenue. But it is
It's not the biggest,
one.
but
So,
definitely
and
top
the other
five.
thing the other thing it would take away, having bought media for years and running political campaigns, it would take away their ability to make ad revenue on political ads, and that ends up favoring mostly television stations and radio stations, which are required by the FCC to provide ads, and they have to do it at a discount. But the reason that it doesn't harm them to do it at a discount is because during those election seasons, it fills in all the gaps when they're not selling enough ads at other times of the year. So it's kind of a cash flow issue. But it's a huge cash flow issue for any media company, including a social media company, to have those political ads. And you might find that it has harmed Twitter's business up to this point with the previous policy. So it should add some extra revenue, and it is big, but I don't know that it's the biggest.
I think it definitely takes away the monopoly that the print media and television media have on political ads by allowing political ads on Twitter once more, social ads. It takes away the monopoly. It actually opens up the free market. So this is Elon Musk's free market principles at work. I mean, people doubt the guy, right? People are like, oh, he's a dumbass. He wants to lose money. It's like, no, he actually wants free speech and he wants a free market. Like, who knew that the two things could coexist? Perfectly.
Yeah, but Facebook takes political ads. So I mean, they're a much bigger player economically. I mean, Twitter stopped political ads because they're leftists, and they wanted to suppress conservative content, and that was another vehicle for doing it. I mean, it would be difficult to overstate, and I think these emails tend to minimize or mitigate that because of the business nature of them. The ideological basis for this was an agenda to suppress Trump's pro-Trump conservative speech and the nasty Republicans. They all hated their Twitter, and they were willing to work with to abuse the authority or the power. I don't know. I guess the benefit entrusted to them by the government and the American people, the Section 230, to do it. And they lied to us repeatedly about the nature of the censorship that it was principled, it wasn't arbitrary and capricious, and there were no third parties involved. And here we're seeing proof otherwise of that.
I do. Before you continue, hey, Kim is here. Let me bring Kim up. Good morning
Yep.
to you, Kim. Before I give you the mic, I just want to tell the audience, I'm just going to pin above. I would love to do a space with Jordan Peterson, and him and Elon were just chatting while we're running the space. And I've just replied to him, inviting him. So I don't know if my team's already in communication with Jordan, but they're all asleep. So I just replied to Elon's tweet in the chain, in the thread with, or the chain with Jordan Peterson. So have a look at it, everyone. If you want to comment, that would be great. Just to get Jordan to ping us and make this happen. Again, I'm assuming he's not already in talks with the team. So I've just pinned it above. If you refresh, you'll be able to see it above, or just go on my profile and check the. Let me retweet it actually, and then everyone can see it on my profile. I've just retweeted the reply. Check it out. Otherwise, while waiting for Kim to come up, Ian, I'll let you go through another few points before we go to name
Sure.
redacted and answers, and Sean from Answers for Sean.
All right, so number 25. Twitter was taking requests from every conceivable government body, beginning with Senate Intel Committee, blah, blah, blah. We read that part, and this is one of the emails that I'm going to read one of them, because the other two, they're just kind of whatever. Team SSCI wanted to provide you with a quick update. Today, we'll be suspending 5 Twitter accounts for platform manipulation that we can reliably attribute to Russian state actors. These accounts purported to be associated with a website called Peace Data, which publishes a range of content about global political issues. At least some of the content published on the website was created by real people who appear to have contributed to Peace Data as freelancers. The tweets from Russian-linked accounts were of low quality and spammy, and most tweets from these accounts received very few, if any, likes or retweets. The accounts achieved little impact on Twitter and were identified and removed quickly. Going forward, links to or content to Peace Data's site will be blocked from being shared on our service. In this instance, we work closely with the FBI Foreign Intelligence Influence Task Force and appreciate their assistance. We will also update our repository of state-backed information operations in the near future with these accounts. Yeah, so last email is just repeating the same thing. So number 26, requests arrived and escalated from all over, from the Treasury Department, from the NSA, virtually every state, the HHS, that's the Health and Human Services.
That's crazy, man.
Yep, from the FBI, the DHS, and more. Yeah, and so, the emails explain various, for instance, they're working with the CISA, FBI, FIFA, sorry. CISA, FBI, and the HHS to assess malicious cyber actors targeting the HPH sector and TrickBot malware, often leading to ransomware attacks, data theft, and the disruption of healthcare services. Additionally, the joint information notes that these types of attacks will be particularly challenging for organizations during the COVID-19 pandemic, highlighting that administrators will need to balance that risk when determining their cybersecurity investments. Flashpoint analysts continue to monitor any activities related to this advisory and will provide updates as relevant. And then it's some links. And then another email says, FYI, Treasury just added people to the SDN list, including Durkak. Not sure who that is. Another email. It's to websites like criticalstudies.org, rpfront.com, aawdnews.com, and ahtribune.com, and these were highlighted by the U.S. Department of Justice for seizing 27 high-level domains to appear as legitimate news outlets and were used by Iran, their IRGC, where the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, to orchestrate a global disinformation campaign. And the following 4 domains seized were used to specifically target U.S. audiences, and those are the 4 I read. And the seizure is part of an ongoing effort by the U.S.-based social media companies and the FBI to publicly disclose Iranian interference operations. The U.S. previously seized 92 domains used by the IRGC to conduct disinformation campaigns on October 7, 2020. The move by the DOJ to seize domains as part of a coordinated effort by the U.S. to thwart Iranian interference in U.S. elections. On November 3, 2020, U.S. Cyber Command and the NSA revealed that they had conducted an unspecified cyber operations against the IRGC cyber threat actors following an Iranian campaign targeting U.S. voters with threatening emails claiming to be the Proud Boys. Interesting. So the IRGC was pretending to be Proud Boys. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, wow. I mean, this stuff is wild. kind of crazy. Another email, please see below. This is from no idea who's blanked out names, and then the subject it's 2 misinformation reports, and it's regarding fake Twitter accounts, and it's please see below. Our election information security analyst, that's all caps for some reason, came across some suspicious accounts that were ostensibly CT based and attempting to look official-ish, and this is Connecticut. I see. Connecticut Secretary of State Dennis Merrill. Okay, number 27. So they're working with basically everybody. They also, this is from Matt. He says they also received an astonishing variety of requests from officials asking for individuals they didn't like to be banned. This is the part that gets like super spicy. Here, the Office of the Democrat and House Intel Committee Chief Adam Schiff asks for Twitter to ban journalist Paul Sperry. Okay, this is a big fucking one. Okay, so I'm gonna read the whole email. It says, hi, blank name. This is from someone in his office, right? The Schiff's office. It says, I met with blank from PP, and he flagged the attached analysis from the House Permanent Select Intelligence Committee, HIPSIC, Representative Adam Schiff's office for your review and feedback related to alleged harassment from QAnon conspiracies against staffer, blank name. Would like to get your thoughts on our ability, if any, support to support any of this request. Of note, blank from SP has reviewed this request and consulted with blank from SI. Below is her initial feedback on the request. So, remove any and all content but Mr. Misko and other committee staff from this service to include quotes, retweets, and reactions to that content. No, this isn't feasible / we don't do this.
So just to make sure I understand. So the first point, not the bold one, is the request from Schiff's office, and then the response is Twitter's response.
This is not feasible. We will not do this. Yeah.
From Twitter. Cool.
From Twitter, yeah, confirm, yeah, from Twitter. And the second request, and I'll just read it the same way you did. So the second request is suspend the many accounts, including at Greg Rubini and at Paul Sperry, that's a journalist, which have repeatedly promoted false QAnon conspiracies and harassed blank name. And then the Twitter response is, we'll review these accounts again, but I believe blank mentioned only one actually qualified for suspension. So that would be Paul Sperry. Now, third request is suppress any and all search results about blank and other committee staff. I wonder who that could be. And then the response is, no, we don't do this. If it is related to QAnon, it should already be de-amplified. So any QAnon stuff is going to be de-amplified anyway. Fourth request, stop the spread of future misinformation on Twitter about blank and other committee staff who are not public figures and who are not central actors in the impeachment inquiry or the 2020 presidential election. And Twitter's response is, no, we don't have a general misinformation policy. And the fifth request is label and reduce visibility of any content but blank that Twitter does not remove for the reasons cited above. And Twitter responded is, no, we don't do this. And this is what Elon was like, tweeting at Schiff for. And so number 28, we don't do this. Even Twitter declined to honor Schiff's request at this time. Sperry was later suspended, however, so they did honor that part. And this is the email. It's a forward message from blank regarding tweets. It says, hi blank, I met with it's the same email. It's the same email. So anyway, 29. Twitter honored almost everyone else's requests, even those from the GEC, right, the State Department, including a decision to ban accounts like at Rebel Protests and at BRICS Media, because the GEC, the State Department, identified them as GRU controlled, that is a Russian, state agency, right, and linked to the quote to the Russian government, respectively. And this is the emails. Then FBI referral about Russian state control.
What would you say? So just quickly, quick question, Ian. So considering that Twitter was resisting any claims of Russian interference, for them to agree that this does include Russian interference, we would take it seriously, no?
I think they were just acting on whatever the fuck they were being sent at this point.
By the way,
except for like Adam Schiff's request, because his requests were like, oh, please censor everything regarding this. It's like, well, we can't do that. That was basically it. Yeah.
Those accounts are still suspended, by the way.
They're still suspended. Yeah, that's interesting. So I wonder if they're actually related to Russia or if it's just a GEC pulling, nonsense out of its butt.
And why? But then the question is, why were they unsuspended? Maybe there's
something. There's some truth to it. We don't know.
Exactly.
Right? But a lot of people have not yet been unsuspended. So it's hard to say.
Okay, so the unsuspensions have not finished yet, have they?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it hasn't been
Uh-huh.
done fully yet. There's a lot of people like Katie Hopkins is still banned for some reason. She needs to be unbanned. So this is one comment on this request about Russian state-controlled media and inauthentic news outlets. And the comment is, due to additional information from the GEC that was made available on 1st October, the SI moved to suspend @rebel protests. And as GEC now plans to publish a report regarding @rebel protests as GRU-directed site. So they're claiming that this website was directed by the Russian government. And also, SI has decided to suspend @BRICS Media after the GEC State Department announced plans to publish a report linking the organization to the Russian government. Rebel Insight, here's an example of one of the screenshots that Matt Taibbi put out. He says, thousands of Chileans, and this account tweeted, it said, thousands of Chileans sing the feminist anthem, A Rapist in Your Path, and clashes with #police during a protest at Italy Square in #Santiago to mark International Women's Day, #Chile. It seems pretty harmless, but they suspended the account. Is certainly not directed at an American audience. It was directed to more international, perhaps. So number 30, the GEC requests were what a former CIA staffer working at Twitter was referring to when he said, quote, our window on that is closing, end quote, meaning that the days when Twitter would say no to serious requests were over. Okay, so basically this is like a warning, I guess, that he sent to Yuval Roth and the integrity department at Twitter. This is a CIA guy. He writes, yep, InfoBricks is an entity that we've received previous notice on, though if recollection serves, government partners have never been so specific as to say that it was directly controlled by the GRU. BRICS is an inherently Russia-dominated economic organization. I believe we've seen this email before, but I'll read it anyway. We've seen this in a previous drop. He continues, he says, so it was very likely that a website and a Twitter account designed to promote it would be directed by the Kremlin, but due to a lack of technical evidence on our end, I've generally left it to be, waiting for more evidence. I think that our window on that is closing, meaning that they had to abide by the request regardless. Given that the government partners are becoming more aggressive on attribution and reporting on it, I'm going to go ahead with the suspension and marking the domain as unsafe. Rebel Insight was a new one for me too. Not sure what the goal of the account could possibly be other than to highlight unrest in other areas of the world besides Russia. I've already suspended it and marked the domain as unsafe. That was the email. Okay, number 31. Remember the 2017 internal guidance? So Matt is referring to a previous drop in which Twitter decided to remove any user, quote, identified by the US intelligence community, end quote, as a state-sponsored entity committing cyber operations. Well, by 2020, such identifications came in bulk. And this is more of the same thing where it says here in the internal guidance, it says any user identified by the US Intelligence Committee as a state-sponsored entity conducting cyber operations against targets associated with the US or other elections or an entity associated with such operations should not be allowed to advertise on Twitter. This was, again, we read that in a previous drop today. 32. USIC requests often simply began with "we assess" and then provided lists, sometimes in separate Excel documents, they believed were connected to Russia's Internet Research Agency and committing cyber ops from Africa to South America to the United States. And this is the CIA thing that we read before. It's a start of text, unclassified, this information, blah, blah, blah. And I'll read what their assessment actually is rather than the first advisory. And Matt Taibbi still tweeting, so I'll read his tweet later. He said, it reads here in this email, in this document, this is a CIA document, it reads, we assess that Russian mogul Evgeny Prigozhin's Internet Research Agency, the IRA, controlled Twitter media handle jgoldphd, which was posting racially derogatory content targeting African Americans in July 2022, unclassified, end of text. So that was the first one. Another field of text reads, this is a second email. It says, memo, or rather cable, I would say, yeah, these are cables. It reads, during routine monitoring of social media activity in South America with a focus on Venezuela, Cuba, and Colombia, we discovered Twitter activity with significant signs of bot-like behavior, also described in the Coordinated Inauthentic Behavior, or CIB. Furthermore, our analysis, this is from an analyst, this is as what Kyle described before, in a previous Twitter space, if you're not here, he says these were all products of an analyst. This is basically an opinion. This is not something you need to take as fact, right? This is one guy or a team of people's opinion on what would be their assessment. Basically, there's no evidence that this is actually true. This is just what they're assessing, and Twitter is simply treating it at face value, taking all of it as true. They're not pushing back on any of this. And so these are a bunch of top 10 influencers identified in the data set for removal, or sorry, yeah, for referral, not removal. So yeah, they basically wanted to identify them, and it's a bunch of first name, bunch of numbers. Yeah, a bunch of first name, bunch of numbers, like Will J 847 blah 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 blah. Right? I'm not going to read that. And then the hashtags are all related to elections in 2022 in Colombia, I believe. Yep, that's right. And the attached Excel file contains a list of 590 potential bot accounts, but also a compilation of 50,000 posts and engagements. So this is, again, a product of an analyst. And now the third cable reads, we assessed that the Russian mogul, Yevgeny Prigozhin's internet research agency, the IRA, established and was operating troll farms in Benin, Mali, Senegal, and likely India, Pakistan, and Nigeria as of late 2021. The involved accounts published pro-Russian, anti-French, and anti-West narratives and purportedly amassed thousands of views. It is possible that some subset of accounts were also publishing pro-French narratives. Interesting. We have read this one before as well, but they explain in this email, or rather this cable, that there's a thing called Benin Troll Farm. This what they suspect to be a Benin troll farm, run by a person named Valence Agojo, who's the lead, the content manager, Sani Malik, and Georges Usado, who is the content manager, and Ricardo Orlantz, who is also content manager, and are responsible for managing an unspecified Facebook and unspecified Instagram accounts. And then a troll farm in Mali run by Uladele Landry, Ricardo Krubali, and Fotu Mama Kita, and these guys were managing Facebook and unspecified Instagram accounts. So this is what their assessment was. Okay, and notice number 32. And this was a product, of course, intelligence agencies. There's no evidence that, who knows? These people could be assets, or they could literally just be a bunch of actual activists in their country. There is no way for us to assess that without knowing these people. So Matt Ivy continues. He says, number 33. One brief report sent right after Russia's invasion of Ukraine early last year flagged major Russian outlets like Vedomosti and Gazeta.ru, that's a Russian news site. Note the language about state actors fits Twitter's internal guidance. And the cable reads, we believe the following accounts are being used by Russian state actors to conduct disinformation campaigns on your platform. And these are all their ads are RU_RBC, Gazeta RU, Vedomosti,
and who's sending those for? Is that someone sending it to Twitter?
This is someone sending it to Twitter. Yeah, this is a cable from the intelligence community. So it doesn't say who exactly, but we presume it's CIA, and because this reads like a CIA intelligence document, an analyst document, and these are accounts. Like one of them is TASS Agency. Now, TASS Agency, if you're not familiar with it, is literally Russia's state, it's a preeminent state media organization, right? I mean, literally, you go there if you want to read what Putin is saying. So they flag them as that's kind of ridiculous. It's literally the official, news site. Okay, so they wanted them suspended. And I believe they've been tagged as Russian state media or something like that. I'm pretty sure they're still active. You can check if you want to. It's TASS_agency. So Matt Taibbi continues in 34. He says some reports were just a paragraph long and said things like the attached email accounts were possibly used for, quote, influence operations, social media collection, or social engineering, end quote, without any sort of explanation, right? Twitter would forward would be forwarded an Excel document. So
it just kind of shows laziness. Like, hey guys, we don't like these for extra. They don't even give reasons. We don't like these. Please remove them or please check them out.
Yeah.
And then Twitter has just got that burden of just reviewing request after request, and then eventually they're like, "Fuck this!" Like, okay, whatever. We're facing so much pressure. We're just gonna comply. We don't have the resources. We don't have the time. We don't have the effort to keep doing this.
That's right. And all the emails in this list appear to be, their version of Hotmail or Gmail, not from Russian sites, but from Turkmenistan, Georgia, and, Eastern European countries. And this could be literally anybody, right? I know a lot of, Eastern European Twitter users. They're like genuine Twitter users who got suspended, and they're on like secondary accounts, now they're on the third, fourth account because they want to keep coming back to the site. But from what I can see, is they're just having normal conversations, and occasionally they might tweet something that is pro-Russia or anti-Ukraine, and that alone is enough to get them flagged by the State Department or by the CIA or whatever the hell is flagging them, and the intelligence agencies, right? So they're not even researching them; they're just banning people at this point. So Matt Taibbi writes in number 35, he says, they were even warned about publicity surrounding a book by former Ukrainian prosecutor Viktor Shokin, who alleged corruption by the US government, specifically by Joe Biden. So this is interesting because if you're not familiar with Shokin, he was the guy who was investigating the Hunter Biden connection to Burisma. And then Biden came in, right, and said, hey, get rid of your guy. And Ukraine was like, okay. And they got rid of him. They fired him. Okay. And there was a Senate investigation, to be fair, and they found no wrongdoing on Biden's part, which, I mean, take it for what you will, figure that one out. So, yeah.
We'll go to 36.
Okay. I can read the.
You want to read it? I think.
Cable. Yeah, I'm gonna read this cable. Yeah, it's
All right,
important.
I'll let you do
This is about Shokin. So I'll skip the first part. This is a cable, and it says we assess with high confidence that in the summer of 2020, members of a Russian influence organization, which is at least partially directed by the Russian intelligence, were aware of a production plan associated with an upcoming book authored by former Ukrainian Prosecutor General Viktor Shokin. We have information that indicates that the book is intended to reveal corruption allegedly perpetrated by the United States in Ukraine, and that the intended audience includes political institutions in the United States, Europe, and Ukraine. The versions of the book could be released in Russian, Ukrainian, and English this fall. While it is unclear at this time how involved Russian intelligence might be in the creation or promotion of this book, they have been known to direct the same influence organization to propagate similar information in previous operations. As such, we wanted to highlight the potential nexus between this book and Russian intelligence, and we suspect that the book could be promoted online through foreign-controlled or inauthentic accounts. So, they were so concerned about this book. It makes you want to read it. Doesn't it make you want to read it? It makes you want to read it. Okay?
Absolutely.
It's like, what are they hiding? Oh, it's damning to Joe Biden and Victoria Nuland? Wow. Huh. Okay? So maybe go read the book. Look up the guy, Viktor Shokin. Bet you can find it on Amazon, or somewhere else.
We got the last
Actually,
last 4 points, Ian, and then I know that Tom, Jim, name redacted, and answers for Sean have.
I'll keep reading them. Yeah, I'll keep going. So, this is Matt Taibbi. He writes, by the weeks before the election in 2020, Twitter was so confused by the various streams of incoming requests that staffers had to ask the FBI which is which. They're just like us right now. They're like, who sent us this cable? Is this from the State Department, or is this from the CIA? Is this from the NSA? We have no idea. So this is an email from somebody at Twitter, and he says, hi, Elvis, Elvis Chan, our special agent. He says, do you know if this is something different from the information that we've already been receiving through the Signal channel, trying to make sure that we have all our bases covered while also optimizing resources? Thank you so much. And it's unclear who this is exactly from. It's an email that says that we're pleased to announce that the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center, the NCRIC, in partnership with the San Francisco FBI Division, will activate a Homeland Security Information Network Connect room, which will be used to provide public safety information to our private sector partners on the upcoming 2020 national election. Current members include the San Francisco FBI InfraGard Member Alliance and the NCRIC Private Sector Program, all invited to the register using the link below to gain it. There's so many organizations. It's ridiculous. So number 37. Large quotes, and Matt Taibbi writing, I apologize in advance for your workload. Okay, so requests poured in from the FBI offices all over the country, day by day, hour after hour. If Twitter didn't act quickly, questions came. Quote, was action taken? Any movement? So a bunch of quotes would come in. And so somebody at Abby says, hi, both. Do you know which of the group of the 132 accounts he's referring to? And if so, do you have a list of accounts? They just, kept getting emails nonstop. And the email, which was from somebody at the FBI, But this is unredacted somewhat. It says, "Hey, sorry, I tried to call you back. Forgot to ask you a question. Do you guys have a list of those 132 accounts actions that was taken against on 29th of July 2020? You wanted to get a process served on those accounts. Let me know if I should direct this question to someone else. Thanks for any help that can be given, and I apologize in advance for adding to your workload. Respectfully, blank name." Incredible stuff. 38. So the senior attorney of Twitter, Stacia Cardille, we see your name again, quote, "My inbox is really fucked up at this point." And she writes in an email to, I have no idea who, I guess some people at Twitter. She says, can you also send me a Google Hangout message when you send it? My inbox is really fucked up at this point. Yeah, it's like they got so many emails every single day. So number 39, it all led to the situation described by Schellenberger. You know, if you didn't read Michael Schellenberger's Twitter files drop 2 weeks ago, they talk about how Twitter was paid $3.4 million, essentially for being an overwhelmed subcontractor. Twitter wasn't just paid. It's Matt Taibbi. He says, for the amount of work they did for the government, they were underpaid. So they were basically working like crazy amounts of overtime. And so Matt concludes this Twitter drop with, for more on the Twitter files, check out Barry Weiss, Schellenberger, Elliot Fang, and David Zweig. For more on this story, read his Substack account, which he has a tiny bit more explanation there. I don't have to go over that. I'm just going to look at what he tweeted recently, where he's just talking about himself, and then he adds a note here. He says here, there was a belief at Twitter that the State Department agency, the GEC, right, was pushing Mike Pompeo's complaints about China and COVID. How true that is still somewhat an open question. But executives for sure believe that there were major risks in working with the GEC with an election ahead. So that he was trying to clear that up. And he adds in another note, he says that the U.S. government intel report sent to Twitter warns of a book by former Ukraine prosecutor Viktor Shokin, at least partially directed by Russian intelligence. And Shokin has always maintained that Joe Biden insisted on his firing to stop a probe into Burisma and Hunter Biden. So there you go. And of course, Luis Mensch is now accusing Matt Taibbi of being a Russian asset, because that is a thing that cokehead does. So that's today's two Twitter files jobs. Very epic stuff. Very epic stuff.
We're just so exhausted. I don't think we appreciate a lot of the drops today. There's a lot of nice snippets. We're just in one marathon after the other. But I'd love to get some thoughts on this. Tom, do you want to kick it off? Then we'll go to Name Redacted and Sean.
Yeah, I guess I'll just kind of highlight some of the important things that I think we've heard, at least with this latest drop. The first thing I would call listeners to is the idea that it's not just the federal government. You had United States also using these portals to censor information related to the elections. Judicial Watch uncovered this. We had Iowa, which was run by Republicans, trying to suppress material off of Twitter directed at Judicial Watch. The state of California, Secretary of State there, they did cause Twitter to take down tweets. Also, they caused YouTube to take down a video of ours, and we're suing under the Ku Klux Klan Act, the Secretary of State's office. So that's kind of the legal analysis that perhaps can be brought at the federal level here. And the other big news here is obviously Adam Schiff. Schiff is a notoriously corrupt member of Congress who's been dishonest, likely behind a series of corrupt leaks about the Russia collusion smear on Trump. And going back, this is in the middle of impeachment. The question was there someone in his office, and was he involved directly in working with witnesses that were pushing out classified information in a proper way? And Sperry was investigating that and seeking to expose the relationships between Vindman, Ciaramella, who was a CIA operative who had worked at the White House and then went back to CIA, and I forget the name of the Schiff folks. And Sperry and others were highlighting that, and Schiff was furious because he wanted to keep his impeachment schemes and how it came about secret, because it involved potentially the mishandling of classified information involving his office. And so that's why they were desperate to censor Sperry and others who are raising these questions, including Judicial Watch. Now, what's interesting is Twitter pushed back against this. Eric Ciaramella, I can say on Twitter. If I said it on YouTube, I think if I said it on Facebook too, we'd be censored. So Schiff was unsuccessful at Twitter. I guarantee you, if similar records at Facebook and YouTube are going to show he was successful, because we do know that they banned certain discussions and certain names as it relates to impeachment to protect the CIA and Schiff. And the question is, did Schiff do anything wrong here beyond something, politically unpleasant? And I think he violated the civil rights of Sperry, or attempted to, and directly. And to me, this is just another reason for an ethics investigation of Adam Schiff. And there's a lot more to talk about, but I'll let others pop in. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, Mario.
Hey.
I'm up, but not for long, because I'm having a nice day with my kids.
Oh, good, man. We're looking at wrapping it up shortly as well. We've just been doing space after space all day, so we're aligned there.
So, in my view, the thing has gone full circle now. The carrot and the stick, the 230D protection that all the social media companies at big tech enjoy are threatened to be pulled. This is being used as a tool to coerce, action by Twitter. And again, this is not only Twitter. This would have happened at every big tech company. There were hearings about, pulling that protection, threats of pulling that protection. And in addition to that, all kinds of questions about, potentially being a monopoly and what that would mean. So the government has created an environment where these big tech companies either comply or are threatened with serious action that would destroy, their business model, that would destroy their legal protections. And that's very serious, because, what they're asking these big tech companies to do is to undermine the First Amendment and free speech and, freedom of the press. So, in light of these new releases, again, if you look at it combined with all the other Twitter files, you see a really clear pattern here, how the Democratic Party and their institutions and their agencies and the deep state, CIA, FBI, NSA, have all been working together to create the censorship monster that we have today. And only Twitter now is breaking free from that, because they have been purchased by someone who doesn't agree with this. And we're only seeing the tip of the iceberg here. These interactions that are now coming out from Twitter, the same thing would have happened at Google and at many other companies. And I can give you an example from my own experience when I was still running Mega Upload, and my businesses controlled about 4% of global internet traffic. We were approached by the FBI, by agencies about content, and we were always eager to assist them, because we didn't want to get in trouble. We didn't want to be threatened to lose our own DMCA protection and other protections that were supposed to protect our business, right? We went as far as creating a takedown tool for 180 copyright holders that they could use without any interaction from us to take things down. And all because we felt threatened and we felt that we have to do something. And despite of all of this compliance that we had and our 99.9% takedown record, they still shut us down when they didn't like us anymore, right? This is just one example that I want to give, because other tech companies would have seen what has happened to us, and it would have intimidated them. And this 230D is a lifeline for all of big tech, because if they lose that, they can be made responsible for the actions of users. And that's exactly what they did at Mega Upload. And that's all I want to say today.
Thanks, Kim. I'll give the mic to others to give us their final thoughts as well. Stephen, name redacted, and answers for Sean.
I'm ready to speak.
Well, I don't know if
Yeah,
Can
of
you
course.
guys hear me?
I'll go ahead, man. It's fine.
Can you hear me, Mario?
Yeah, name redacted. Go ahead, man.
All right. So just bear with me on this. So one of the
Okay,
earlier
man.
Twitter
Tell
files
us.
released last month, we learned how the FBI established a relationship with Yoel Roth, started, building rapport with Twitter and whatnot. Once they established the relationship, they started sending them, information on accounts and tweets they wanted banned, the FBI. Then once Yoel Roth and Twitter started complying with these and censoring, FBI started applying more pressure. And now we have what we learned today in the Twitter files drop, that the pressure basically came from every corner of the government, including Adam Schiff's office. So obviously the word got around. The problem was at Twitter compared to Google and Facebook, there was not hardly any, former intelligence community people that were working there. That is not the case with Facebook and Google. And again, on my profile there, the Google thread is pinned and the Facebook one is right below that. Glenn Greenwald wrote an article he tweeted about the other day back in 2021 about how the Senate Intel Committee and basically the Democratic controlled Congress applied a lot of pressure to the big tech CEOs, and they had brought in Sheryl Sandberg, Jack Dorsey to testify. I listened to that video last night, that hearing, and that was on September 2018. Sheryl Sandberg admitted in the hearing that they censored content with, quote, hints from law enforcement. And they were talking about banning content, censoring, whatnot. Now, back to the point I want to make is they didn't have the people at Twitter to do this. So all they could do is FBI and all these various other parts of the government kept inundating them with requests on and lists of accounts to ban and tweets to take down. But meanwhile, over at Facebook, they hired, again, if no one has seen this, the head of their trust and safety is an ex-CIA analyst, 17-year experience. His name is Aaron Berman. He is friends with Yoel Roth on Facebook. And he even, this is in my Facebook thread.
Friends, hold on. Friends, we need to find
friends on
just follow
friends on Twitter.
Just follow each other.
Yeah, they follow each other. But
okay.
Aaron put a tweet out, and it's in number 7 of my Facebook thread, saying, this was on November of 2022. He said, "To all my trust and safety friends at Twitter, either current or former, I hope you know your work has made a difference. Thank you for everything you've done, whatever the future holds." So it's possible that in Matt Taibbi's release today, that I think it was number 17, the contact Yoel Roth said he had at Facebook, it could have been Aaron Berman. But basically the point is that since the Senate Intel Committee started applying pressure and other parts of Congress committees to social media companies, they started hiring in mass just a ton of ex-CIA, FBI, NSA. I mean, Google has over 160 or so, and Facebook has over 115. And I've detailed them all. And the important part, if you read my threads, is some of these people, like at Google, Nick Rossman, he had a Twitter account, and I found all the negative tweets he had to say about Trump, calling anti-vaxxers Nazis.
So essentially, name redact, like what you're implying is that a lot of the things we're seeing at Twitter essentially exist on all the other social platforms.
Yeah, and the point I'm trying to make is that you see how FBI and all the other government agencies had to put so much pressure to get stuff censored at Twitter. Meanwhile, Google and Facebook were actually hiring former CIA and putting them in trust and safety. So Facebook and Google their trust and safety teams are managed by ex-CIA analysts, officers, whatever. That is a fact. That is
which
their names are there.
which brings a lot of questions as
So
we've
that
had
so
with
they
Twitter.
already have the puzzles in place, the pieces in place at Facebook and Google.
And one important thing to point out, though, is that there's not necessarily a problem with hiring people who were formerly in those agencies. And one of the reasons why they do that is because you have to be unbelievably qualified to even get a job in the FBI. So it makes sense that some of the same people, especially being hired for more technological things, would also be a good fit for Twitter. I guess the bigger problem is that they were potentially using those connections for bad things. But I feel like there's probably more to the story than just, oh, they were hiring them because they wanted to
Well, I'll
restrict
just
people.
say, well, the couple people that I highlighted, and specifically they're in the trust and safety, which manages censorship. They were very vocal about their political leanings. Now, I'm not obviously making any accusations.
But I'd say that humans are humans. There's always going to be those biases. That's why it's like building systems to make sure those biases don't impact things like censorship is what is needed. And obviously, what we saw with Twitter is that those systems were far from perfect, and we've got concerns that other platforms had similar imperfections, and that
I'm
includes
just
Meta.
saying, I know Kim mentioned Google, Facebook might be doing the same thing, but I don't know if Kim saw my threads. Like the people are already there. Are they doing it? I don't know, but they're there, like a lot of them, and they're running trust and safety department. And I think that's a bigger story. Like, I don't know if that was Matt who spoke earlier. Yes,
Matt, yeah.
Are a lot of these people like qualified to do these jobs? Sure, of course they are. And do they have the right to have these jobs? Yeah. But do we want ex-intelligence officers like from the CIA running censorship departments at Facebook and Google?
Could lead to conflicts of interest. Now, it's a fair point. That's why, as I said earlier, it brings up questions, and especially after the Twitter files, very valid questions. Doesn't mean that each one of them is working for that other agency that they used to work at. Would have been good to have Kyle here again. He was on this panel for a few hours earlier. He'd probably be able to better answer this point, ex-FBI. And one of the better whistleblowers on our panel that comes on every time we have a Twitter files drop. He'll be perfect to answer this, to kind of comment on this point. But and I also want to applaud the threads you've done on this, Name Redacted. We've spoken about it privately, and yeah, definitely keep that information coming.
Thank you.
I will.
Just quickly, it doesn't matter who, Mara, you asked the question, do they have the structures in place to mitigate and protect against the bias? No, they embraced it. They knew, for instance, the Senate was pushing Hillary Clinton's approach here, and it didn't bother them. All of this censorship was geared at targeting protecting Trump. Excuse me, the exact opposite, targeting Trump and protecting Biden. And you'll notice in this latest group of records, they were overwhelmed with requests right up to the election. So the censorship was about the election, not about anything else. Bias was a feature. It wasn't. There was no effort to keep it out.
Fair. Jim and Stephen, and actually, I'll go to Sean first. Answers for Sean. Good to have you on the panel for the first time, man.
Hi, Mario. Thank you so much. Mario, Tara, Ian, this is a great opportunity for me. It means so much to me. I just wanted to share my misinformation, which is the undeniable truth. My son, Sean, played hockey his whole life. He took one Pfizer vaccine and was found dead on the floor beside his bed 33 days later. He was perfectly healthy with no underlying conditions. The cause of death they've given me is unascertained. They expect me to live with that, and I can't. I'm fighting every day since Sean died to try to get the truth. And I'm not sure if free speech is totally allowed on Twitter, because I have my followers telling me every day that they're not seeing my posts anymore. And I don't know what that's all about. I've never said one single lie. I've told nothing but the facts. My son took a Pfizer vaccine and died 33 days later. He was perfectly healthy. It's too late for Sean, but I want a chance to save other people's lives. And that's why I'm out here. Thank you so much.
Hey man, what was your name, if you don't mind me asking?
My name is Dan. I'm Sean's father.
Dan, first I applaud the courage for you to come up on the panel and share this, and waiting so patiently to share this. First, I got some good news is that your account is not shadow banned. So maybe a few tweaks here and there with your tweets will get you more exposure, and obviously coming on panels like this will just get you that reach. I'd also will DM you now, and bring you to one of our COVID panels, just to share your story, without getting into the debate, without getting into the politics of the debate, and having doctors debate the reasons, causation, correlation, just to share your story, man, and share your pain. So just want to thank you for coming on. Thank you for having the courage to come on, and yeah, I'll just DM you now to get you onto one of those panels, and maybe I'll jump on a call privately, man, to see how I could help you get your account get a bigger reach.
Thank you so much, Mario. Thank you.
No, my pleasure, man. I'll just DM you now. I'll go to Stephen and Jim.
Thank you, and prayers to the gentleman that just spoke, and to him and his whole family. Well, today's drop showed that, firstly, Adam Schiff is absolutely responsible for a serious First Amendment violation. Plus, it showed how even much more aggressive our three-letter agencies have been in essentially bullying all our major social networks to take action on any person or information they have found to be problematic or not their preferred narrative they want going out there. I don't think Orwellian is too strong of a term to use on any of this. In fact, I can't think of a more appropriate term. So I think the timeline is also notable, wherein Twitter administrators started much more resistant, then they became fully compliant, which also verifies the narrative that Jack Dorsey was contending to, for where it started with his original vision for Twitter in much more of a decent place, then it eroded into an authoritarian arm of the government, and many times the Democratic Party. So I think that's where we sit right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Jim, I'll give you the final word, man, for this marathon space. Not sure if Sebastian, I know he's been listening for most of the space, has got anything to add to the discussion before Tara, Ian, and I wrap it up. But Jim, I'll give you the mic, man. You've been with us for hours.
Oh man, that's no doubt.
Were you in the other space?
I was.
That was insane, man. That was insane. What a day. What a day.
What a
You know,
day.
I'll just share with you a story I haven't shared with anyone yet. I haven't had time to even tweet it. I was actually, so the way this all started, and I'm going to just quickly digress because we're wrapping it up anyway. The way this all started is I got woken up by Nick. It's like, Mario, XYZ, just whatever the story was, just fainted and has been rushed to the hospital. I forgot the day, man. The name. My brain's completely fried, and I'm almost half asleep. So I'm like, I hope it's not. I'm just trying to understand what happened. I slept 2 hours. I'm like, hey man, I think there's not much more to add. Let's do the space a bit later. And then a few hours later, I wake up. I head to the airport. I have an urgent flight to catch. 6 minutes before getting to the airport, Nick is like, Mario, we got to do a space now. I delay the flight, call the office, delay the flight, get a cab, take me back to the hotel. And then a couple hours later, we did the space. The team's all ready. And then a few hours later, we took a break. I'm finally taking a break, and then the Twitter files drop. Ian literally goes to bed. 20 minutes later, I call him. Like, hey man,
I'm not sleeping.
Yeah, the Twitter files just dropped. You can't sleep yet, and then he just comes and kicks this off. So yeah, Jim, it's been a hell of a day, and appreciate you being on both panels.
Oh, well, thanks. I posted something up on my Twitter page when I saw Lee Fang had documented what we learned from Mark Zuckerberg and the Joe Rogan program related to them being connected or being told about the Hunter Biden laptop. And I started looking back through things, and today's files particularly clarify the fact that CISA was involved with this. Now, that's kind of interesting because CISA announced in November of 2020 that these were, quote, the most secure elections in American history. CISA was ostensibly, or at least the understanding of most people was, that their job was to make sure that voting machines weren't being hacked and various other things related to what was happening at voting locations. But what we find out here, and more clearly, is that when they said secure election, they meant Trump wasn't elected. Now, I don't know what Trump knew when he fired Krebs at CISA, but it might have been that, could have been whatever. But nonetheless, CISA's involvement is really kind of interesting. When you go back far enough, what you recognize, it really, a lot of what we're talking about right now, and we don't know how yet, we don't know precisely how, but somehow that January 5th meeting in the Oval Office in 2017 with Barack Obama and Susan Rice and his intelligence team, something happened there. We've learned through certain documents that they were thinking about how to take on Trump. How that connects to all this precisely, I don't know, but I personally believe something was put into motion. And when you go back even further, you see that the Obama administration used the IRS to shut down Tea Party efforts. So a lot of this stuff has been brewing for a long, long time, and now we're sort of seeing the top end of it. But last couple things, we know from Peter Schweizer's work back in, I think it was 2008, 17 maybe, or 18, he released a movie called The Creepy Line, where he talked about how social media, as we knew it at that time, was working to try to use sort of their own little psyops to get people to understand information the way they wanted to. We found out that it was much worse than that after the release of that film. I was at the release of it, and it was just shocking. And but this has become a really big story. Tonight kind of culminated a whole lot of that. And again, one of the big things for me is CISA saying we had secure elections really did mean that they also played a significant part in controlling the speech. This is scary stuff. And
I do. Yeah, we just don't know how much impact it really had. I'd love to get Ian's final thoughts on this. Obviously, censorship is never good. Obviously, it was leaning more towards, or significantly more towards, the left, and a significant bias against conservatives. So I do agree with you there. And obviously, there's a lot of further questions we can ask in debate and further speculation that we could, that arises from these discussions. But Sebastian, I'd love your thoughts on this.
Yeah, and whoever guessed it about an hour ago, you nailed it. I didn't answer when called upon because I was eating my wife's delicious roast chicken.
That was me.
Yeah, good one. So I was listening, but my wife's cooking comes first. Look, I think it was Jim who was on just a moment ago. Absolutely nailed it. So tomorrow, I pre-recorded it today. I'm going to have Mike Benz on my national radio show, 5 p.m. Eastern. Everybody needs to listen to it because I managed to get Mike what he does in 7 hours to boil it down into 34 minutes. And here's the real, the take home. I think my job always is to kind of bring us back and to avoid the noise and just get to the actual signal. If you still doubt the 2020 election, if you have questions about it, everybody needs to go off and watch 2000 Mules. 2000 Mules is from people in the IC community who screwed with other people's elections for the US government, using metadata to actually demonstrate in just 4 cities that we have at least 100,000 ballots that were illegally harvested in an election where the president lost by 39,000. So if you have questions, go and watch the empirical data in 2000 Mules. Now, I don't care whether you believe it or not, whether you're on the fence about was it stolen, wasn't it stolen. It doesn't matter for the purposes of the Twitter files. Why? What have we learned? I'll paraphrase Mike Benz. The foreign policy community in America on both sides had spent more than a decade targeting populist movements abroad. Whether it was Orban in Hungary, whether it's Modi in India, whether it's Berlusconi, or especially the trigger was Brexit in the UK. They used information operations to target populist movements, which they deemed to be a threat to democracy in our partner nations. Okay? Now, when President Trump wins, what Mike describes, and he's the guy, he is the DAS, he's the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Cyber inside the State Department. So if anybody is a witness present at the making of history, it's Mike Benz. And he sees the foreign policy establishment say, hang on a second, this populist stuff, it's a threat to us at home. It's a threat to our consensus. It's a threat to the quote unquote elite, the blue check mark Twitterati, the people who walk in and out of government, who gets the cushy jobs. So what they did is they turned the azimuth, they rotated the gun turret, and they used those information operation techniques, the censorship, the disinformation, the deplatforming on US citizens via the US government. And the most scary thing of all, it's as Jim just said, the FBI, of course, we've got all the receipts of Twitter. We know what the CIA is doing under Brennan, but the real hub of this all is DHS. DHS under CISA, they recategorize, they say misinformation, disinformation on social media, on the internet, is a threat to elections. Therefore, we have a mandate to target it. That's the buried lead. That's the real story. That DHS starts working with private entities and demands that millions of tweets get deleted, thousands of accounts get suspended, and it's always one way. I don't care what you think about the 2020 election, but the fact that bureaucrats who have badges and guns, who are 1811s, who have law enforcement authority, politically targeted one side of the political spectrum in America, that's the real story. And the sad thing is, I think somebody said it a while back, Twitter is really kind of irrelevant. Twitter is the lazy aggregating platform for people who don't want to do real journalistic work. Okay, it's how journalists do journalism today without actually doing journalism. The real way that you undermine the elections is Facebook, is Google search prioritization, is Google AdSense and Alphabet and YouTube. And we have no idea the level of mendacity and censorship on those platforms. So we need far more than just Elon Musk. God bless him for doing what he's doing on Twitter. But the story is one-way censorship to undermine a certain political identity in America. That's the real stories, ladies and gents.
That's good. Well,
yeah, I mean, that's such a great
Tom,
point, Sebastian.
You go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a great point, Sebastian, about the other options at Facebook and Google. So what we're seeing is here, what can Twitter do, right? And what did they do to try to tweak their system and data mine their system to help with the censorship operation, okay? So just think of what Google could do in similar circumstances. So you go to Google, you go to YouTube, you say, well, how is it we do this? And you're right. You talk about the search algorithms. You go to Facebook and the friends list that, exponentially, make Twitter seem like a county compared to a nation in terms of numbers. This is where, to a degree, Republicans get their act together in the House. If they don't make this a priority, among others, and I know there are a lot of fires that need to be rushed to by the anti-corruption firefighters there. I don't know what they're there for. We've got to uncover and stop and defund this and prosecute those behind it.
I know we've got like congressional staffers listening to this, so you know who to talk to. You need to bring these things to the people you work for, to your bosses, and let them know this is a pivotal issue, right? This is crucial that you do this, because this cannot be in vain, because the mainstream media, when I'm talking about the mainstream media, I'm talking New York Post, New York Times, Washington Post and all these other outlets, they're not going to cover any of this because it implicates them. Right? The Twitter files today even implicated these outlets for essentially serving as mouthpieces of the State Department. They would put out a story in some newspaper, and then they would cite that as an example, right? As a means to get Twitter, Facebook, and Google to take action in a way that they would want. So they're clearly complicit. So it's up to you guys, like it's up to citizen journalists, it's up to congressional staffers, it's up to Congress people, it's up to anyone with a conscience to do something about this, because we can't let this just be swept under the carpet, to be shoved into the dustbin of history. Like, keep this in mind. If Elon Musk didn't buy Twitter, we wouldn't know any of this. We would suspect it, but we wouldn't have any proof. And now we have proof that this is being done to us all along. I mean, we live in a kind of a dystopian society, right? We live in 1984. Is what's going on right now. Actually, it's worse than 1984. It's worse than Orwellian. It's a combination of all these dystopian tropes that we have grown up and learned to identify. Like, this is what's happening to us right now. It doesn't matter if you're in the United States. It's everywhere, right? And this, if anything, has to be a moment in time that we have to seize and take action. Otherwise, we will lose that freedom, the freedom to do so. We lose that option in not too distant future. So this is the moment right now where you have to take action.
Piotr, I'll let you wrap it up with final words before we end the space.
Yeah, look, I think we can all agree that, Happy New Year, by the way, nice to see everyone. I think we can all agree that what Twitter has been doing is concerning. I have huge concerns and reservations about their usage of, the staff lobbying basically senior management to oppress certain views. I agree with Tom and Sebastian on some parts. However, I don't agree on this overextension that sort of it had implications in, say, Brexit or even in India. I mean, those two countries are very different in terms of their approach towards social media use. Much an American platform, they don't get as much of an influence as King. Well, I don't think, I know, it doesn't have as much of an influence in the British Isles as it does in the UK. So when we're talking about Brexit, I think the right way.
I'm gonna Piotr, your audio is just really screwed up. I think we got the point across.
I
I'm just
disagree
gonna.
with him, by the way, because
Yeah.
a lot of British activists, Brexit activists, were banned from Twitter for no reason. We need to see those files. Canadian activists were
Yeah.
also banned from Twitter.
Do you think we'll see?
during
Do you think we'll
protests.
see? It's just surprising we haven't seen any files outside the US.
I think we will. It's coming, and it's a lot of stuff to go through, right? It's a lot of stuff to go through. I think it's coming, just like the COVID files are coming. So I would say, be patient, but keep asking Elon, keep reminding him. I mean, this stuff is
Yeah.
important. It's not just like India is of particular importance. People like to downplay how India's use of Twitter, but guess what? Twitter was being leaned on by the Indian government, on both sides of the Indian government, I would say. Like both the pro-Modi and the anti-Modi people were both leaning on Twitter. That is a big issue. It was in the news even. That's how big censorship was as a topic there, right? So I would love to see those files.
They threatened to jail some of their employees, in fact.
Yeah, in
That's
India.
right.
India, yeah.
Yeah, we need to
That
see
was
those files. Yeah.
Wasn't that mentioned in one of the files?
No, it wasn't.
Oh.
It was no, it wasn't. Yeah, no.
Okay.
They mentioned only that the State Department's claim was that there were accounts that were posting like India related news that were actually Russian or something, but obviously they didn't provide any information, any evidence of that.
Kim, final words, man.
For 3 years, it is a significant country. Love India, lived, kind of was back and forth there quite a bit, but it's a key country in geopolitics in the world.
I wouldn't expect, just one point, I just wouldn't expect Twitter to cave in to pressure from other countries outside the US. Just wouldn't. I just don't think they can be impacted as much. I just feel like there'd be more resistance there versus pressure in the US. But I mean, I could be completely wrong. Kim, final words. I saw your request to come up before we end the space.
Yeah, guys, another very interesting space.
the biggest Twitter files are yet to come, and that's the COVID stuff. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, we've had a couple of Fauci files drop already. I'm losing track. Ian, you were there for those Fauci files? I think we got 1 or 2.
Yeah, we had like I think 1 so far.
1, yeah, but it was like just like kind of prepping us for what's to
The
come. And I
prepping,
think
yeah,
that,
Yeah, I know
preparation.
what's being worked on, and for that space, we all need to, be ready, because that is going to be a big one, and I think it will shock a lot of people.
will that be the one this week?
I think end
Or-
of the week. Yeah.
End of the week.
Yeah, weekend. Yeah, they're not going to release anything in the middle.
Cool.
Hopefully.
So,
All right,
so everyone who wants to catch it, make sure to have a reminder. Maybe you should already have like a floating spaces ready where people can
Yeah, but there's something
register.
else. Yeah.
Yeah, and just
Are you
people can
going to
set a
unblock me,
reminder.
Kim? So we can. Are you going to unblock me, Kim, so we can have a mature conversation about it?
Oh, you're
No,
both, you're
Piotr,
both
I will not unblock you because you're just not nice. Oh, sorry.
Well, I'm not the one who
Okay.
blocked, so let's talk about being
well,
adults.
Piotr,
I think Piotr was just removed by Ian as well, so we're in agreement. Piotr is not a nice guy.
So I'll go to just to Ian to kind of wrap it up with Ian and Tara. Tara, are you with us as well? Tara is not there. Ian, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Let's wrap it up with the with your thoughts very briefly. You give us your thoughts on the drop. Yeah, on the I know your thoughts on the Damar space you did earlier as well to kind of wrap up the show.
I think more information is going to come up, out about that one in that particular drop. I think there's not going to be a lot for like the next 24 to 48 hours. You have to wait for the medical report and see where that goes. I mean, we had a lot of doctors on both sides of the aisle. We had a lot of skeptical doctors who were pro-vaccine, but also skeptical of this narrative that it's caused by the one thing, because want to like specifically state that unless you're in the operating room, you have no idea what's going on, right? And these doctors, they all knew better. They were like, okay, we can't really speculate. I mean, we can't say for certain it was one thing or the other. It could be a million different things, right? So
yeah, and I don't think we'll do another space on Damar Hamlin's story itself. I just don't think it's worth a space. You can check everything in the news, but it's more like it inspired a discussion around COVID and vaccine-induced myocarditis, which probably will be part of the Fauci files and a kind of a bigger.
I mean,
a bigger discussion.
In the earlier space, the Canadian government gave out 2.8 million Canadian dollars today to some victims of vaccine injuries, and there's more to come. So this stuff is definitely being exposed, not just in Canada, but also in the United Kingdom, in Australia. A health official, her family was directly impacted by these by the jab. So like a lot of this stuff is coming out for real. It remains to be seen if this is going to be the case in the United States. I mean, Fauci has a lot of power. He has a lot of celebrity there, but I think the narrative that he's the saint is certainly falling apart. I mean, it's debatable as whether he did any of this intentionally or if he was like negligent. I mean, that is for a prosecution to decide. It's for Congress to decide, right? There need to be hearings, 100%. No one's saying he needs to go to jail or anything like that, but let's at least explore the possibility that he was negligent, that he fucked up, that he has to be accountable for something, right?
And to go back to the go back to the first point that Ian mentioned before I end the show. Just remember, Ian, guys, and he said this publicly, so I'm mentioning it. Like, he has had the vaccine, and he's still critical and concerned and asking questions. So it just shows that having a discussion, should be the case, no matter what your belief is.
Same here.
Well,
I'm
there you go.
in the same boat as Ian, so we're on the same page.
Perfect. Cool. All right, guys. Well, anyway, appreciate you all. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you for everyone that joined the earlier show and this one. You guys are beasts. I'm off to bed. And Ian, Tara.